This is my first time ever being here, and for people who are like me who watched online for years, coming to the stadium.
Gamma, gamma, everyone! Gamma, gamma! Wait, let me. I just stunned because Mr. Beast is here. Gamma, gamma, everyone! Gamma, gamma, Marley! Gamma, gamma! Sorry if my voice are a little bit hoarse at the moment. So yeah, wait, let me get rid of the BGM because we're watching Worlds today. So
you've been following Worlds the whole way, or where are you at in terms of
now,
your
yeah.
watching?
Oh yeah, Jimmy's in Worlds. Yeah. I actually saw it.
Yeah, honestly, it's
What
pretty exciting.
like
Especially, I
like
just can't
what's it called? I just saw like a poster of it. Yeah. He was planning to do like a team in world like you know an esports team because he plays league as well.
For that moment, or are you on
World
the
Cup. No, it's what's it called? It's the League of Legends tournament finals now. Yes, it's Worlds. It's called Worlds. Yes. Yeah, he is actually a huge league fan. So yeah.
Jump right into predictions.
Yo, this,
Yeah.
it just goes to show though how I think how this
How
finals
are you, chat? How are you,
tugs
chat?
people's heartstrings, right? Because you've
Yeah.
got that deft moment, you have his
I
entire
just
10-year
still need to
history to
order
get to this
breakfast
point,
as well
Faker, likewise,
because I
for
just
those of us,
woke up.
especially those of us who have been around since the beginning.
So I'm so
you know,
sorry if
he could
if
get
my
back on
voice
that
are like
throne,
pretty
oh my
hoarse
God,
right
how sweet
now
that
or
would
like
be.
Yeah, just
pretty,
being
you know,
able to see the
this is my
emotion on his
morning
face
voice
after
right now.
all these years
So
of not getting it after
not
getting it so
really, not
consistently
really like
would be
morning
so
voice. It's
priceless.
more
Yeah.
like
It was a crazy moment.
I
And
don't
he
know.
won
It's
two in a
so
row in
early.
2017.
It's not my
He lost in the
usual.
finals, kind of
My
looked back, everyone's
usual.
like, oh yeah, he'll be back.
Yeah.
What do you call this
That
one?
was-
This is not my
that was in
usual
2017. Right?
morning.
That's
You
5 or
know,
6 seasons ago that happened. So
my
I
usual
think
wake
the
up
story for
time.
him winning
So
again would be pretty awesome.
But I mean, I think that's
yeah.
kind of the beauty of this matchup is
Pretty
that it's
early,
like, because
but-
there are two such
but
likable teams that have
for
such
the sake of
incredible stories,
worlds.
whoever wins, you have
So yeah,
to
I'm having
really
cup
match
noodles.
for them.
Nice.
Absolutely.
I wish
Let me
I
ask you
wish
a
I
more
had cup
generalistic
noodles. I
question.
mean, I have
When it comes
noodles,
to
but
League of Legends,
I don't
what
have
is it
time
about
to
the game
cook.
that you enjoy, either as a player or
I don't have
spectator?
time to
What
cook,
drew you to
but
League
thank you,
as
Benta,
opposed to something
for the
Honestly,
mi
it's
goreng.
just
By the
a
way,
lot of fun for me.
this is like
It's like the
on
only
me
game
for
the last 10
so
years,
long
or
now. I've
probably
been
like 8
eating.
years that I
I've been
just be able
eating
to
it
play
when I'm
every
like
night, for a couple hours
don't
before bed and
wanna,
actually
you know,
enjoy it. Everything else comes
don't
and goes.
really
Yeah,
wanna
for me,
spend so
League is just
much.
priceless.
So
Wait, how many
thank you,
games do you have this
Benta.
season?
If you're
This
here
season's
though.
probably only like 100.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Fucking
But everyone had
Benta.
a couple of games.
No,
Not
over my
chatting
life,
and
probably way
listen.
too many. No, I know.
I'd be scared to look at my career-long stats.
Oh my God.
You
That's a
know?
They track that.
I know. That's why I'm scared to look at them, and
Oh,
I
boy.
probably won't.
They can pull it up, right? Everyone just tweeted at him.
Somebody will dig it up by the end of the day. I'm certain of it.
Exposed.
San Francisco. Is this your first time to San Francisco? How are you experiencing the city?
Well,
Done anything while you're here?
No, mostly just coming here for the game.
Okay.
And like I said, it's still, even just looking back, so crazy. So this whole place is sold out, right?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Or whoa,
we
Mr.
got
Are you gonna
20-something minutes
give
to get
money?
everybody
Like
in
what the
here.
fuck?
I bet you they're working overtime right now.
crazy.
Yeah, I'm trying to get people in. Azil, you got
So I've
something?
got to put the screws to you. I got a hard-hitting question here.
Oh,
we
boy.
go.
So there's been some rumors. Are you going to buy an LCS team?
Oh gosh. Boom. Well, yeah, 100%.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Because if we do it, I want to have a team that makes it to a stage like this.
Oh, I like that.
Oh
We gotta get the right
shit!
pieces in place
Yo,
before.
Mr. Beast!
You're giving me all the right
Is he
answers.
gonna buy? Yes.
I'm signed up.
So at least it might be another year or two, but yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
no
wait.
doubt in my mind.
Oh my
patience.
god,
We
Mr.
had
Beast
all
gonna
kinds of
buy a
contingencies, like,
goddamn
what if he just,
LCS
he
team
gives us
and
kinda
he's
that
100%
pass,
sure.
pass,
Holy
yeah,
fuck.
went straight in.
I've wanted one.
Like
I mean,
that.
for the last like 3 years. It's just we just have a lot going on. But mostly,
Yeah, you do have a lot going
But if we
on.
do it, I just want
Super
we gotta find some way to break the
team.
NA curse.
Yeah, 100%.
Totally.
Hello,
Totally.
hello,
I don't know if we
Yaji.
cracked that code yet.
I was about to ask, did you feel like you've seen something that nobody else in North America has seen?
We'll see.
What's
when
the
we
answer
come
for
around,
us? Okay.
we'll have an answer.
He can't give you the secret sauce. He just said he wants to make
Maybe
the finals in a
maybe
couple
he
years
will
here.
buy
Fair
T1.
enough.
Calm down.
I get it. All right, well then let's
No,
bring
but
our
then again,
attention
it's an
back to this
LCS.
series
It's
at
LCS and
hand.
not LCK,
You've
so
got reasons to root for either squad, but I do want to know where your heart lies in all of this, and then who you think is actually going to take it.
Who I think is like I said, it's hard because you want DRX to be the first team from play-ins to make it and win to show that there's a chance for anyone. But like I said, for nostalgia reasons, I really want to see Faker win again. I would give anything just to see the look on his face when he wins. It's just gonna be priceless.
He's going for the unkillable Demon
It's
King himself.
Yes.
If there was a
it's
champion
so surreal because I keep
of all
forgetting
150
that
something
Jimmy
that could be pulled
plays
out in the World
League.
Finals, that would make you over the moon. What would
I already know the answer there.
From all the YouTube videos that he keeps doing, like he's giving a lot of money and all that.
I love Pike.
Oh, I thought you were going the other way. Like
And
if Shirley did,
challenges
no one could
and
pick
all
her band.
that.
If you just say Yumi, and then everyone would cheer. I understand that you like Pike.
Pike,
The
please.
anti-Yumi.
Please, someone
Perfect.
play Pike. That would make my day.
I gotta love it. You did say T1. Like Azale, I'm gonna put the screws to you. Series score. What's the official series score prediction
Please.
coming out of Mr. Beast?
Please go to Game 5. That would be great. We're all
Yeah, I
here.
want Game 5. I want Silver Scrapes.
With everything
If,
on
if
the
they can
line,
make
then
Silver
I think
Scrapes, that
that'd
would be
amazing.
so
This man knows
fun.
what's up. It's all about Game 5s. That's what every single person in here is
Go,
hoping
go,
for. Even if you want it to
watchalong.
break one way or the other, Jack, at the end of the day, we
If
want
they
it to
make
go
it like
the
a Silver
distance.
Scrapes,
We
that's
absolutely
gonna
did.
be
The last
hype.
time we had
Because I
both
really
North
like
America, we
someone.
did get a
I
Game
really
5.
like
T1
this
won the
finals
first two,
where
Sam's
it's
won
like
the next two. T1
not
won the Game 5. Go for the
landslide.
same store. That would be good.
And it would let you
Like
experience
something
your first
who
Silver
they will
Scrapes live.
fight for.
Oh,
Is your prediction
There's
who
so
will
much to hope
win?
for. There's so much to hope for.
I'm
Miss
not
B, thank
so
you so much for
sure.
joining us.
Not gonna
I hope
lie.
you enjoy the show. Go find your seat, settle in, grab
Not
a
so
drink.
sure. I really
and, we'll get the
really
rest of
want
this all
T1 to
teed
win
up. Now,
again, but
Worlds
like
is
at the same
pinnacle
time,
of any
DRX is
player's
like the
career. For two
underdogs, and I
veterans
kind
here
of
on
want
our
them to
stage,
win
our
too.
featured
So like,
matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's going to settle a score
so
that began in
difficult.
high school and took them all the way to the top
If
of
it's
the world.
T1, then holy shit, the hell yeah, back, the Kings are back, you know. But
In certain
DRX
sports,
though.
you have one person that stands at the peak of discipline.
what is this?
Someone that embodies everything it means to be a professional athlete and master in their chosen sport.
Notoriety-wise, the name Faker will never, ever be overshadowed by anyone.
I want Faker
Because
to
his
lose
name
his
echoes across
experiences.
not only
And
League of
what
Legends,
the
but
fuck is that
esports
even
itself.
mean?
We saw him rise with one of the greatest teams of all time. And that
He won.
team would become the first and only team to win 3 world championships. There were many
Faker.
great players back then. Players that were talented and could perform mechanically. But watching Faker play was way more.
Not gonna lie,
You
not
watched
gonna
him
lie,
perform
chat.
moves so precisely
They're really,
created
really favorable on
that it
Faker,
just
huh?
lit
Like,
something up within you. It's the feeling you get
Like
when
the-
you're watching something
I-
magical, something special,
It's-
something
it's
truly
not-
unique.
it's not like
a living legend playing in
I
the
don't know,
flesh,
it
the
feels
game
biased.
that we love to perfection. It is a pure distilled passion.
I'm sorry,
It is
I like
streamed
Faker
in
too, I
front
like
of you
Faker
and
too.
You don't want to look away even for a second.
moves. Faker, what was that? Yeah, I know Faker's back. I know Faker's back, and it's already in finals. Oh, the SSG versus SKT hurts. He cried there. Oh my god.
Watching Faker lose in
I
2017
remember when I
was
watched it in
Everyone
a
has little bit of
cinema.
Faker in them, no matter who you are.
I think it was in
You can be a
the
fan of
in a
Down,
watch
you can be a fan
party
of
in
JDG, you can be an LPL fan, you can be an NEC fan.
Rumble Royale. I think it's in
Everyone
Rumble Royale.
Celebrates when Faker wins, and everyone feels a
God
little bit of
damn!
heartbreak when Faker loses.
It marked the end of an era, as SKT would change their lineup and then fail to make Worlds the following year. The hardships faced by Faker in 2017
SSG disappeared.
and
No,
afterwards just show how
SSG like
impressive it is for
retired.
him
If I remember,
and the
I don't know
now
if
T1
SSG
squad
retired, but
to
more
return to the
I know
finals
that
5 years later.
I forgot his
While
name.
Faker was being heralded as
Ambition,
the greatest
Ambition.
player in League
I think-
history,
Is it
there was
Ambition?
another player
Ambition,
coming into the league
Ambition
at the
retired
same
after
time,
that,
from the
and
same
it was
country,
like, yeah.
even from the same school.
Yeah, I remember I remember back then. It was
Death's
so
story is of a
I
player
remember
that,
that,
despite having
that
great
time,
talent, was always
when I was
overshadowed by
watching
other
with my
legends
friends
as he lacked
and all
the
that,
edge.
and I remember
He's
some
never made
people,
World Finals before. He's
like
never won
like a lot
Worlds.
of
But
people
what
like
about what he
cheered
has
on
done?
because someone locked
Remember,
lock
international
in
viewers,
Yasuo,
he
and I think
has
it's
won
Honey.
side. He
I think it's
has
Honey
won
who
champions. He
locked
has
on
won the
Yasuo,
LPA. He
and they
has
were
won
like
the LPL.
shouting at the back. It's so funny.
He has
And
proven
I miss
himself on
doing like watch
multiple
along
rosters,
again. I watch
even
parties
going to
again like
Worlds
in
with
Rumble Royale.
5
Pretty good.
different teams, the most out of any other player.
I think it speaks volumes to Def's ability
Hello,
to
Dito
adapt
Tino.
and
Gamo,
play at the
Cabbage
highest
Gamo.
level that he has been able to qualify for Worlds with so many different rosters.
So Nathan Tangamo.
Even so, no one seriously considered that they would
Hello,
be
Henry
finals.
Gamo. Faker
Till-
Chama. Now you're calling me Faker now?
Stays alive. Double stun.
Oh, I wish I'm good as Faker though. Faker's so good. He can fucking multitask things. Like he's playing rank league
For Def,
while
the emotion
playing
of
Jump
victory
King. I don't think I can do
finally
that.
caught up to his past. This is his time to step out of the shadows, to finally earn that world title he has been fighting for so damn long.
I know
And
I
he
can
knows that
multitask, but
everything
not
he has
that,
worked for
not that,
over
not that, you
years
know.
has led to this point. If you compare these two legends the League esports scene you see two incredible talents and two incredibly different journeys. Faker, able to stay in
Not
one
gonna lie,
organization
that's kinda
and
hot.
define that organization for his entire career, taking on the challenge of training new and promising rookies. And then you have Death,
Gumayushi!
proving himself on multiple rosters, able to take
I like
each one
Gumayushi
to
too.
worlds, showing no matter who he plays with, he will perform. This story seems to have been set in the stars as the two
I'm gonna
schoolmates
order.
finally
I'm gonna
face
order
off
some
in a
corned beef.
World Championship final. Faker, a god of league. Back after the Heartbreak 5 long years ago, the king returns to claim his throne. Standing across the rift in his first World's Finals is Death. This is undoubtedly the most important day in his career, and he has clearly put his heart and his soul into Final Day. Overlooked no longer, he
Faker has
knows
the same glasses
defeating
as-
Faker in T1 is going to be the fight of his life. but it is
Have you
one
seen
that
her
he
LeBlanc
well
montage? Fuck off! I
Watching
know
both
that.
of these
I know that
monumental talents on the Rift face
Faker
off
plays
in the
LeBlanc.
open
Okay,
is a once
it's just
in a
one of his.
lifetime
It's
story
one of his like.
and spectacle.
It's one of his champion
Both
pool.
have faced Heartbreak.
But fuck off!
Written
No,
off before their careers were
I am.
finished, and yet both of
I'm
them
not
stand
gonna give in. Even though I have to
But
play
one,
LeBlanc as a
and
sub goal,
only
but
one
blah.
will be victorious.
At that Faker.
Welcome back to the Chase Center. Faker and Deft, so deserving of being the Mercedes-Benz featured matchup. And while they are the two most storied players stepping onto the stage today, they unfortunately
wish he
don't
was
get to lane
as
against
good.
each other.
Fuck
And so when
no.
it comes to breaking
No.
down the matchup, unless I like where Zale's head is at. I like where his
There
head
you
is
go.
at.
I ordered some corned
But
beef
let's go ahead and pretend
today
like they play the game the way
with
it should
some
be,
coffee.
okay? For the sake of argument, and
That's
I
gonna be
think
my
at this time
my
it is
food for
proper
today.
for us to start breaking
Coffee
down each
so
of
I
the
can
lanes. I'm
wake
gonna
up
start in the mid
like
lane, and while we
much more
discuss, I want
today
you at home in
and
chat
not
to be
gonna take an
spamming
afternoon
which
nap.
of the
So
two mids
it's gonna
you
be
think is
like
the better mid here and
resets
better
my
mid, 'cause everyone
sleeping
would answer Faker.
schedule
It's better mid
more.
at
No?
World
Yeah.
2022. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's why
Having 11 10 a.m. as my wake up
he just
time
garnered a couple votes.
usually
Yeah, I
is
think.
like
but that means it's our job to
going
explain
great,
why it
but
is that
baby
Zeka
steps,
should
you
be
know, baby
considered or
steps.
even a
Soon
part of
I'm
this
gonna
conversation
awake
in the
like
debate.
8
So
a.m.
we
now,
have to
you
start
know.
with the GOAT. I think that when we look at Faker, not only are his accomplishments incredibly impressive, but his talents are something that you just can't.
It's like an
afford to
anime story. That
underestimate.
is
The
true,
man,
though. That is true.
regardless of the season, the meta, the era, he always finds a way to have an impact. And early on in his career, it was about
Damn,
solo kills. It was
Faker's
about him
26.
being the superstar rather. And as he has grown as a player and as we've grown with him, we've watched him evolve his playstyle into not just being that, but being the heavy
Another
roller,
93
being able to play the
international.
team fights. It feels like that there is no element of the game that Faker cannot play right now.
Yeah, and one of the craziest things about Faker
Almost
to
feels
me
like
is acknowledging just how insanely difficult it is
It's
to
like
win
I don't
all
know,
world championships.
two people
Just a
like
single
in the
one.
same
There
in the
is
same
no
school.
other active player who has
Like,
more than one. If Faker wins 3
you
of his
know.
next 5 games, he will have 4.
I mean, it's
King
really
versus underdog,
incredible.
guys try
The
to climb
longevity that this guy has
up
had,
and they
the
had to
discipline
go
that it
back
actually
on.
takes
Yeah,
to
they have the
become
same
the best
school.
player in the world
Yeah.
and then
They have the
maintain it
same
for
school.
nearly a
They have the
decade
same year of their
at top
debut
level
and all
is
that.
truly unparalleled in our sport at all. It is just so amazing to see that he has been able to adapt his play year over year to always find a way to contribute to teams at the very highest level.
And by contrast,
Also, I might be AFK a little bit like 9 o'clock. Okay, chat. I don't know. I hope there's nothing going on at like that time. But because I also appointed my laundry
since his
today,
initial
so,
debut, his LPL
That's-
days, he was pretty shaky. Even this past LCK season, he was strong, but not like
Hello, Copy
nearly
Benji.
what
What
we've
is his
seen from
comparison
him
though?
at this tournament.
Mid
And
lane
he's
matchup.
such a huge part of how DRX got
Damn,
to
the
this
KD
matchup in the first
Faker's
place.
And I think that's why
like
it's so amazing is that
comparison
it is
to
so
be
surprising, right? That
pretty-
this guy was able to come out.
pretty
Yes, he
low
did have
compared
some
to
high highs in the
Zika, yeah.
LCK, but he had never been able to really maintain that
Zika.
level week over week. And for him to be able to come to Worlds and not only show us his highest level, but to be able to, I think, eclipse what he has shown us before, and then maintain it against the best players in the world, game after game after game after game, it is just astounding to see this player bring that level to Worlds.
And it's one thing to be good. There are a lot of good mid laners at this tournament, right? But this
All
man,
of them.
he had, yeah. He had 11 solo kills. 11 at the World Championship. Like, some people will sit there and they'll try to brush that off as, oh, I mean, who hasn't had a solo kill? Most of the pro players in this tournament. Like, he has 11 against some of the best mids in the world, 4 of which were against the reigning world champion in Scout. Like, that's just only a small part of what is Zeka right now at this tournament. His meteoric rise throughout this tournament, it is so difficult to really quantify how talented he has become, contrast to what his expectations were.
Yeah, that solo kill number might be a small part, right? But to your point about the opponents that he's been able to do it to, that to me is the bigger piece of the puzzle, which contributes to this conversation about why he is so good. He's gone through Xiaohu, Knight, Scout, Chovy, and he's got the GOAT left.
Yeah,
and Lawson. And sorry. Nicely done.
This has been the path. This has
Yeah,
been
that's
the
you,
path
that's
for
you.
Zeka here.
That's you.
Grim Zeka on his way
Oh
to the
my
World
God.
Championship. He's got one more door he's knocking on, but he's got some pretty fierce competition behind him.
Unreal.
It's a tough door to open, that last one, but if you can.
And this is something that has been so impressive to me, is that Zeka, people try to encapsulate him as, first, okay, well, he's maybe just a good melee player. Maybe he can play this matchup or that matchup. But when he played against Chovy, he was able to create massive lane
Faker play
advantages,
Ari
game over
in
game.
this world?
And he did it in a way that, to me,
he
was
play?
so impressive because it was through the fundamentals. He's constantly applying Airy. He's constantly applying Scorch. By the time the Herald crashes in
So
the
that
first
if
tower,
you win,
missed only
you can
5
finally
out of possible
do like an
114 CS.
Ari
Wow.
skin.
It's absolutely remarkable. He's never overspending mana. He's using almost exclusively auto attacks to get those last CS, using the W, which is his lowest mana
that's
cost
a
ability,
pretty
to
neat.
constantly be applying Oblivion or healing debuff, to constantly be applying that Scorch and that Airy, and to chunk Chovy down. He non-stop keeps the push, takes 2 plates solo against
But I
Chovy.
don't think
This guy
so.
who is considered to be, by most, the best laner in the world, he just straight up Chovy. Like, he beat him with the fundamentals. When I went back to watch this game, I was expecting, okay, there's going to be that moment where it's that backbreaker, where Chovy makes a big mistake, and then all of a sudden, all right, well, now you can't compete because you're too far behind. It never happened. He just played the whole lane perfectly. It's really, really incredible to watch.
And this was actually so important to DRX taking this game, right? Because if you remember, they had the
Damn,
King
he
Bus pushing
abused
bot lane that they
the
wanted to get ahead,
silence.
and then they
Jeez.
messed that up a little bit, and it was off of Zeka's mid
By
pressure that they're able to
his
get the
W,
Red
and
Herald
that's
that's gonna come
it.
in and crash, and they were
W
able to
and then
take over the
auto
game
attack
from
by
there.
I
the
saw a lot of people hand waving. Well, it's the matchup.
It's not
Ari's
depending on the
ultimate.
queue,
So I went
depending
and
on the
actually looked. The
W.
global average at 10 minutes, Ari across all pro play is up on average 3 CS. So as the tower gets killed right here, this is about 10-15 into the game.
Faker
He is up
didn't play
27
Ari yet?
CS
Damn.
and 940
Imagine.
gold.
Imagine if he plays Ari in this finals.
This was not
And they
a
lost.
standard matchup. This was incredible dominance against, again, let me say it, the best laner in the world, Chovy. It's just remarkable, and he did it every game, not necessarily to this degree, but he laned incredibly well against him in all matchups. And again, this was not him on the Salus. This is him playing a range matchup, which is one of the things he was criticized for largely in the LCK.
Yeah, and I think that's super important as well, right? Like, I'm glad you chose this matchup specifically because his laning was not only stupendous, but it was on the Ari, and then in the previous quarterfinals when we did see EDG be like, okay, we'll just take Akali and Silence out.
Solo kill.
He actually came out with like a really strong Azir performance as well. So he's grown so much as a player that now we can't just say, oh, it's the Akali, oh, it's the Silas, like people were kind of saying during play-ins when he was popping off then.
He's had to stretch and evolve
The
so much,
usual?
but what a success story it's been here at Worlds
The
so far. Now, while you
the
in chat
usual mid?
continue to vote, Zeka
It's
is
gonna
going to
be
share his
fucking
thoughts on
Rice
the
and
challenge of the
Azir.
unkillable Demon King.
안녕하세요. DRX에서 미드를 맡고 있는 제카 김건우라고 합니다. 일단은 저희가 이제 선발전부터 이제 결승까지 올라오면서 많은 일들이 있었는데 결국에 저희가 다 이기면서 많은 성장도 했고 그걸 바탕으로 좀 더 많이 잘해줬다 생각해서 일단
He's
오늘
19,
경기까지
right? He
이겨서
looks
이제는 솔직히
much
두려울 것도 없고
older, not gonna lie.
일단 오늘 경기 이긴 거에 대해서는 아직까지도 솔직히 약간 현실성 없고 약간 실감이 안 되는데 결승에 올라간 것도 너무 좋고 그래서
And then what Faker will play?
잘할 것 같아요 결승까지.
He will pick like his usual like
일단은 페이커
champo,
선수가
you know?
이제 롤 역사상 제일 위대한 선수고 이제 제가 약간 도전하는 그런 입장이라서 제가 끌어낸다기보다는 그냥 약간 도전하는 마음으로 가게 될 것 같습니다. 근데 제가 잘한다면 판당 5번은 내보도록 하겠습니다. 신도 피를 흘린다는 걸 제가 직접 보여드리겠습니다.
Okay.
The confidence in
Whenever I see Daph, I see my friend.
I was gonna say, would you not have that
He
confidence?
kinda looks like my friend.
But I will say, one thing that has impressed me about DRX is how they're not letting the pressure of what they've done get to them. It's not like, oh yeah, we're the 4 seed. We'll never beat Gen G, the 1 seed from the LCK. Oh, we'll never beat Faker. They're saying, actually, no, we're just having fun, not really acknowledging what's happening and how well and fondly they will look back on this in 5 years if they pull it off. And they're just in the moment, which is, I think, super key.
The cool thing I thought got from that was how he says, like, it's more like I'm challenging him than dethroning him. So even like the line, like, oh, gods can bleed, like he's still giving so much respect to Faker and his history.
I just think we are witnessing history either way, right? It is Faker returning to the throne, or it is what I believe to be a new mid lane god being born, right? You know, this is one of the most impressive, if not, arguably the most impressive international debut from a player ever. And to cap it off by taking down the undisputed greatest player of all time in the mid lane is nothing short of a storybook ending.
I just keep having this image of
Honey
the
love
Rise music video
your
where
right
Ambition
side.
mounts the tower, and then he sees Faker
I thought,
there,
I thought
and
it
now
was
it is
you,
a
me
new
too.
challenger inside the arena, and it's still with Faker on his rise.
Not gonna
That is
lie,
how he
people
got
do
the
be
final, right? Like,
not
the
like
storyline is too
using
perfect,
you,
and Zeka is setting us up for the perfect. I mean, depending on your perspective, either
Or
the
playing
protagonist
against
or
you, me.
antagonist.
Right. Ambition had to climb a mountain. Zeka just had to enter the arena. But either way, they are set up to do battle here in some sort of a coliseum.
Those planes took him a long way.
That's true.
Yeah. Who's to say he wasn't flying them?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I have no evidence one way or the other. Let's take a look at what chat had to say when it came to these two mid laners, Faker and Zeka. You know what?
Closer.
Well,
than
while
I
this
thought,
goes to expectation in terms of which player would get the majority of the vote, chat, you were concerned that this was going to be a landslide here.
We did a lot of Zeka campaigning just now.
Okay.
And I think collectively as Ale, especially with the laning, is
I fucking knew it, fucking biased.
future in politics. It's
But I
Faker does
guess
the
people
opposite. I thought it
would
be
pick
almost 80-20
Faker than
because of
Zika. I
his
mean,
reputation and because of how many
understandable.
people want him to
Yes.
win, but it also shows the power of the underdog story. There are so many DRX signs, DRX chants. I don't think these are all like, yeah, I was really supporting them when they were 9-9 in the LCK. It's because of their run so far at Worlds that they've gained these fans.
And let's not forget that it wasn't like it was an easy road for Faker to this point either, right? Well, I say it not an easy road. Of course, in terms of results, 3-0, 3-1, top the groups. Like, Faker still had to prove himself that he is not washed.
Make it
He is not
5
just a
games.
name
Make it
that
game
cannot
5,
play the
bro.
game. The reactions that we saw from him, the decision-making that we saw from him in his semifinals against JDG. Like, Kobe and I were laughing about it in the cast because he was still stop-watching the Malphite ultimates, right? He was still flashing and reacting to plays like he was back, like he was young again, right?
I
And
would
the man
like to
hasn't
have
lost
a
any
game 5
reflexes,
for this
and the depth
World's
in his champion pool,
finals.
there are only
I don't want to
good
make it
things
like
to say about this
landslide, you
man.
know?
And it is not as
Like
Zek is
3-0.
coming in
Make
as the
it like,
favorite.
I'm okay
Zeka
with
has
like
had to prove
3-1.
that he is at the level
But like,
to challenge
but
the
like the
god that is
better
Faker.
better is
Faker's
like
without a doubt a
3-2.
different player than he was 10 years ago, you know, when
Nothing
he
to
started playing
spice
League of
up.
Legends,
Silver
but he is
scrapes,
still
you know?
the greatest player in League of Legends history. We're going to step away for a brief moment. When we return, though, we're diving deeper into this historic matchup, so don't go anywhere.
Almost there. I did a 3-2 prediction. Oh yeah. I did like 3-0 though. No, I'm not sure about my predictions. I actually forgot what I picked in the pickets. I know that T1's gonna win it that I put. Wait, my food is here. Good thing. It's like almost time too. Wait, I'll be here, chat. Okay, chat, I'm back. Got my food. Ready for the ceremony. Know that. Gabby? Yeah, I ordered some corned beef. Then I'm gonna make a coffee for myself. There is cream, coffee mate, and sugar. Thank God. I like cream. Thank. 1 minute left. Let's go. Let's go. Mahal na Jabi, yeah. Sadly. But like I like how they make their corned beef. So that's for today. This is like the first time not really the first time, like it's been a while since I ate like the corned beef one. Because I don't wake up really early to go to breakfast. Now I'm craving too. Nice. If you guys need to eat, please do, okay? Thank you so much for the follow, Brody Ivan69. Welcome to the Sprouts View. Wow, thank you. Let's go! Let's go! Ceremony time!
Welcome back to Worlds at 2022
let's
in
go!
the Chase Center as we gear up for T1 versus DRX. A quick note for those of you at home.
How are they gonna do ceremony today, huh?
Ceremony just means we have a little bit more time to talk about.
God fucking damn it! It's not even ceremony yet. Like hello?
For the next 15 minutes.
Are you guys
15 more minutes? Delay.
I think Anders is the I have no musical talent, so I'll be no help in that.
I just need fake drummers and fake bass player, and I'm good.
I'll do the fake bass.
Someone give me a triangle.
Dude, Emily as a bassist would be dope. I would love to see that. All right, let's dive back into it. We talked a whole bunch about the mid laners. Let's jump over to the other solo lane. It's Zeus, versus Kingen. And we teed this up a little bit earlier, Vedius, kind of talking about how...
Nice. More time to eat and make coffee. So if you guys need to eat now or get your food or something like that while we're watching, that's not. I think now is the best time.
Just kind of came onto the scene and
so that is when you finish your food now and all that, you can finally, you know.
He's demonstrated at this World Championship. Just the precision of sidestepping. Absolutely
okay.
Every ability.
Goddamn sidestepping, bro.
Exquisite from Zeus.
But I also think even being in this situation in the first place is a difference in style from the T1 that played 6 years ago, where they were on the weak side. He still took a fight. That made him low, so that made him diveable. Instead of just saying, hey, they're on your side of the map,
Thank
play
you
safe.
for the get hydrated, Mikhail says, don't worry, I'm making coffee.
Because they have the confidence that they are better.
And I think it's so cool that you point that out, because that was considered the LPL style of playing League of Legends, right? And for a number of years, it had been the LCK trying to catch up as a region.
Thank you so much for the follow. Kitsune Miki Ritsu, welcome to the Sprouts View. Wow, thank you.
Of extremely mechanically gifted players, that's highlighted on both teams, honestly. Because they know that yes, they can play the map and they can make the smart moves, but they can also outplay you in the 2v2s. They can also outplay you in the 2v3s, and they're not going to back down from the challenge when it presents itself.
And I think that Zeus, this tournament, was already hyped up to be one of the best top laners in the world. And the expectation was he would have an opportunity to prove himself and see how he stack ranks against the world. And the fact that we were given that matchup against 369, that was, in my opinion, two of the best top lane performances that we've ever seen in a single matchup. Like, 369 was giving absolutely everything that he had, and Zeus was there, and they were going back and forth consistently throughout the series.
You know, all that said, Kingen, not to be outdone, kind of reminded everybody that, you know, while Zeka might be racking up solo kills in the mid lane, I can do similar things up there in the top lane, and sometimes I'm more unlikely champions.
Yeah. Is an Ornn solo kill worth more than a Yone solo kill?
I think it is, actually. The gold value on an Ornn
Coffee mate, so good.
I don't know.
Where is my...
That's what I just said.
Do we have the clip? Of
Kinda don't want to use my
got the
hands
clip.
anymore.
We should have
It's
the
so
clip of King
be
and
messy.
ultimately having
Has
an
anyone
incredible
seen the
semifinals. We're looking for a clip. Okay, we found the clip. We found the clip. This was Kingen stepping up in a way that I think many people didn't expect. Like, his performance in this semifinals was incredible, and this is another clip that we were able to pick up. Look at Kingen and his setup of the play here. The 3-man barrel into the perfect team fight. The 5-man Varus ultimate off the back of that as well just demonstrates how DRX have evolved as a team. That top side of the map was not as reliable as it has
The
been
wording,
so far this
what
World
wording?
Championship, and it feels like the DRX just have more options of where they can play through on the map.
Yeah, it's actually so important that Kingen has showed up at this tournament. We covered this at the top of the day as well, but the big thing is Kingen actually was, like, his debut was pretty hyped. Like, people were really excited to see him come out, and he didn't, like, you know, Zeus came out, people like Chronicler were watching him in Challengers being like, I can't wait until this kid debuts. Like, he's gonna be great. Kingen kind of had the same thing, didn't really deliver on it, and I think the most impressive thing for him on DRX now is, like you saw in that Dragon fight, how well he's been able to set up and coordinate with his team and the communication that they seem to have.
And I think the reality is every one of these players has been playing incredibly well. It's just hard to not get overshadowed sometimes by a player like Zeka's performance, right?
Yeah.
You know, Kingen has been amazing. He's just silently smurfing in the background.
Not gonna
right?
lie, that's
He's
just
being
like
able to consistently
wearing
make great
something
opportunities for his team.
normal
He's been able to
now. I
really
think the
go up
last
from the top
time,
lane,
the
he's able
last
to step
time
up
he
when it really
did,
matters, and
I
it's
think
so
it was like
important to have these
Worlds
players
2021,
all
right? He has
having
like
their moments, all
gold
being able to
flakes
step
in
up.
his
Because
hair.
it would
I'm
have
like,
fallen
what is
apart
that?
because
Is that
so
like a
many of these tough teams people
pangmayaman na
play.
dandruff?
When we look at his road to get to this point, Flandre in the quarterfinals, Doran in the semifinals. When you look at the other side with Breathe and 369, you would quite easily argue that Zeus has had the harder
that
of the road
Dash is not
getting to this point.
wearing
That's not
something
to say that Kingen hasn't
new,
demonstrated
I guess.
what he's capable
Bougie
of. but this
dandruff,
will be his
yay!
ultimate test as a
The
player.
gold
Because when we
flakes,
look
right? I'm
across
like, what the fuck
board,
is this?
This is one of the lanes where it feels like overwhelmingly T1 have the advantage, and Kingen is going to have to continue to show up if he doesn't want to be a detriment to his team.
Bougie?
1000% agree, but that's where I'm actually going to harken back to, I think, words that Cadrell uttered during
Yes,
that
like
previous
a
series,
Sash
best
now,
series
though.
that Kingen has ever played, calling it out right
Ah, this
then
is
and
much
there.
better
So
than the
exactly kind
Bougie
of trajectory
dandruff.
you want to be on if you're going to be able to challenge Zeus in the finals.
Well, and I think that's kind of the beauty of being the underdog literally every single step of the way, right? Is that it's like, is it really any more intimidating to be going up against T1 when no one thought you would beat Gen G?
Oh my God,
no
I
one
can
thought you
hear
would
the
even make it to
cheering
Worlds,
now.
No one thought you would do anything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, any one of you guys plays League recently? How's Keisante? How's Keisante? Did anyone play Keisante? Because I never played Keisante. I think this is like the first time a champion that I don't really that care.
What's interesting is when you look at their stats, they are actually very similar. Kill participation at 14, their K+A in the early game, their overall CSD is where you see slight differences, in the jungle proximity is where you really start to see the stark contrast.
He's
But the main
tanky.
reason for this
He's
is 'cause
okay
these
though.
junglers
I think
offer very similar
they
roles
said that
for their
he's okay
teams.
being
Often they'll look to try and get
support
those ganks,
because
they
he was in
prioritize
top,
trying to get
right?
their
And then
lanes
he's
ahead.
okay with
But that's
support
not to
as
say
well.
that they can't be carried themselves. When we look
Good
at the
morning.
champions that they actually
Sakura-
bring
Sakura-
onto the Rift,
Sakura-
one of the biggest
Sakura-
differences that we
Sakura
see between the two
Mori.
of them is some of the global impact that we get from Owner and some of his individual playmaking on the Lee Sin, with
Damage
the
is
kindred
mid, but
answer
heavy tank.
into
Oh,
the graves
okay.
for the side of Pyoshika. When he gets his hands on
So
the
it's like
champion,
it's like
this is where we get
Rel.
to see him
It's
really
like
be one of
Rel,
those
like
big
is
superstar
the
carries for
damage
team.
like
Yeah,
really
Jack Quaid
meh
was
but
out
heavy
earlier
tank
in
or
his
something
draft
like that?
comparison on red side and blue side, but the fact
Can they
that
make
Pyoshik,
something like
because
a
Pyoshik is the kindred
bruiser
mark,
kind of
right?
type?
Like he was a kindred one trick off the ladder.
Instead of just
it's
heavy tank?
actually really huge that he has this matchup. It's opened up a lot of more.
But yeah, I
draft flexibility to
never
DRX, in
like
addition
look
to
upon
these creative
look
pushing
that
lanes
much on
that they like to
Keisante.
play. And while I don't
Because
think
it's been a while since I played
either
League.
jungler is probably going to be the
I forgot how to
standout,
play
like,
League,
carry
not gonna
performer
lie.
for each
It's been
team.
so long.
I am looking forward to seeing how they facilitate their lanes and who has better
Oh, look
jungle
at
to
the
lane
Zion
communication,
Rakan.
coordination, because I do think that both of
Tangina
these
nyo,
junglers have
magbe-break din
improved
kayo.
significantly in that department specifically.
To me, that just speaks to the wealth of carries that we have out there on the stage, and
Yeah.
that for each of the
Is
junglers
that a
really is just
Zoe?
about facilitating those lanes.
That's
The one
a
lane we
Zoe
haven't spoken about
cosplayer!
just yet there, Jat, is of course the
Sana
bot lane.
masarap
We got
ulam
Gumayushi
mo
on one
later.
side, we have Deft on the other.
Yeah, and even the story between these two, Gumayushi is still so much younger than Deft. There's almost no other
Why
carry
is there-
as experienced in the world as Deft. And they both have some huge moments at this World Championship, but Gumayushi in particular has had a couple
I don't know, man.
saving team fights. He had that one against RNG, and this one in particular, where if he doesn't pull this off, maybe they don't even make it to this series.
And I can't stress enough how much of a struggle kind of he and Keria had compared to expectations. Keria was pretty open about dealing with symptoms from long COVID.
Holy shit,
but the fact that
Gumayushi.
come out and have such
Gumayushi!
a massive team fight performance like
And then
this in such a
Keria
huge
just
series,
decided
part of
to,
the
you know,
another part of the reason why T1 is
to
here
bait
is because
them.
their bot lane people are like, okay, it's
They're
spring
still-
T1 again.
they're
They're
still-
hyper-aggressive.
Yeah.
They're murdering people all over
Chasing.
the map. And Guma is such a huge part of it.
Well,
I saw
think,
that,
you know,
I
it
saw
does-
that
does
highlight. It's
not do
actually
him
pretty
justice
funny.
to kind of skip over the struggles that he did have.
Yeah.
right?
They
Because
literally,
you just watch
they
MSI
literally
finals,
like
you're coming
made
in, you're
them
like, yep, Guma's
stop
the best
recalling
MSI.
so that they
Still
can
the
push
best
through.
now. Great.
Right.
Pretty good.
You know, he didn't really, I think, fit well in the current meta that was in Summer Split. You know, he had his struggles.
I
There was
hope
a lot
Zoe
of
wins
criticism levied
XD.
towards him, and
I'm a
granted,
Zoe
he
main.
was
It's
actually
just
one of
so
the big question
fun.
marks for
People
T1.
get so
But he
chilled by the
silenced all
bubble,
the
and her
doubters. He was
voice
again
lines are
playing
so
at that peak
cute when
level,
she sings
and that
about
is one of the
chocolate
big reasons
cake.
the team
Lol,
is here
ano
today.
chocolate
On the
cake?
other
She
side of the
doesn't
matchup,
say
Jack, is,
chocolate
of course,
cake.
Deft,
Like
a near
moon cakes
10-year
every goddamn
journey
time.
to
She's
this
super
world
random, but
play.
also smarter than she looks.
Caught-
Just like
actually,
me,
no, he's able
XD
to hit one very
Korea.
past him. The return, and they end up cleaning up this fight and taking a big lead. But this is the big thing to show the experience difference between the two players.
When you look internationally,
Mayushi,
it's
let's
pretty
go.
incredible what Deft has been able to do. And the fact that he was cursed for so long of not being able to get past quarters, and then within Guma's first year, he's already at World Semis. People even touting that he's probably going to make finals. Like,
Must be nice.
again, it's a difference in terms of perspective. And we now get the young gun, the hot-headed, ready to go prove himself versus the veteran, the calm, the collected Deft, looking to hold his own against the Titan and aggression that Guma's bringing to the ring.
Of course, they're not doing it alone, Emily. We've got to fold in our supports, the X factors for these duo lanes, Keria and Beryl.
Yeah, I love both of these supports, by the way. We're going to bring up a little champion look.
Oh, I like
Something
Keria,
we'll
but I also
find
like
very
Beryl.
hard out.
Beryl's really good
actually
too.
has the most unique champion picks of any
That's
support
Yumi.
this year at Worlds and last year at Worlds. So this is a consistent thing throughout his career.
Beryl's really good.
And Keria, like I said before,
Keria's really good too.
Every champion
But
in Keria's
not gonna
hands
lie,
can be an
if
engaged
you want me
support.
to pick
There's a reason why people call him the
which
best
is like a better
in the
support,
world.
I think it's
And
Beryl.
both of these teams love
Keria's
the
good too.
flexibility that their supports give
But
them. And
Beryl-
additionally,
Beryl's,
the shared champions, you'll see
what's it
Soraka
called?
and Heimer
Leona,
there. They
pretty
both
scary.
love having that push in the 2v2 lane bot.
I like
And
Beryl
as
because
a-
he's a gotcha
a dog
whaler.
fan,
Oh
to see
yeah!
Beryl
Yeah,
being,
it
like,
is.
basically kicked from the roster. It was sad.
The reason
'cause I
where
felt
a
like there
player
was
took the
criticism
wrong
around his
spin.
performance.
Come on.
Would he even be able
Imagine
to find
if
a strong
Faker
team?
used
The
a
fact that he's
spin
been able to join DRX alongside Death and have the growth
in
that he's
finals,
had,
they will
it's
like,
been incredible to watch.
wow! Faker used a
And
skin
we can see the
finally.
opening ceremonies
He's
almost
not
ready to
gonna, he's
start.
not gonna
One
use
note
it,
about
by
these
the
World
way.
Finals, it's Beryl's
He's
third
known
World
for
Final,
he's known for
but those
using
were COVID
the
years
classic
where you
ones.
didn't have the spectacle
What is
before
that?
the match.
Ooh.
It's gonna just do crazy things to their nerves and
Let's
their
see the-
adrenaline.
let's see
Faker
the-
has been
no,
here
let's see
before,
the
and
ceremony,
team's
bro.
ability to stay calm throughout this will be
My
critically
favorite
important.
part of
There you
Worlds.
have it. We've run through every single one of the matchups. We've given you the stories of each of these teams over the course of the year, over the course of the histories of those organizations. On one side, we have T1, the winningest organization in the history of League of Legends. On the other side, it's Deft and DRX looking to take them down and start a dynasty of their own. With all that settled, it's time to get down to the stage for the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard.
Selfie! Come, Cordy! Let's go! Just like me, for real, for real. Oh! Let's go! My favorite part of Worlds. that out. Very, very long. Okay. Very, very long. More countdown? Okay. Guess we have to wait for another minute. Let's go! Timer for another timer. Not gonna lie, the countdown here is not that as a hype as the KDA one. The KDA one and the true damage is pretty hype. Okay. But the KDA one's really good. What?
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before.
Ah, the call! I'm like so confused. Okay. Already there? Okay, dancers. Is it oh yeah, holograms, yeah. Oh, I remember the true damage one is so good because of the holograms. Whoa, 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 whoa. Huh?
For the beat and the broken, for the lost and forsaken, let us never surrender. Now we rise unto the call.
Hologram Kaisa! Where's Lil Nas? Oh, Empyrean! I still haven't bought the lock skin. I think that's the only one I'm gonna buy the lock skin.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I passed. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin. No one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline.
Where's luck?
Yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Back to the future.
Okay, okay. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh! I thought the whole stage is moving. It's the camera that is moving.
Well, it's not me to turn and run at the bitter truth, and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's
DY MasterCard!
see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline.
They said some skills look like, but yeah, I heard. Like Jin's W can blind you for some reason. Lore accurate Jin though. True. I mean, I am gonna buy
for you, ready to leave it all on the rift. While both teams hail from Korea's LCK, their roads to the Summoners Cup could not be more different. It is my distinct honor to introduce to you your 2022 League of Legends World
Whoa, what was that
Championship
shake?
finalists.
and
Here in the finals, for the first time as an organization,
production.
bringing new blood and old to the ultimate field of battle. Give it up for DRX!
Oh my god, this mic is speaking.
In the top lane, Kingin! Roaming the jungle, Pyosek!
It's Mike! What the
In
fuck?
the mid lane, give it up for Zeka!
Ba't sila nang bubugbog? Ano ba?
10-long-year journey to the finals. Let me hear it for Deft! And by his
Yeah,
side
it's
is
showing your phones.
Pharaoh!
What Zoe
On the
cosplayer?
other side of the rift is a team that is no stranger to this stage. Back in the finals for the first time since their dynasty was struck down
Base?
in 2017 and looking to start their reign anew. It's T1!
Let's go!
In the top lane, Zeus! In the jungle, Owner!
Okay, bro.
And the king, looking to reclaim his crown and put a fourth trophy in his case. Give it up for Faker!
Baker! Okay, King.
Next to him, their AD carry. Let me hear it for Guma Yushi.
Let's go! Guma! Yeah!
And finally, his support, Carrier.
I like when pros do this. Like they're so awkward
The
sometimes.
stakes are clear, and this is the final score to settle. One team will leave this arena world champions. The other looking back at what could have been. Give it up one more time. San Francisco, it's DRX and T1.
Sana okay ka lang, Dash.
T1. 2016년 마지막으로 롤드컵이 미국에서 열렸을
It is less hype, yeah.
우승했습니다. 6년이 지난 지금 페이커는 어린 팀원들을 이끌고 다시 한번 우승에 도전합니다.
Thank you so much for the follow. I am Med. Welcome to the Spouse View. Wow, thank you, Baker!
사실 결승전에 오기까지 굉장히 오래 걸렸고 또 우승하고 싶은 마음이 그동안 컸던 것 같아요.
첫 결승전을 앞두고 있는데 뭔가 이 결승에 오르는 상상을 너무나도 많이 했어서 아직도 뭔가 꿈꾸고 있는 것처럼 실감이 나지 않는 것 같아요.
My high school days in Mapo High School.
마포고등학교.
Oh my god, this is
그
a
학교에
backstory.
조용하고 수줍음 많은 두 소년들이 입학합니다.
The
그리고
backstory.
리그 오브 레전드라는
The
게임이
lore.
그들의
There's
평범한
lore.
삶을 한두리째 바꾸게 됩니다.
학교에서 랭크 1등이
아니메
있다 이런 얘기를 들었어서 그때 처음 알게 됐던 것 같아. 그 선수보다 내가 더 잘해줘서 제일 잘하는 학생이 되고 싶다 그런 생각을 많이 했던 것 같아.
2013년도 때 데프트 선수랑 같은 게 데뷔했었는데
운명이라도 되는데
같은 곳에서 시작해서
다른 길을 걸어와.
Why it feels like they're saying that this is the end? Like, I mean, it is finals, but like, there's next year. But okay. World's 2022 anime,
제가 엄청
yeah,
어릴 때?
indeed.
혁경이 이제 전성기를 달리고 있을 때 제가 롤드컵
Ah, I see,
시켜줄
I
테니까
see.
믿고 한 번만
I see. I didn't know. I
나한테
didn't know. Deb is
해달라고
retiring. Oh,
말했던
I
기억이
see. I
있는데
see. I see.
혁경 미안해 내가 우승할게 이해해줘.
Fuck! Now I am mixed. I am mixed
우승을 노리고
feelings now.
우승의 달콤함, 패배의 쓰라림. 절대로 우승을 놓치지 않을 겁니다.
Faker nearing the age of required military. I think Faker is exempted, if I remember, because he made because in order to be exempted in like military service in Korea, you have to get like something like a trophy or something to give to Korea, which is what happened to Faker, which is he is like 3-year champion in Worlds, and also BTS as well. BTS also exempted from military service because they gave awards to Korea. So yeah.
끝날 수 있게 혁경의 춤을 완성시켜.
That's from what I know.
DRX가 영화 같은 여정을 밟아왔는데
A plot for a movie.
The movie's over.
마지막 댄스가 시작됩니다.
So anime.
And there you have it. Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk here in the Chase Center ahead of our 2022 World Championship Final between T1 and DRX. I almost need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah.
Made it back up here on the Analyst Desk
Have
with
you
Emily
ever
Bennington.
heard a louder cheer than what Faker got?
No.
No.
I've never heard a louder cheer in a League of Legends venue.
Yeah, we've been in a lot of venues.
My
Never,
friends are also
never have we hit
watching.
a decibel level that large, and never has it preempted the name. I mean, everyone knew where we were going, but if that doesn't describe
And
or
two
paint a
se-
picture
two
of
different
Faker's
servers.
legacy for you, I really don't know what will help you understand at that point.
Yeah.
I was legitimately getting emotional when
Yeah.
like the players were being called up, and you saw like the energy from the DRX players, and then when you said Def's name, and like everyone erupted, like a part of me was just like, damn it! Like there are so many people. We mentioned it earlier, and there are some people that are going to be like annoyed or frustrated that we keep going on about it, but they really are monoliths of our esport. Like they've been around for so long, and that feature did such a fantastic point of emphasizing where they started and where they are, and it's such an amazing story, and
From military
it's
service
really
to back
incredible to
here.
be
Oh.
here to get them
So much
to see
lead
them
and
play
carrying
against each
the
other
team,
today.
huh?
Like it's both bittersweet and
He's an
amazing
AD carry
because you know only
first.
one will walk away the victor.
That's exactly
but
right.
you know that like this is one of the best world championships that I think.
Just kidding.
have
I
ever
hope it
We've
feels
already said
better
it, we'll
though.
say it again because it bears repeating that at the center of this matchup are two players in Faker and Deft. I think we would do a disservice to them to not walk through their stories one more time before we get to the rest of the players, the teams, and prepare for that first game of the series. Let's start on the side of Deft, Emily.
Yeah, so we already talked about his history with MVP Blue turned Samsung Blue. The fact that they got the better of White all this season and then went to Worlds. White finally beat them en route to winning the title. Then Deft goes to EDG, and prior to getting on EDG, he was known as a phenomenal team fighter, but a little bit shakier in lane. And I think the big thing that I want to stress about how dominant EDG were domestically, they also won the MSI Trophy in 2015, is that Deft, in his time with Mako, turned into not only a phenomenal team fighter, but a phenomenal laner. Now we see the series that still breaks my heart to this day that I brought up at the top of the day. Deft on KT Rollster eke out this particular win in the base race, but end up losing the series. A lot of people highlighted that.
I will still call him the she, even though
series
it's
of that
really the
2018
shy,
Worlds,
but
the
the she.
in-hip respawn just this past year. And again, like, they said in the preview, right? Like, this seems like something out of a movie, right? Like, Deft and his team coming out of nowhere. No one thought they would be here.
The Shy is
Beating
actually really
EDG,
scary.
his former team, on his birthday against Scout and Mako, who he played with. The fact that they are here, the fact that he has such a storied history, it hasn't always been smooth sailing, right?
I mean, that moment there, right, as you talked about it, it feels so scripted. It's one of those things you see in a movie and you go,
He's the she now from now on.
Movie, it doesn't happen in real life, but then sports happens, and you get these incredible moments, and that inhibitor play alone, within like 60 seconds, my heart broke into a million pieces, and then was put back together again, to watch Deft then break down himself on the stage in the interview. But across from him is the most decorated player in League of Legends. So Jack, this is no small feat. You've made it all the way to the finals, but you've got to go through a god.
Yeah, Faker has 3 world titles. If he wins, he has 4. No other active player has more than 1. That's how hard
Oh my
it is
god,
to
I'm
win
so
a League of Legends World
nervous.
Championship.
I
First
am
one
so
happened
nervous
in North
'cause-
America at the
oh
2013
god.
World Championship. It was a
I have
massive
no
moment. He
idea
missed
who to
Worlds in
win,
2014,
who I'm
and then
rooting
went on to
for.
perhaps
It's
the
like
most dominant
literally-
run in League of Legends history.
literally-
2015, they win again, only dropping a single
I
game.
have no idea, not
2016,
gonna
they
lie.
have a tough semifinals, and then another
I have no
5-game
idea
finals,
if
but
it's
he
gonna
wins
be
his third
DRX or
championship.
T1.
2017
I like
may have
T1,
been his
but
best
also
Worlds
the
run ever, but he didn't win
retiring,
the finals,
so
and now 5 years later, he
Oh
is
yeah, did you guys
again.
see? Did you guys see one of the posts that Faker died to
What's
a
crazy
blue
to
buff?
me is I think the only accomplishment
Few days
that Faker
before,
doesn't have,
before
which no one has, is to win everything.
finals. So much.
He's come really close quite a few times to the record, but that's the only thing that'll allude to.
turning
that
off my
even this
aircon.
year He won't be able to get it, but
So I
to
can
say
use
that
it
that is
later.
the only thing that he's short of is truly incredible. As the players will now be making their way to the stage as we get ever closer to our first match of the day.
Oh, absolutely. Love seeing DRX load onto the stage with plenty of cheers and fan support behind them. I think it's no secret to them that they're the underdogs, but that has been what has fueled them throughout this tournament so far. The fact that they could be that surprise team. The fact that, they're taking the wins as they come and they're riding
What the fuck is this
that
copy
high
pasta
towards
now?
their peak play.
Who is Faker? For the blind, he is the vision. For the hungry, he is the broccoli. For the thirsty, he is the water. If Faker thinks, I agree. If Faker speaks, I'm listening. If Faker has one fan, it's me. If Faker has no fans, I don't
It was
exist.
not healthy for the team, and they were struggling to know what to do. But then
This
the
is
coach
my
comes
new
in and
copy
he says,
pasta now for Paak
we need
Gaming.
to stop
Who
thinking
is
about
Paak Gaming?
what, it's possible, and we need to just start living in the moment. We need to start focusing on what is ahead of us. And if we lose, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that we do our best and we have a good time doing it. And Pioshik talked about how that was a big mental shift for him, where he no longer thought about what he was doing wrong, and instead he only thought about doing his best and making sure that as long as he put everything on the table, that he could walk away happy. And it feels to me like that all of the players have just done that. They've put their heart and soul on the table, and they've shown what they can do. And so far, every single time it has been enough to get them to this point.
I think it's really interesting because in an additional interview, also with Ashley Kong, Depth talked about how one of the things he's realized at this tournament.
I mean, they're
specifically,
playing
also
now
could have come
together
from that discussion with their
as
coach, is that
enemies, you
it's
know,
not
fucking Naruto
about
Sasuke.
It's less
you know?
about the result than the journey. Like,
Yes.
it's finally him coming through and accepting, like, I am like having a good time. I have accomplished
Having
a lot,
a
and
good
obviously
time.
still he
Having
very
a
much
good
wants
time.
to win his first World's Trophy. But I thought it was really interesting to hear that coming out of him as someone who has, you know, been trying to push his way towards that World's Trophy and has
I wanna
yet to be
see that
successful.
Faker screen again, just out-tabbing everything.
We have to acknowledge as well, there's one other person out there looking for their 4th World Championship title, and that would be Bengi, just this time behind Faker in the coaching position.
It's so crazy to me, man. It's so
He's been
crazy
there for
to me.
all of them.
I mean, he was the magic man, you know? There was a period in time where there were questions like when T1 was struggling, he then subbed in, and then all of a sudden, the whole T1 changes. It was just, it's such an incredible history for both of these players that while Faker has been at the forefront, his loyal jungler has often been by his side.
Yeah, Faker was Batman, Bengi was Robin. It's
There
the
it is.
greatest example of League of Legends, and they
Aw,
won 3 World
Bengi.
Championships together. Even in years when he was splitting time with other junglers, they'd win the games when Bengi was in there, the blank years in 2016. And even though Faker has been close so many times, it is actually another one of those fitting storybook things that coming into the World Championship, T1 makes a head coaching change, promotes Bengi to the head coach position.
I like
Many
Gumayushi
people have
too.
noticed an improvement
Damn.
in drafts.
We'll
whether
see,
that's
we'll
better
see, we'll see.
collaboration or
Gumayushi's
better
really
driving
good.
from Bengi, nobody knows, but we do know that the drafts have gotten better, and they're 3 games away from winning another World Final.
Yeah, Faker may be the GOAT, but Bengi, don't forget, he is the jungle. That was the name that was bestowed upon him.
And can we just appreciate the fact that when you called Faker's name, he's silent. And, like, obviously the arena did not go quiet, but like that, what an incredible. He's given us so many moments throughout it. My favorite one being the role that he did. But like that's just another incredible moment for Faker to add to his collection, and like it's such a momentous occasion. I cannot wait to see these guys hit the Rift.
Under 10 minutes to go, roughly 6-7 minutes. Jad, I want to start talking about the approaches of these teams diving into the series, right? Game 1 can be super important in terms of determining the direction of things like the series meta and draft.
Yeah, so I have some draft graphics that were made because we know T1 is on blue side for game 1 and DRX is on red side, and we can possibly point to what they're going to be playing because DRX in their last series had the exact same red side
that
bans
Yumi
in
ban.
every single one of their red side games. Now,
That
it
Yumi
will
ban and that
depend a little
Lucian
bit
ban.
on who your opponent is, but in this case, as you can see, Yumi, Lucian, Caitlyn banned in every game, and also what Gen G was banning against them. Notice the Heimerdinger in all 3 games, and also the last game of the EDG series, and also large Aatrox respect. Going over to what T1 has been banning on blue side, it's going to be a lot more flexible because you don't have to deal with the Yumi, Lucian, and Caitlyn. So if we move to T1's blue side banning, we'll also get to see that the things that are banned against them on red side are somewhat similar. So I'm not expecting Yumi, Caitlyn to change from red side bans. That would be very, very pivotal. But this large amount of flexibility that T1 has, they can kind of go any direction they want because they're the most versatile team at the World Championship. My prediction for game 1 actually is that team at the World Championship. My prediction
like
for game 1 actually is
loading.
that at least one of these T1
Let me
bans is going
refresh
to
a
be
little bit.
Kindred.
And I think that what's interesting about
It's still doing it for some reason. Oh. Wonder!
the Aatrox ban on blue side tier 1, often people will sit there and go, well, why wouldn't they want to first pick it? Especially, or even leave it open when you look at a player like Zeus, and he's only come up with counters to the matchup, in particular his very well-known Yone, but often it happens because with red side, there's room, especially a team like DRX is willing to leave that open all the way to the end. Like, this is a team that will just hold off on trying to get Kingen the best possible matchup so that they don't give Zeus an opportunity to counter pick. So it's a dangerous pick to leave open, especially when there are other things that you definitely want to prioritize in the draft, which you often see from a team like T1.
And the other super interesting thing is I know we looked at the supports, right, and their champion pools. the bot lane 2v2 is going to be very curious to me, because in terms of looking at Lucian, Caitlyn Lux is something that not all teams play competently, but both of these teams can.
Yeah.
So that'll be super interesting. The Lucian Nami, whether that crops up, will be super interesting. And then we've talked about how DRX's ban strategies really revolved around them getting a pushing bot with something like the Ashheimer if they want to as a counter, or just establish,
as well.
yeah, yep, they pulled out the Ezreal Karma, which I also liked. I believe that was into Caitlyn Lux, if I remember correctly. But then it leaves, like, so if you try to target ban Zeka, doesn't work. They'll find answers elsewhere. And then having the Kindred pick into the Graves also makes this particular draft for DRX T1 really, really interesting.
I told some people in my house if they can like knock on my door if there's like a laundry.
Simply because the more that they can force things like that Heimer ban, the more it opens up Zeka. Now, granted, Zeka has expanded his pool even a little bit throughout the best of fives, reaching back towards things like the Ahri and the Azir, where most people were prepared to call him a two-champ, player with the Kali and the Sylas for his earlier performances in Worlds. But I do think there's a heavy importance on the DRX bot lane, showing something to T1 to convince them either the Heimer or the Ashe, something like that needs to be on the ban table and open Zeka up a little bit more.
For sure. I think the mid lane matchup is going to be really interesting because, we talk about the expected bans, and right now there is an established meta of like really powerful picks you can't afford to let through. I was speaking with Kadril yesterday, and I was like, what if you just drop the Caitlyn ban? And he looked at me and he was like, are you joking? Do you really want to give Caitlyn over to Gumayushi? This man's literally like undefeated on the champion all year long. Like, there's a lot, and the Rise. What do you do about the Rise thing? There's a lot of
about
questions,
Mr. Beast, right?
We're going to get
I'll post
answers
it on
to
gaming
as soon as
channel.
we get into the
Okay.
game.
Quite soon, in fact. And so it is that time that we turn our attention to predictions, starting with the MasterCard fan predictions. Here at Worlds 2022, the fans have been pretty sharp in their predictions with a 70% prediction rate. T1, 76% of the vote. So over 3/4 of the fans think that it's going the way of T1. Any initial response to that? Kind of go to chalk?
About right.
You expected more?
It's about right. It's about right. T1 should be big favorites. They were dominant all year long. They faltered a little bit towards the end of the summer split, but other than that, they've been the best.
Oh God, look at that fan prediction! 76% on T1!
And in what series score?
Holy shit! Wait, T1, DRX, T1, 3-0, geez.
So quite interesting.
DRX 0, damn, that's a lot of DRX, not gonna lie.
3-0 for T1 from Max Atlas Anderson. Of course,
T1,
as well.
Oh, there's still a lot of T1 though, but a lot more
there.
DRX.
That's an
okay. I'm not wearing my glasses, so I was like, is that? He just put a picture of his
Hey,
dog
the
on?
flowers.
A lot of people predicting DRX, expect the 5 games, but Dracos and Gulborg fully committed on the 3-1 dominance from DRX. That's a lot of faith.
I'm actually surprised at how many DRX predictions are
that's a
here.
llama.
The two people
Why, there's a
I'm looking
llama?
at, though, are Atlas and Chronicler,
Yeah.
because they're the two LCK casters, and they both said 3-0 T1.
Yeah, see, for me, it is, of course, that it is evenly split and it feels good. I'm told the teams are ready to load into our World Final. So with that, it is my absolute pleasure to hand things over to Kadril, Kobe, and Captain Flowers.
Let's go!
Welcome, everybody, to the first
That
game
Yumi
of the 2022 World Final. I'm Captain Flowers, I got Kobe, I got Kadril next to me, and we're all ready, jumping into the draft. It's Akali and Sejuani banned by T1.
As
Meanwhile,
expected.
those draft demands mentioned by
Caitlyn?
Jet, the Yumi,
Caitlyn?
the Lucian, those are banned out by
Caitlyn?
DRX. We're expecting a Caitlyn here too.
Caitlyn?
Yeah, 2 bot lane bans
Is it
already
gonna be a
straight into
Caitlyn
the
ban?
deep end of the draft. Now DRX, do they really want to leave the Caitlyn open? The Ashe is taken away. Ashe Heimerdinger would be your pushing lane into the Caitlyn Lux.
Caitlyn
Bit of a
ban?
risk. Graves is open, Aatrox is
What?
open.
I know,
They could also
Caitlyn?
pivot and first
Oh
pick
yeah, it is a
something like
Caitlyn
Sylas or
ban.
Akali.
Yeah, I like it too because you can still pair a Heimerdinger with something like the Ezreal. We've seen it before with different AD carries.
Varus?
Insta locked here though for T1 right out of the gates. Guma has performed so
Guma
well.
Varus? Oh yeah, that's true. Okay. He has a really good Varus game.
Left other than Jhin, so he's gonna have to dig deep. Deft isn't that much of an Aphelios player. We saw his 3rd Draven game all time in this tournament when they were down 2-0. There's the Aatrox coming in for King, and Zeus probably gonna go something like Fiora.
Yep, the Aatrox has been a staple of top lane throughout this entire tournament.
I think they also have a high priority on this Silas that has gone through. When you ban out the Kali for one side here for T1, also raising that priority. Zeka has been a monster with it.
Yeah, I think the problem they run into with blinding Silas is they're going to face against Faker's Rise. I wonder if Faker will blind pick it regardless, but there's the Viego coming in from Piosik. Graves is still up as well, so I wonder if Owner wants to go in that direction.
Alrighty, T1, second part of the draft for him. Let's see what it's going to be to accompany that Varus. Remember, this AD carry is typically very vulnerable. Normally, you want the support to be able to protect, be able
Renata?
to save.
Oh, Yone. Okay, Renata, there you go.
Zeus' counter pick into the Aatrox. The Yone locked in for T1.
Yone's Owner.
Champion here in the first half for them.
The mechanics on this top lane.
Owner's Yone.
Everyone excited for this pick. Meanwhile, Keria has one entire series for T1 with this Renata pick.
Or
really,
Zeus.
really great ultimates
Zeus,
coming from him to bring that structure
Yone
to their
Zeus.
team fights.
Yeah.
And there's the Silas, baby.
Yeah, I know. I
for
think
Zeka.
it's a
He
Yone
throws it
jungle.
down versus Faker the God. And then you can protection ban it here
Silas
in the
mid.
next two bans. Really nice stuff from DRX.
See the Rise ban already coming through.
Really?
You think of Azir, you think of Victor as the last two remaining champs in terms of control.
Imagine
Imagine
if Faker did Renata mid.
Powerhouse pick for Zeus. And it was Varus that Keria was alongside in that bot lane matchup to dominate the lane.
Yep, we got the Rise banned away, the Rel banned out by T1, respecting Barrel's wide champion pool. There's the Graves banned out, recognizing that T1 still has that jungle role yet to pick. They do not want to deal with the Graves there with that Viego matchup. Ezreal will be the final ban of the draft for T1.
Oh my god!
Locked in game one.
Already Heimer.
Barrel's Heimerdinger shows its face again. We've seen time and time again that he doesn't need an Ashe by his side. We've seen Ezreal Heimerdinger come out from DRX. Now the question is, jungle pool is slightly pinched here a little bit too for Owner. Sejuani and Graves being down, Viego being picked away. What is his option for the draft? Go for Elysian by the looks of it. A lot of beauty champs still can't find those kicks.
Where's this Elysian going?
You love to see it, the style.
Also, so Zeus, Yone, and Owner Elysian?
Faker. What's it gonna be?
And then Azir.
Comes down again. Now, okay, so AD carry here. I think he missed fortune for depth.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be a jungle Yone, but okay.
Secret.
That's a good question. You think of Misfortune, you think of Jin. Kallista's up, but Kallista Heimerdinger doesn't sound the strongest. Sivir Heimerdinger, maybe not the best up against Azir with the long range. So I think something that can either go in or something that can set up. Pushing lane is all the DRX need here in the bot side. Sivir is going to be the answer. A bit short-ranged against the Azir, but Deft confident enough that that champion can get the push and keep the push in the mid-game.
When you're thinking of push, when you're thinking of AD carries, Sivir's always the one that first comes to mind for me, especially when you have these solo laners that have the capability of being a side lane threat, of being a 1v1 monster. Sivir to clear the waves feels great.
Do you know what's beautiful about these two comps? There's no front line. This is all just an Armageddon in team fights. If anyone can connect spells, there is so much follow-up from both sides, especially on T1.
The front line is your ability to outplay.
Yep.
That's it. It's not a health bar, it's your mechanics.
Which puts a lot more emphasis on these key big abilities. We mentioned, as soon as Keria locked in the Renata, that's something that can bring some structure to your team fight. If you get locked up in just a moment of CC, there's so much damage on both of these teams. Boom, instantly taken down.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
much
It
gonna
works
come
especially
down
on
to
Ashe.
execution.
There is a lot of
Heimer.
damage, and I think both
Heimer's of course is really
diving
annoying,
into
not
the
gonna
opposing
lie.
team's composition just looks really tricky, right? Renata, Azir in terms of pushback and hostile takeover. The Heimerdinger committing into a Heimerdinger Sivir seems tough. Getting on top of them is great, yes, but the damage output, like you talked about, Kobe, is extremely high.
And we have two big signature picks in this matchup. Zeus, of course, on his Yone, one of those melee champs that's going to have to navigate those difficult team fights. And Zeka, the breakout star of Worlds 2022, on his Silas.
Honestly, for me, he has been
I like the mini
individual
fan.
standout of the
Not
entire
even on!
tournament. He has been turning heads since play-ins.
He really has.
A big part of what got DRX here was his mastery of the current meta of that melee matchup with Silas, with the Kali.
Let's go!
Here we go then, on to Summoner's Rift for game one of the World's Finals. It's been 3,318 days since Faker won his first World Championship.
Kinda emoting the
1,050
EDG
games,
and
190 patches, and he's looking for another.
Genji
It's
there.
been a damn long time, but they're back here and ready to go. The arena is packed
The players are locked and loaded, and T1 and DRX are ready for their first conflict.
What an epic finals here. Everyone waiting on the edge of their seats for the greatest organization in the history of League of Legends. T1 and Faker versus DRX.
Thank you so much
The
for the follow.
greatest
Really,
underdog
Magic.
run in world
CXD. I don't know what is
the
Roman
World
for the
Finals.
what
They've
is
just
the
been
Roman
scaling
equivalent
throughout
for
the
the
entire
C.
tournament.
Thank you so much for the
Taking
follow.
down
Welcome
so
to the
many
front
of his
view.
former
Wow,
teammates.
welcome
DRX finding ways
leaders.
to topple
We're watching
teams
Worlds
like EDG.
Finals.
Now,
Yes.
Just a very standard level 1 here. Ward there
Hello,
in the river.
Wendell.
The pink place by
Long
Pyosik
time no
goes
see,
for the
Wendell.
normal health swap. Just gives a little bit of vision to Zeka to make sure he's safe in the early stages.
And definitely looking at junglers both starting bottom side.
117,
because
okay.
the top lane matchup is so volatile. Zeus is one of the few top laners that people have confidence to pick these sort of skill matchups into with that Yone on the top side. And we want to see if Pyosik or Owner will get there first to influence it. This can really snowball and damage the minion wave control afterwards.
All right, Pyosik gonna go ahead, clear out that Gromp second. Just go ahead, make sure he's maximizing that EXP. Just gonna continue pathing towards that top side. I would believe Faker versus Zeka. There's gonna be a lot of conversations about this matchup throughout the entirety of the series. I guarantee it. Tri-lane shot showing us that Zeus has that push here in the top lane. Meanwhile, bottom side, it's DRX taking early command of the wave.
Definitely is, and of course T1 is 8-0 against DRX this year. DRX haven't even taken a single game in the best of threes, and every single time in those games, T1 have had responses to what
T1
DRX
versus
have liked.
DRX,
You know,
who
you
will
think back to
win?
even in
Oh
spring
god,
round
look at
one,
those
they played
T1
Tristan, Corti, Vex,
with
Ari,
114.
Veigar,
Holy
so many
shit.
examples, but
14 million?
Pyosik is now looking around mid. He's done his 3 bot side camps, looking for Faker. Doesn't have to, he might have to flash the stun.
Faker?
Pyosik coming in with Spectral Maw. Faker gets away nicely flashed from that. And as we have a little bit of early action here, remember the Prime Gaming is giving away 150,000 RP to several lucky fans every single day of this competition. And we're almost done. So head on over to PrimeGamingWorlds22.com to enter and make sure you put in today's secret code to get those in.
I love this early pass from Pyosik because it doesn't take much of his time at all. And it's a very valuable summoner spell, as well as Owner now walking over the ward that he left behind. Really good manipulation of information here. Red buff is going to be pulled off since they saw him on the ward.
Yeah, Pyosik knows that Owner's on the way. Might have to reset the red buff here and call his solo lane. They don't really have any push, so Owner's just going to go over to the Krugs instead. Pyosik very aware of that happening, so he's going to try to push him back as well. Doesn't want to give up any of these camps. Owner wants to keep the pressure. Zeus is first to the move.
By one. Nicely done. Owner's faster on the smite. Pyosik's going to have to walk away now. Zeus commanding control over the wave, crashing it into the turret. Means he can back up his jungler so Owner can stick around and secure more of the smaller Krugs.
And actually, it was Pyosik who used the smite, and Owner got it with a little bit of damage there. So Owner now has smite advantage for a little bit over Pyosik, and he's got a ward on the red buff. He could just steal it.
Yeah, that ward is perfect.
Pyosik has to delay for his smite.
He's scared of Owner, and he will spot him out on the way. He's going to try to reset it again. You have to imagine no push in mid lane for Zeka. Pulls it in the bush. It actually looks like he'll be able to finish it out of vision.
Nicely done. Right back in on the other side of the red.
Damn, they know. Damn. Maybe because there's a ward. He saw.
They know he's
he
no
saw.
longer contesting
Yeah.
this, but he is still looking into the enemy jungle. Pyosik just going to back out. There's nothing left to fight for.
And this is the trade-off of the mid gank. You got
There
to
was
flash,
a
you lost
ward.
Krugs. Not the end of the world. Did pick up a couple of them and managed to get his red. Now he's going to move down towards his bot crab. Second respawn's coming in. Still pressure a lot here for Faker in mid. Zeka has the TP if he needs it. Pyosik has flash to gap close onto Faker. Faker might have to be careful in these next couple of minutes.
Not a lot of mana to work with here on Zeka with the Sylas. He's playing nice and safe. We'll see if Pyosik can find an angle here. Faker's still pretty far.
Oh, Faker! Oh god, this is their strat now, huh?
Zeka, the star here, funneled again. Pyosik.
The strat is to focus on Faker.
As you said, instantly
And
flashes in
snowball.
there for the stun. They get their kill, and they get the money exactly where they want it. This Sylas skills so well and can have some kill pressure.
This is going to be a huge problem for T1 in the mid game. Zeus forced to flash away. These solo lanes going in favor of DRX. It's Kingen and Pyosik off to a great start. These two players were last place in the LCK last year in summer, and now they're in a Worlds Finals, and they're already off to a great start.
And I love their story with Kingen
Whoa!
and Zeka.
Whoa! Go!
We might not have the time for any stories because Dev is about to drop his bottom lane, but he heals through it. Here he is, Owner. Still chasing after. Owner wants to land this. There's a little bit more damage coming from Terry. A flash into the Tempest to make it happen. As Zeka goes into the stolen ulti, he'll shuffle Faker right on back. but Owner's on the way, so Zeka can't do any more.
Beautiful play there from Owner
That
and
that
Carrier
is such a
chasing down on bottom side, and
good
because they get
hook
Def
by
down, they get supremacy
Renata.
over the river, knowing that Zeka cannot chase Faker any
He gets rid
further
of the
into
magic
it. What an
the magic
explosive
barrier.
start.
Beryl just going to help Zeka get a little bit of vision around mid there. Did get the first base off as Keria was looking for depth. A lot of summoners blown across the board. Zeka ideally wants to crash his wave in. Doesn't have the
That's
flash,
up,
and
yes.
Faker has the shuffle. Needs to respect it and back away.
A lot of
early
flashes
Yeah,
and
Faker's still
like
having
a
that
lot
shuffle
of
because
sums
remember,
just
he was level 5
sacrifice
when
from
Zeka engaged on him with a storm.
Yeah, I wanna see that.
Now take another look at what happened bottom.
Oh, okay,
nicely done there.
that's
Easy to
that's
pop the
actually
shield with
smart.
the handshake.
Gets the shield off and then pulls depth back in.
He gets rid of the shield of front by the.
Wait,
get the Matty chat.
teammate almost managed to find the solo kill, and Owner right behind Keria makes sure he's there to back him up. E-Flash comes in, double flash expended for that kill.
Keria is so good, so incredibly good. This support prodigy from rank 1 actually started with Def on DRX as well, getting the kill there, but now it's Dragon started up for Pioshik and DRX, and they should be able to finish it. No Lee Sin arounds means no attempt at a smite steal.
Oh! Who needs smite when you got an arrow? Gumayushi gets
Bullseye for Gumayushi, picks up the dragon. Pyosik doesn't even use the smite. All this bot pressure for DRX, and then Pyosik coming down, having the mid push and starting up that Drake backfires.
And this just reminds you of how T1 got here to finals. It was bottom difference.
Oh.
My goodness. Keria takes down Def, then immediately afterwards, Guma's able to snipe away the objective as well. This T1 bottom lane is the T1 bottom lane that was promised originally. Best in the world.
Right, these guys stumbled at MSI after an incredible run in spring. In summer, it's been about recovery. And when I look back at their semifinal they played this past weekend against JDG, it was the bot diff that really stood out.
It really was, and Owner's hovering around there now, making sure they have some kind of vision to push out. Deft with no flashes, an easy setup with a level 6 Lee Sin. Owner's just trying to juggle this mid and bot push to make sure they can control this bot side river. But with Herald up, Kingan's going to start that one top push in favor of DRX. Zeus no flash. Zeka is ready to move across. Beryl is on his way up. Will be first to the top side river. How does T1 dissect this fight? They're looking for Kingan.
Owner throws out the cube, but he's not going to find it. Zeka jumps in. Owner's ready to retreat back to his own teammate. Zeus contesting 1v2. Owner and Faker ready to join in, but Beryl's made his way into the fight. Owner jumps in. It's secured by DRX. Now the fight breaks out. POC coming right back in. T1 with a lot of moves. Zeka tries to get the kill, but he won't be able to secure it. Zeus charges forward, but not finding another kill just yet. It is T1. They lose the objective, they get the kill, and they stop the eye from being picked up.
Yep, their smite was a
What
little bit
happened?
early.
Oh my god, what
health
happened?
left on that Rift Herald. So
I
DRX,
I
they
saw
get the
that
300 gold
Guma
for getting the
got
Rift Herald, but Faker sweeps in.
stole
He has zero
a dragon?
sweep back, allows them to pick up the kill, and Owner surviving there on the backside also
T1 is
means
dominating?
they get
What
parity on
happened?
the map. So they're able to deny that eyeball you're talking about, as well as Faker
Oh, I
getting
wanna
an
see
extra
this.
turret plate.
So let's look at that again. Goes in, Owner with the Q2 smite, 95 HP, and then Pyosik picks it up. It's Zeus who gets the knock up onto Pyosik. The shuffle into the Zeus, so it actually catches
shit,
3
look
of them.
at
Beryl's
that.
on level 6, so he can't put down the big
Beautiful
turret. Zeus confident enough
shuffle.
to chase through, and like you said, kill to T1. Pushing lanes for T1 with plates means it's in their favor, this play.
I love the fact that we got a fight that big early on in game 1. It bodes very well for the
Beautiful.
series. T1 up about 700 gold now, just shy of 10 minutes into the game. They've got a 1-kill lead. They've got that
Yeah,
storm
the
play.
DRX got
But
gold
we're probably
herald,
not going to
but-
see any more big
but T1
fights for
stopped
another
them
2
from picking-
minutes
oh, that's
until the next Drake spawns. Total gold on the left side of your screen. It's Zeka and Gumayushi pulling out in
Let's
front.
go,
And
Guma!
Keria, man, in the last fight as well, sniping him again with another handshake to push them together to set up that kill. Getting last hit for himself as well. Will be a
People
fairly
do
rich
be
Renata,
focusing on
but River
Faker,
Control goes
but
over to DRX
but
and they
Gumayushi
All about
really
bot push
is
really
like
for DRX,
their,
keeping Zwing in
you
isolation,
know.
and Zeka needs some kind of vision to threaten Faker to make sure that he can't push into his tower.
Faker is a
into
bait.
Wonder's tower. Zeka has that looming threat. If the second he lands a chain, he can push him back into Pyosik. It's all about mid-bot side here for both these teams.
And you saw the way Zeka just used the spells, throwing out the E2, following it immediately with the R. If that E2 connects, boom, you just shuffle him right back into the lane. As we pan back topside, and Zeus is still in control. Owner coming up through the crushes now.
Yeah, with all the focus on the other side with these little skirmishes, Zeus has been able to get himself that CS lead with his Yone counter pick, and Owner does have Flash and Lee Sin kick available. They're going to look for the knockup.
I wonder if they can execute this dive. Zeka has TP, so the longer this play goes on, the more it'll backfire. I think they're hoping that Kingen takes a trade into Zeus and looks for a kill. Kingen showing a lot of respect, so no play to made there, Owner. T1 could have broken the entire game open by getting that kill, heralding the top tower. Zeus will be unlocked on the map, but Zeka is going to TP back mid, start contesting his waves.
And you can see the timing for Owner. He does not want to waste any further seconds on
MasterCard.
top side because Dragon is respawning. So they set themselves up for that possible counterplay up on top side or a dive if there's a play ready, but they don't want to overinvest and waste time with an objective coming right up. So get back down to bottom.
30 seconds on that Dragon respawn, but it's Pyosik who's gone up towards his drugs, and Carrier has retaken the bot side vision, allowing Faker to push in this mid wave and then move towards the bot side to feel safe. They should be able to secure that Dragon pretty handily.
Alrighty, we've still got the stolen Azir ultimate on Zeka as well. There's a ton of playmaking potential here on either side. Back to what you guys were talking about in the draft. The lack of front lines is going to be very heavily felt once we get into more of these big team fights. And it's T1 with control over the river as the Drake spawn.
Another big thing with T1 getting control of that river like you're talking about is the Renata ults that can come from Keria. He can cut off these entrances with the wide crowd control that is afforded to him. Let's see about it though. DRX, they bully them off.
Wow.
DRX showing up, forcing T1 back a little bit. Zeka's here on the flank. The second Drake.
God damn!
Gets it and he gets away. Zeka and the rest of DRX, they won't have a whole lot more to do, but that is 2 Drakes to nothing now for T1.
Ocean Soul for T1 as well.
Okay, so far so good for T1. They're going for the objectives, then clashing. That's good, that's good.
50-50, but T1 had really good positioning and setup in terms of vision before they had arrived. Still a little bit of pressure on this bot side as Zeka is the one catching bot wave and Deft has moved towards mid.
Yeah, and Pyosik coming down the river too. I love both these junglers. The
yeah, that gives freedom.
95 health left on Rift
because they're literally like, oh no.
Pyosik with the gank onto Keria gets at least his
okay.
Doesn't follow through.
Okay, not bad for Keria.
And if you watch DRX versus
because they're focusing on Faker to the point that they're giving freedom to the ADC.
In the regular season, they had more pushing lanes, they had more options to play for, and it was just a slow and steady loss.
Okay, they're giving it to
DRX, barring the last time that they faced each other in round 2 of summer,
where
DRX actually had a
really
pretty good goal lead
is.
and a massive kill lead, but it was T1's macro that brought them back into this, and it's DRX's macro that has improved so much in this international tournament.
And talking about macro, that's the other thing that really stood out for me about T1 in their semifinal last weekend. It was the bot tiff, and it was the decision
didn't buy the world pass
as a team, not just later on, but early too, to outmaneuver JDG and constantly find advantages.
Yeah, I think
well, it is Yone.
In the world. In fact, probably the best in the world.
It do be a great counter for an Aatrox,
on the
not
next
gonna lie.
objective. Owner comes top again. Zeus goes in, gets his turret plate, and Rift Herald number 2 about to arrive.
But remember, Rift Herald number 1, despite the fact that there was a fight over this and a lot of players were there, the eyeball was never claimed. We never got to see that Herald used. So this second one, I'm hoping we get some more results from.
Lots of lane shifts coming in here. DRX have sent their jungle support up towards topside for King and Deft to stay in mid, so I wonder if DRX just want to break the laning phase right now and put the Sivir in mid, put the Heimer towards mid and start pushing in these waves, building towards those 2 items so you can control the map a little bit better.
I mean, Faker's CS is much, like, you know,
so then you can either move in,
it's much better than,
or once Dragon comes up, of course,
than Zeka,
same thing from the other side,
in terms, because, you know.
Born's coming through. T1's going to start it up, and Zeka's moving his way towards mid. He doesn't
oh,
have
they
the
know.
Faker does.
They
that allows him
know.
to stay in the lane.
They're
DRX
gone
know this has been started.
away.
The question is, are they going to contest it? This is very similar to the Dragon, where they're just arriving a little bit too late.
Yeah,
nice.
T1, like clockwork, going to these neutral objectives, continually
they're fine.
posing this question to DRX, and they get this one without a fight.
The gold lead continues to build. 1,500 now, 15 minutes into the game for the second seed from the LCK. As Faker gets away from the Everfrost there of Zeka, the extra playmaking potential. Somewhat countered by the fact that Faker does have Crown of the Shattered Dream, going to make it harder to kill him when they go in. And especially considering the squishy nature of both compositions, I like
oh my god.
Definitely agree, and T1 showing why a lot of people had them favorites in this matchup here. The lane phase, very oppressive from them, and being able to consistently push the tempo.
Owner still hovering around this top side. Doesn't look like they're giving much resources to Faker. He has TP and they want to...
Faker asserting dominance.
Kingen seems to be the target for them. Owner is actually going to base and move towards mid, you have to expect. So very stock standard swap of lane phases here. Just moving around pieces on the map to try to control vision around mid. No neutral objectives just yet.
Well, the big thing I'm looking at is we have solo laners hitting their level 11, second level ultimate power spikes here. That means that the dives, the burst potential is really starting to get high. So I'm expecting to see more of these plays. I'm expecting to see more of these roams. I'm expecting to start seeing some dives and a little bit of testing the water to see if they can just skill check their opponents.
And T1 are the ones who can pull the trigger first. They have that Herald. They probably want to put it towards mid or top. I mean, every single tower is incredibly low. They're having push in all of these 3 lanes, which just allows them to
That was
map
so
well.
late, Zika.
I
know, I think that's on purpose so that he can get rid of the
still
ward.
not having that flash up. There's a ward around him, but Owner's ready to cover.
Yeah, I think their biggest advantage they could set up for themselves here, DRX, is trying to establish that vision control over the dragon before it spawns. Because T1, since they got that Rift Herald #2 so late, they can sync up the activation of the second Rift Herald here with the spawn of this dragon. You know, make a hard push first to gain priority on mid, then slip down to the objective. Heimerdinger does so well, though, this pick that has been so fun throughout Worlds, when your opponents have to come face check you into brush, and that's what Beryl is trying to accomplish.
Yeah, you see the turrets being placed, wards being put down. My eyes are on Zeka for this next fight. It would be a third dragon for T1. Of course, Ocean Soul points. DRX first ones in the river. Zeka has a great position to look for.
Zeus walking down.
Remember, Zeka has no stolen ultimate right now, so that's a big deal. What's he going to steal? When is he going to steal it? Making the right choice goes a long way. First Herald of the game summoned up here in mid lane. This will be the first turret killed by either side.
He got Renata!
Tier 1 dropping. T1.
Oh, they have to be careful. They got Renata ult.
Wave in, but it doesn't give them an avenue into this dragon because King and TP bot and Zeus needs to respond. It's going to be a dance around vision here as Faker is the first one to step up. Owner's going towards mid wave.
They're positioning really bad.
Oh, that's not where they want to be going. DRX, they're ready to go. Can they survive?
Oh my god!
Keria will fall.
Almost.
Back for Zeka, a 1-for-1 that should favor T1.
That was a fantastic setup for DRX, so
almost survival on Renata, but still they got one for one.
DRX the same. Dragon is still up, but DRX still looking for a pick. They're hoping that Gumayushi walks back through this tribe, which I think T1 thought they had to go through bot lane there.
And look at this, Faker goes mid to put up the Azir turret, try and get his mid priority that way, and then he can come right over. Remember, Gumayushi has well
Faker's
stolen
gone away.
the other dragon. Can he fish around here? They've got vision inside the dragon pit and teleport coming right out.
All right, teleport from Zeus. Bottom lane, Kingen and Beryl gonna keep him back. Zeus ready to try to outplay here with a soul unbound. Immediately
oh my god!
His job was to distract. And distract, he did.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh shit!
Ready for the re-engage.
Oh my god!
And Death is down.
Nice.
Kill, and T1 are ready to go.
T1 so precise, just dominating this game. Zeus, magnificent sleight of hand on the bottom side, but they're not done yet. Kingen looking for the snipe on the Faker. He just walks out of the Inferno chains and goes for it.
Oh, but Faker goes back in. Faker gets Beryl, and T1's ready for more. Pioshik's on the run, but the ruined King will barely survive. Owner walks away, and now T1 might just pay for it. Kingen's ready to chase down Guma even further. Zeus coming around from the side. Kingen backing away.
Oh my god!
More! Getting another. Zeka running.
That's good. At least they saved Guma, and I think that's good.
In game 1, boys. 20 minutes here, and T1 have 3 Drakes as well as
that's smart. That's smart
Huge
from
swing
Faker,
of gold now for T1. Massive fight around the dragon. They played it with so much patience. There was never a moment where they
actually misses ult.
All of a sudden, they're just playing through waves, making sure they have numbers advantage. They sneak it away under DRX's nose.
But at least he got the what's it called?
T1 are the ones
at least he got out
with
of that.
Supreme confidence.
Owner didn't go, but still pretty good.
In his first year on the international stage, the sleight of hand to distract DRX down to the bottom side. Then Faker says, we collapse on them, pull off the pincer.
And this is the Sivir, right? Not very good range in terms of hitting back. The Azir is just damaging your health bar. Deft falls, and then T1 look for another players. We've got a fight on live.
We've already got that play right now. Pioshik on the run, but he'll run nowhere. Faker goes in the
Nice
rampage, and Barrel goes down with them.
Oh, someone's behind
T1
though.
find two. They find the jungler, and they find their way to the Baron.
There's a reason why T1 is undefeated versus DRX. They're outclassing them in every single role right now, and T1 will pick up that Baron just shy of 21 minutes in the game.
Absolute domination here. The objective bounties are already up. The game signaling just how far ahead T1 are. And they've picked right up where they left off. This team, their ascent has been so fun to watch. Consistently outplaying people in draft, in mechanics, on the stage, pressing these objectives at every turn.
Yeah, they're dominating. Oh my god.
Getting into a bit of a 1v1 here, but Zeka's also nearby. Baker ready to respond too. King in his
Oh my
and
god!
Faith takes the kill.
Let's go!
Now with the full retreat coming out.
Nice, nice,
Zeka's gonna
nice.
whip the shuffle, and T1 just has to wait it out. They'll take out these minions. Zeka trying to find any sort of a way to get out of this one, but it ain't gonna happen. No, sir. Faker.
Nice son. Yeah, they are dominating. I think this is a T1 win. Unless they fuck it up, you know.
Looking for another. Finds the R. Finds the
Nice.
Q.
Okay.
There it is. Owner picks up the kill.
The only story here is that DRX's history after game one. T1 are just dominating them. And you can't fault DRX because they have to find picks. T1 have a Baron buff. They're going to start the siege with Azir and Varus. They can go for 1-4 with Zeus on the Yone. They tried to make the picks happen, but T1 are very aware of their plans.
T1 ready to break the base in half. The first inhibitor turret is gone. Inhibitor, a little bit more. There we go, that'll get him across the line. But DRX comes in with a TP. T1 has the Azir turret. The Sun Disc can protect them. Zeka's looking for the angle. He steals the Fate Sealed away from Zeus. Barrel gonna throw down these turrets, but DRX can't find the opportunity they're looking for, and T1 will escape.
They can't punish the siege. They tried their best with the TP, but that Azir tower is just too much of a threat to go for a 5v5 underneath their tower with this gold deficit. This is DRX looking for the pick onto Zeus to stop the 1-4 on a side lane, but
Well, I didn't know what to get, not gonna lie.
And their only play is killing.
He just warded and then go with the R.
Making sure that doesn't happen.
Probably,
Zeus
but
with a
like.
step back here, dodging away from the stolen.
But I guess he got the Yone ult now.
This player.
I think he was looking for Renata, but like there's no Renata there, so.
Never mind.
Oh, there it is. There. I knew it. There's gonna be a fuck up. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
20 seconds on the Dragon spawn as well. That will be the soul of T1, but look at Faker. He's just barreling down mid lane, looking for another inhibitor. Looks like 2 will fall because all of DRX are staying. Bases are coming in, but Zeka doesn't have the TP. It's Owner and Gumayushi who will play patiently.
Faker.
And Faker with the TP coming back
He's
up
just
soon
gonna
means
go
that
in the
T1 might
freaking
be able
base,
to
I
match
guess.
the numbers around this Dragon fight.
Faker in mid lane, taking out the inhib.
Faker,
Faker
mid
jumping
open.
onto the Drake. They want to stop this soul by any means possible. Owner's coming in. Sonic wave over the wall. Owner's still waiting for it. Not going to happen. Objective bounty over to DRX, but now they got to be ready to run. They've got to exfiltrate and T1 will not pursue.
Even though it really hurts to give up your mid inhibitor to Faker there, you have to stop this soul here for DRX. You also get the objective bounty shutdown, trying to make some of this gold deficit up.
They need a couple more item spikes. You can see
Faker
King
run
just
back,
picked up the death stance,
TP
but it's
near
edge
them,
of death.
and
The
then
3
run
items
back
triggered.
again.
DRX need to look towards level 14.
Yeah,
right
Faker
now,
got
actually
that
ahead of
free in
Gumayushi
here.
in
Yeah,
terms of level,
true.
The Sivir will keep the wave clear going on that top and mid inhibitor. T1 needs to stop pressuring the map a little bit
But
harder.
that tip is
Put
funny.
their foot on the gas and look for this bot tier 2.
Yep, from T1's perspective, there is one lane to go to with supers going in both mid and top lane. Just group up on bottom side, pressure it in, continue to take objectives. Don't let DRX farm comfortably.
Okay, he doesn't have an ult anymore.
He fails the kick flash there. Zeka just dashes backwards the second the jungler of T1 hops over the wall.
And that's very important. DRX cannot afford to just lose a man for nothing here. A TP onto the Heimer turret. Renata ult, he finds him, but he runs backwards to berserkedly attack his own team. He still gets away, but that's the final tier 2 turret falling on the side of DRX. T1 maintains a 7,500 gold lead with less than 2 minutes until Baron respawns.
And I think sieging that
My
top
God,
tier
T1,
3
don't
for the
fuck
final
it up.
inhibitor is going to be a bit tough for T1 at the moment. 1 minute 30
choke.
seconds, like you said, Flowers, on that Baron. That's going to be the next threat for T1. A little bit of topside vision, keep that mid
You're
push.
literally in my game 1 win,
And then
okay?
look to force that
Don't
Baron,
fuck
force DRX to walk into you.
And if we're looking
I actually
at the
don't know. I
hope for
actually
the
forgot.
comeback for DRX, the underdog story of the entire tournament, you see it right there. Deft has completed the Infinity Edge. This is their hope, the Sivir. Late game farming, trying to annihilate these minion waves. See if they can pull out a team fight. Meanwhile, big objective is to keep vision control over your red quadrant of your jungle so that you don't get into very dangerous Baron scenarios. It comes up in only 57 seconds.
I'm trying to deny that red buff there, but DRX smartly pull it back. You're absolutely right there, Kobe. It's the Sivir of Deft that needs to find the damage in the fights. He's a little bit outranged by Faker Azir, who has 3 items complete, building towards that Rabadon. Zeus also picked up his 3-item spike. DRX need to find some kind of vision around this Baron and juggle the waves while they do so.
T1 in control of this game from the very start. 30 seconds until the Baron spawns. Kingen gonna clear out some of the vision here. DRX must be very careful. A single misstep will give away this Baron and any hope left in this game.
Mount T1 right there. Can DRX
Faker's just going to
scale
mid.
that
Like
mountain?
he's
It's gonna be a
now the
difficult
new
next
like
5
split.
minutes for them. Baron coming up in only 10 seconds, and you see how ferociously they're fighting over the vision just to have a safe place to check from.
That's a bad positioning. That's not a bad
That'll be an
positioning.
emergency
Please don't
usage in
fuck
case they
it
lose all
up.
vision. And right now they can't see it. T1 are starting it up with their AD carry on top. Owner can jump over the wall very quickly. Where's the blue orb from Deft? He still has it, I think, up. He is going to pop it over the wall.
There's no time. There's no time. T1 already gets the Baron.
Now the siege will come in on that bot tier 3. You can see the pings on that bot side of the map already for T1. They know the easy way to win this one is just to push in these lanes, go towards bot.
I like that word.
DRX will be forced to fight them underneath their tower.
And T1 now with the Baron buff, you have the luxury of
Did he
going
just-
1-3-1.
did he
pushing
wrongly
all
word
lanes
it?
in, getting these inhibitors as they're respawning. Zeus already has been allocated up to that top lane. Push it in. This Yone, so oppressive. DRX gonna have to fight on all sides right now.
DRX is caught in such a difficult position here in this game. They have to weather a storm that is barreling towards this bottom side, barreling towards their last remaining inhibitor turret.
Sometimes the best hope when you're in a position like this, assaulted on all sides, just Sivir ult and go attack one of them as quickly as you can, because the more time you give T1, the more damage they do.
Damn,
T1
that
on the
still hurts
offensive.
though.
3 men bottom, 1 man in each other lane. Zeus leading the charge towards that exposed inhibitor in top. Faker maintaining pressure in mid. Kuma's got all the push power in the world here in bottom. Last standing inhibitor turret, that one's going to fall. Kuma can just go ahead, clear that out, no problem. Zeus taking out the other inhibitor there in top lane. 2 more autos will do it. He'll just let the minions take it out. Triple in-hit game for T1.
That's got to be the nail in the coffin for DRX. They have a small 30-second to 1-minute window before these super minions will pile in, and the soul is spawning for T1.
Yeah.
So are they going to run down towards this Dragon Pit and fight it, or are they just going to give everything up? Gumayushi even tried to use the ult onto Deft. Spell Shield came through, and even with that ultimate down, DRX didn't feel confident enough to find an engage.
DRX are in such a tough spot, but they have been in so many other tough spots, and they have come
But
back
they need to
in a
get
lot
this,
of them.
but
they have not beaten
I feel like
Gen G
it's not gonna
either,
happen.
and
It
ended
is
up
gonna
coming
be a
back in
soul.
that series. T1 will finish
Definitely
up their
the soul
soul,
now.
and then they will march down mid lane to finish this game 1 up.
Well, there is also less than 1 minute remaining
they have
until Baron
Ocean Soul
spawns
now.
again. If T1 want to play this as safely and as surely as possible, they will make their way over to
What
that
the
pit. They
fuck
will
is
secure
that
that
turret
objective,
doing?
and then they
What
will
was
push
that?
for the win. That's the remaining timer on the Baron. I'm trolling you guys. That's just my bad. I was checking if you were paying attention. But they have it for another 45 seconds. They
What
can
was
take out this
happening?
inhibitor that has just
Sorry.
respawned, and then leave DRX still in the same impossible position.
And the Emperor TP's back with
There-
a Rabadon
there is-
death cap. This Azir is going to do so much damage. Zeus might even find an engage already.
Zeus
Whoa,
looking for
whoa,
it.
go,
Big
go, go.
steal.
Ah.
Only gonna find one. Kingen getting away for now. Owner still looking for the angle. Flash kick is available. DRX fully in defensive position now, as Barrel's only got 40% HP. T1 looking for any angle. All they gotta do is find one. An 8,000 gold lead is definitely enough to end this game. Minion wave making its way up.
Oh,
Owner
one
comes to
fuck up
engage.
from Owner.
Chains of corruption going out. Zeka looking for the play, but Owner goes golden. He's gonna stay alive for now, backing up yet again.
Okay.
Next is turrets. First one's about to die. A little bit of HP, still keeping it around. Zeka's only at 1/4 health.
Get rid of the
Has to
tower,
heal.
please. There you go.
Yoshik eats the Sonic Wave. No resonating strike just yet. DRX are out of turrets and out of time. T1 still looking for the end. Still looking to keep going. The Nexus is all that remains.
I love how Owner keeps checking them, seeing if they will flinch, jumping in on the Lee Sin, but not going for the flash play.
Okay,
And here
they're
comes the
baiting.
end.
Yeah, they're
Zeus looks
baiting.
for Q3.
Oh,
But it ain't gonna do a whole lot. They still got a little bit of damage, but it is not enough. Barrel's gonna die. Depth is gonna die. T1.
Oh my god, that's
will
GG.
find
Now
the
that's
fight
GG.
and find
Yeah,
the
that's
win in game
GG.
one.
Clean, calm, and collected. The well-oiled machine of T1 strikes.
That's a good Renata
again.
ult.
Very similar game to the DRX Gen G
Yeah, good
series in that
clean
game,
game.
where it was just clean from the get-go. Out skirmishing, out setting up in terms of objectives and vision. That man on your screen
Hoping
right there on the Azir,
for
just
fifth
dishing
game
out
though.
so
Hoping
much
for
damage,
fifth
was
game,
never
so that
really touched
is
in
not
these
that
fights.
boring. But
You
yeah,
can say that
we'll see,
again.
we'll see, we'll
Every
see.
T1 member clapping in this game number one, establishing the dominance here right from the get-go.
We got to see individual skill, we got to see team skill, we got to see a couple of sick dragon steals. T1 came to play, my friends, and DRX is gonna have to find an answer for what they just showed us.
Objective spawns,
I love
T1 are at it.
yeah,
They take it away.
T1
What are you gonna do?
I think DRX were just arriving way too
It's
late, especially
1-0
towards
in
that second
favor of
dragon, second
T1.
herald spawn. By the time they got there, it was gone, and
Still
they didn't even
hoping
cross
it's
map
a
or
fifth-
plan
there's
ahead
a
and think,
fifth
let's
game.
go try trade something on
Silver
the side of the map.
Streaks.
Let's try to find the objective. Oh, we arrived too late, so DRX need to rethink the way they approach these games.
And as DRX continue their battle against the T1 Empire, check out their pick, What We Left Behind.
They were
as
like,
the song that
they were
represents
like,
their
what's it
playstyle
called?
on the
They
official
were
RL
like,
playlist on Spotify.
hoping to
Take a
get
listen and join us
Ash,
over at the
Ash
State Farm
Hammer. But then they banned Ash, so
Thank you so
So
much,
they had
Captain
to go with
Flowers.
Severe.
Game one is in the books, and it's T1 that draws first blood. Almost so fitting for the story that we've built up for these two teams, that they're the ones to kind of set the pace, it seems, in this best of five.
Yeah, they are the favorites coming in. They also had blue side, which is definitely a favored side. We went over the drafts beforehand where we thought DRX was going to have generally lock bans when they are on red side. They did. Strangely enough, not a ton of huge surprises here, especially when you consider DRX also got slammed in game one of their semifinal against Gen G.
I'm just happy that in game one, the blood gods were satisfied, right? We started off the game with both teams going for each other's throats. Like, it was beautiful, especially with Pyosik.
Yeah, I woke up like really
investing
early
into
as well
the
just for
early
this
gank mid,
stream.
into the repeat gank mid, and then we saw a bit of a
You know,
blunder
it's
from Death in the
worlds.
bot side, but both
Usually
teams were going
when it's
toe-to-toe all
worlds
early
or something
game.
like that in East, it's always like 8 p.m. 6 p.m. or like something like that. But like they're in San Francisco, so the time zones do be different. Hello, Leo Hack. Let's go for 3-0. I wanna do like I like 3-0, yeah, but like I kind of want 3-2. I want a fifth game so that it's not gonna be that boring and not landslide. I want silver scrapes, you know. They focus on Faker but did not. Yeah, I think their strat kasi is to focus on Faker and snowball from there. But they didn't know that they have to focus on the other lanes as well.
Them out, and obviously DRX really wanted this. They committed to Herald. This is kind of where he starts snowballing, and to have this kind of answer for Aatrox, which is such a strong
5
champion, has been
games.
taking over so many drafts, is absolutely a massive win for T1.
I find that his ultimates are always impactful. That's the craziest thing to me, in the way in which he transitions that pressure across the map. But of course, when it came to the early game, it wasn't really all about Zeus. He was kind of left isolated in the top. We saw a lot of aggression in the early game.
That
in
one's pretty
particular in
good.
Mid lane. And you can see
Carrier,
here, just wants to get this underneath the tower. But
E and then
incredible
Q.
mechanical execution from Carrier, popping the spell shield with the shield of his own, and then getting the handshake to lock him in and secure this kill. Def doing what he can to try and escape, but ending up trading his life as well. And this kind of set the benchmark in terms of the early game game in terms of these early skirmishes. You could see the clear game plan from DRX was get Zeka into a position where he could dominate in the side lane because he was really going to be the only one that could handle Zeus' pressure on the Yone. And if they couldn't find these early leads, scaling was going to be a problem. But the moment that you lose Def,
you should probably focus more on giving Def the opportunity to have,
and then we saw this
to have
constant
more
push in mid and top for T1 that DRX never really could shut down.
XP.
Yeah, and I think the other thing
Because
that
it's getting like you're getting
Like
Dumayushi,
the
like the
T1
T1 giving
did
it to
have that
Duma
bot pushing pressure,
and Zeus sometimes.
they were not able to get that first Drake as well because of the Varus Q that ended up stealing it away. So another little...
Which did more damage than Smite, by the way, the empowered Varus Q, which is more damage than Smite.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. And it set, again, it kind of, it sped the clock up, right?
Yeah.
It made that soul point come that much sooner for T1 and would definitely apply the pressure to DRX. But you mentioned right off the top, Eddie, is that it was DRX putting pressure on Faker in the mid lane early, and his ability to both sustain that pressure, recover from it, and then do more is why he gets our 1+ OP player of the game for this very first game in our championship final.
And I love the confidence that we saw from Faker. I'm glad that we're getting this play up as well. Well, because later on, he's just going to get an incredible kill onto Beryl and then walk away with his life. But his positioning in the team fights was fantastic. Even after the early pressure that was thrown down onto him, he was able to bounce back. And this is the play that I was talking about. This setup, this confidence in what was effectively a 1 versus 3 to walk away with this kill. Beautiful from the go.
And I really do think part of it is because he has been here before. If he wins 2 more games, he will be a 4-time world champion. No other player has won more than 1. Right? Beryl is also in many world championships, but in terms of his ability to perform on the stage, it is so far over any other player ever that he will have these type of performances in the early games.
We'll see if they're still gonna go with Hamer. Because if they're going for Hamer, then they're going for Ashe. And they ban Ashe, that's why. They know that Ashe and Hamer are like pretty good combo.
Always think, oh, they're gonna be slow,
What the fuck?
they're gonna be boring, and this team in particular.
What the
fuck? It's like Faker and the Zoomers, but they are aggressive. They want to outplay you with their mechanics, and to see Faker included in that is amazing.
Now, Jet, I want to pull up the draft from this very game, but as we talk about, you know, not only this draft, but looking forward to game
That's
number
like
2.
the first time I've seen Faker like so happy with billiards.
Walked on this side is crazy. The thing that worked in this draft, I think, was the Varus first pick, as well as the Yone counter to Aatrox, because that immediately gave them likely prio in 2 lanes. DRX hasn't played that many team comps at this Worlds that are like traditional late game scaling team comps. They need to win lane. T1 took that away from them in this draft. So with DRX going blue side, they're going to be trying to power pick, I think, their bot lane prio and go from there.
I think that DRX overall walked away from this draft pretty happy with what they got for themselves. But in retrospect, you come to realize we don't have push in top, we don't have push in mid, and the bot lane is hyper contested because with the double range bot lane,
You mean Heimer has CC?
it's much harder to get that control. So I think that when we think about how DRX wins in terms of those pushing lanes, this is what we need to see
if we
more
can,
of from DRX. Agency in the early game.
What's it called? Hit
There you have it. Thoughts on game
the
number
bomb
1,
correctly,
as it is T1
it will
that
have
strikes first
CC.
blood. Faker, of course, becoming the first ever player to win
He has a
10
slow as well, so
finals
it counters
games,
like a
on his
easy
way
as
to
well.
possibly a 4th
But-
trophy. Now, esports fans,
but
they're
yeah,
gathering
Renata is
to
much
watch
better.
the greatest series in League of Legends, and not just here in San Francisco, in theaters all around the globe. If you're at one of these events, make sure you check out the URL on your screen, send us a picture or a video, and capture the atmosphere. We'll be sure to feature some of them later on in the show, so you might just see your video on the broadcast. Send those in. We'll see you back here for game number 2 right after this.
That was the first game.
It is. Like, the bomb is kind of hard to land because they know how to sidestep. But still, Heimer has a CC.
긴장한 사람 없지? 나 진짜 안 했어 근데. 가보자.
Baker's still pretty far forward.
He's still pretty good support, but Renata is much better.
Drake secured as Faker goes in. Deft is on the run. 40% AG. Zeus ready for the re-engage. Fate sealed, and Deft is down. Zeus looks for Q3. Zeka goes in with a stolen as hero.
There, yeah, look at that. Look at that Renata ult, so flawless before he got shuffled.
And find the win in game 1.
Wanna go on tangent? Okay. Hello, Prime. Hi. How you doing? Hopefully this is not a 3-0 prediction. Yeah, I hope so. It's not a 3-0. Really wish that there's gonna be like T1, DRX, T1, DRX, and then whoever wins in the fifth game. Because I have no idea who I wanna root for. I like T1, but I like Def too. So you know.
Every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco network, aka the Realm. Cisco powering the future.
Is
of
it gonna be like? Is Def gonna be like the next ambition where he retires after he wins against T1?
Barrel looking for the knockup, and he's going to it. It is the soul, and it will be a slaughter in the pit. Pyoshik and Deft back to back as brothers, slaughtering the front line and the back line of Gen G. It is ruler versus the world, but the Gale Force will not be enough.
Oh shit! Ruler! Ruler from bleeding, racing through the moonlight and I'm speeding. We'll never see the stars, ready to fall, so walking. Ready to fall, so walking. It's more like they counter. They know how to counter what the DRX are picking. For sure they're gonna ban Yumi, Lucian, Caitlyn, unless they, you know, put it differently. Oh yeah, I didn't look at it earlier because I was doing I was giving my laundry, but yeah, I saw that Guma stole a dragon soul. A dragon earlier. I didn't get to see it though, sadly. But I heard it. I'm like, whoa, what happened? I was giving my laundry. Yeah. I won't give too much hype. But if T1 wins in the game 2, I will like hoping that DRX will reverse sweep. And then the final one will be either two of them, cause like I just want 5th game. I just want silver scrapes, you know? Oh, that's what I want. I just want it to not be that boring. because the T1 versus wait lang, there's a cockroach. Die! Bitch, get out! Yes, die! Die from poison! Sorry, I had to kill the cockroach. Oh no, you're dead now. Yeah! He's dead. I'm gonna clean that up. Before I'll just clean it when it's dead. Like he's still shaking from the poison. Yes, suffer more. I don't want to give you a painless death like Splatted. I want you to get poisoned first. Ain't the air be suffocating as well since it's a bygone? No, I have a fan. Also my bygone is scented. It's not that bad. It's OnePlus. OnePlus good. I've never had OnePlus. Anyone here had a OnePlus, like OnePlus phone? Because I never had that.
San Francisco is an incredible city and the perfect place to host the final here in Worlds 2022. Y'all just saw some city scenics and behind the scenes shots from our feature shoot Shot on OnePlus. And now, my friends, it's time for game number 2.
Time for the comeback to start.
DRX are always doubted. You know, they always fall down. They fell down against Gen G. They fell down against EDG, and they always find ways to bounce back. I think in this series, blue side is so important. DRX are probably going to hop over to that side, and we'll get a much different draft. But what I will say is, DRX got their hands on a lot of picks that they excel on, and T1 managed to beat them on them.
Yeah, that was one of the things. Even though you have leeway to be more creative on blue side, I thought from red side, the answers that DRX had were very good and were very good champions for their players too. That game number 1 was so much down to outplays from T1 all across the map in their laning phase. Really, really nicely done.
Outplays during laning phase and grouping up the objectives, being there first. They never really gave DRX an opportunity to hit back in time. So let's jump into champ select here. It's Lucian and Ryze banned out by DRX. T1 will take Caitlyn and Yuumi off the table. Pretty standard stuff here for the red side. They have to pay the taxes. They have to get rid of those OPs. Renata Glass going to be the 3rd and final ban of the first half.
Damn, they banned.
Interesting. So the 3 bot lane champions, of course, are gone. And DRX think that Renata was a pretty big problem in the last game. I wonder if they first pick Varus here, if they think that this is the most powerful pick in the current series. Aatrox is up.
They're gonna go
Sylas,
Ashe Aimer if they wanted
powerful
to.
champions that they could lean towards, but the first pick Varus from T1 was so strong because of the Renata, I feel like with a different support it could be a little bit weaker, so we'll see what DRX approaches.
Yeah, it's interesting because DRX, like you were talking about earlier, Deft has not been playing the Aphelios, so puts them kind of at a -1 in these 80 carry pools.
Oh, they're picking Varus!
Over and over. And so they're pushed into this scenario where taking it away from Guma.
And Guma usually does play the Aphelios, of course, like I said, so they can lock in an Aphelios lane here, they can lock in something like a Kalista lane if they're confident. Here could work very well into Varus, something that DRX was running. Viego is up if Owner wants to lean into that. I think T1 have so many options. The question is, do they do what DRX did and take away this Aatrox, and therefore does Kingen have a response to that Aatrox?
Oh, no,
shit, it's an Ashe
We're
one.
getting a different flavor. Remember, this champion was banned on blue side by T1 in game 1. Now it is locked in next to that Aatrox by T1 on red side.
Guma Ashe?
just have so much leverage. They've already defeated the Aatrox at your hands, and now Zeus.
Is it gonna be Hamer again?
Are they thinking about Heimerdinger, I wonder, here on 3, just running the Ashe Heimerdinger into DRX? They've played it before, carry as Heimerdinger, but they're gonna pick up the Aatrox. So does King have a response? I think Kingen's response to Aatrox is probably something like Fiora, one of those carry top laners that you can match it with. We've seen this Camille as well to great success, but it wins after one item. Piosik, does he go for the Kindred?
Yeah, you hover the Graves, I
Yeah,
hover
maybe
the
support
Kindred.
Ashe.
This is Piosik's answer. The Kindred
Oh, they're taking
streamer
Hamer.
wanting to get
Is
a
it?
world skin for his favorite champion.
So they're taking Hamer. Okay, bro.
There's the hover from Yone, just teasing. There's the Camille Fiora. I think that's the direction that Kingen will go in. There's the Heimerdinger as well for Beryl once again. I think they were scared of giving that over to Keria on 3 and not having an answer in terms of having a pushing lane.
I also love Camille against a champion like Ashe. You go for her, you
Oh,
hit
yeah,
her,
that's
easy kill every time.
So now the answers for Heimerdinger lanes have been greatly discussed. I'm very interested how deep Keria goes. He's one of the supports.
They're going for Guma now.
Could go Soraka, could go Zyra. Lots of things pushed around.
Could also go Ashe support as well. We've seen it from players like Mako if they want to just flex this to support and pick up an 80 carry here. No, they're going to go Ashe Lux into Heimerdinger Varus. Maybe they think they can get a little bit of push. They have a lot of follow-up and a lot of CC see.
Yeah, super long
Yay!
range, so you can try and fish around for those bindings and get really good poke. Obviously, the volley here for Ash helping so much with that poke.
Plus, Heimerdinger's normally good at blocking certain skill shots with the turret. Lux Binding will hit the target directly behind, so it can go through that little bit of a shield he likes to deploy.
Very true.
Damn,
The
Gary, a
W
Lux?
from Lux and Ash
I want to
respectively
see
will be able
that.
burn through those turrets as well. Now we're going into the 4-5s. We've got top and bot, both side lanes picked.
I hope Lux wins
Jungle where the
XP.
focus now comes towards. We've seen picks like Lee
Ooh, ooh.
Graves is still up, Viego is still up, Sylas is still up, and the Azir from Faker as well.
Yeah, you have to think with this.
Imagine if Faker uses Lux though.
Being banned out, Sylas priority again rises up in this one. Azir answer is still possible, but with a Kindred ban, that also raises the Graves possibility again. If you've got no answer there for the
possible,
POC
but
Kindred,
not
it's
really.
gonna be
Because
such a
I feel
tough
like
jungle
they're
camp to
gonna
deal
pick
with.
something
T1 have a lot
for
of damage
last
right now. They have
for
great
Faker.
jungle, they have a pushing bot double range. They could play a supportive mid laner in this comp. Something like Galio or Lissandra would be amazing for T1's comp. We'll see what DRX rounded out with in the mid jungle.
Yeah, I think you want more aggressive
Damn.
because the best pairings
Nice.
with Graves are when you
Nice.
also have Ash lanes with the Hawk shot to
But
be able to find your
okay.
opponent and get those Graves invades
We
off.
could have picked
So
Morgana,
T1
but
really
okay.
setting Owner up to be the star this time around.
We might just
Lux
get the same
it
jungle
is.
from last game. Viego, Sylas coming out here from DRX. They're confident enough to
You
not
seen?
ban the Graves. Take
Ah, no,
away
no,
the
it's
Azir
Graves.
instead, and then match the Viego into the Graves and run back. Something like the Sylas, as we expect.
Sylas
That
again.
takes away the Lissandra, that takes away the Galio. I think
Oh, no
Galio and
Azir.
Lissandra are very
No
difficult to
Azir,
pull off
no
against Sylas, so
the
it makes it
no
more of a
Rise.
control
What are
mage
you
here
picking,
from
Faker?
Unless he wants to lean to things like the
What are
Ahri.
you
Exactly
picking?
what I was thinking. The Ahri, which Zeka
Ari?
himself used.
Come on, pick the
Let's see
Ari.
about it.
Come on.
Last
Oh,
pick of the draft
Victor,
on
okay.
red side for Faker. They know exactly what he's up against. They know exactly what else they've got. And what will they choose?
Victor.
It's Victor for Faker.
Control mage makes a lot of sense. You've got
That is
four
true. That
range
is true. That is true. It
champions
is hard
here,
for
T1.
that is
So
hard
much
for
poke,
Morg
so
to
much
know.
lockdown,
That's what
so
I
much
think.
damage.
Too.
DRX have a comp that has to commit into it, so T1 wants to kite them back.
Yeah, there are so many options when you have Graves right now. Premier invade jungler, farming jungler, with an Ash Hawkshot to support you in information, and a Victor into
I'm
silence.
excited
range
to see the
versus melee
Lux.
matchup in mid lane also to support
Carry
you
a
in your
Lux,
efforts.
and then
T1, they've trusted so much
Ash.
in their youth
We'll
program.
see.
With Zeus, Owner,
Oh
Guma,
yeah, I don't have
all
my
coming
phone.
from them,
I don't have.
and
I
Faker
don't have
now
my phone. I
gonna
don't
do
have
one
my.
more and back him up.
And they've got a
Let me
tough
get my-
task ahead of them
my-
now because we know what DRX are capable of. We know that they're able to bounce back in these series. If T1 can go up to match point here, that'll be pivotal, of course, because then one game away from that title, one game away from Faker's 4th title, and DRX are on blue side. This is the game that they need to
I
win.
think like Faker's
Exactly,
thinking
but
about
it's not
counter
over even
to
if they
Sylas
don't
too.
remember their series against
But I'm not
PG,
too sure
remember
about the
power
Victor
of a
pick.
reverse sweep, but DRX don't want to be in that spot. They want to tie it up. They want to be ready to go. We've got Zeka back on the Sylas. He has styled on countless opponents with this champion.
Yeah, maybe
so
he
far
will
in
be
this
aggressive,
tournament. But now, with Faker in front of him, the stakes could not be higher.
Yep. DRX are one of the only 2 reverse sweeps in World's history. They definitely can make these comebacks happen. And I'm very excited to watch the process. If there's one thing about this team you can be 100% sure on, it is that their mentality, their trust in their teammates are at supreme values after the journey that they have gone through this summer. Such an arduous path they have taken to this World Finals, always being underestimated. But when you go through that many upsets
Lux!
as
Ay-ya-ya!
DRX, your
Ay-ya-ya!
trust in your teammates just continues to build and solidify and strengthen your team play.
First strike on Sylas, not something you see all the time, but Zeka ready to go in and be aggressive. You would have to think up against Faker here. Again, T1 not running any big tank on their squad, but the same can still be said for DRX. Both sides, again, betting on their own skill to find the angles, find the engages, and find the plays.
Aatrox going through the draft just means you're always going to get carry matchups onto. You can't match it with a tank. You talked about it, Kobe. Level 1. What will T1
Yeah,
do?
not
They have the
tanks, yeah,
Graves buff
true.
spawning very soon. Looks like he's going to go towards his red, and there's no invade to be had. You saw DRX trying to mark any kind of aggression from T1 in the early stages, but Owner won't have that camp advantage.
Yeah, a couple interesting level 1 things as well is the Graves, since you don't need that sustain, can start with the control ward here. Owner actually holds on to his control ward, does not use it early. Zeka coming to scout the Raptors and get the vision on that as well. The other thing is Beryl on bottom side with the sweeper uses it to clean out those side brush. If you look at the bottom side of the map, setting up those turrets on the sweeper activation for himself, very key for early lane phase.
So I'm curious who gets the bot push here. It looks like DRX in the early stages are with the turrets, of course.
He's using his E just for the turrets.
Wants to poke you on the tower and wants to
and also like a ward kind of thing to a vision.
Deft has the lowest jungle proximity of any AD carry in the entire tournament. Pyosik very rarely goes towards that bot side, whereas Owner loves to be around Gumayushi.
And we literally looked at the stat cards during our countdown phase. Pyosik has very, very low jungle proximity in general. So we want to see Deft and Beryl maintain autonomy and maintain control here in this bottom lane. Up here on the top side, it's Zeus being pushed in nice and early as Gumayushi and
jungle
Kyria
properly.
are fighting back in this 2v2. Zeka forced on the turret early on as the melee into ranged matchup.
Ow.
And there's the hawk shot. This is such a problem to deal with as a jungler against an Ashe pick.
Yep, able to find him there with this snipe. As the expected route here, clearing up blue quadrant, does go right over to the Wolves, gives them the knowledge here that Graves can work down reverse clear as well. Faker, meanwhile, continually exchanging with Zeka, pushing in on this mid lane, setting up for Owner to go for it.
So much experience, of course.
Oh God!
In T1's mid laner, Faker and Zeka at his first World
First
Championship.
strike! Oh yeah, first strike Victor against Silas.
BLG in the LPL.
Huh.
Now, looked like not to be the favorite at all in the LCK, but here he is, and he's having the tournament of his life. He just needs to get out of this lane phase. Faker
One
will
thing
have
that
the
can
advantage
get
in this
rid
part
of
the game.
the first strike on Victor is
kind of getting as many
to
creeps
hit
as possible.
And it's not like Zeka was a bad mid during regular season.
I forgot
domestic
Silas.
play. He was a top half mid laner.
There we go.
He was pretty high rated at any given point, but this tournament has just been an entirely different story. As Owner makes his way into the bottom lane, Beryl and Deft trying to get away. A lot of damage comes out. They will get the flash out of Deft.
No flash
for the gank.
Where is DRX's cross map? Pyosik is up towards these Krugs. Zeus is still full HP. I don't think they can dive him with level 4 on Kingen, and this bot pressure is now in favor of T1, where both lanes want to push.
Yeah, it was the exact same invades from both junglers. They both used their control wards behind the red buff to go get enemy Krugs. But it's a higher value, way higher value there for Owner, burning the summoner spell off of Deft, getting that bottom lane into an opportunity for themselves.
Yeah, perhaps Pyosik thinks that they lose 3v3, so it's not really worth investing his time down there. He will do towards level 6, where these AD carries have so much setup on the enemy supports, right? Varus ult onto Lux, Ashe ult onto Heimerdinger. Your jungler can follow up so easy on that kind of skill shot, so we'll see what happens towards level 6 in bot lane.
And the value of going with the bottom side there for Owner is so much higher because Dragon coming up for themselves with the extra summoner spell burned as well does give them the vision advantage. As you see, DRX on the support jungle recall timing here, trying to retake.
Yeah, both of our supports roaming around, wanting to guarantee the ability to contest this neutral territory, contest the river, contest the vision, as that Drake will be spawning in under 10 seconds. Deft just trying to use piercing arrows to snipe out whatever he can in the bottom lane. He knows his support isn't back yet. He knows he doesn't want to walk into anything that could give away this early game to T1.
Kingen doing pretty well right now. We'll look to TP back towards that top side. Camille will start winning even harder towards one item up against the Aatrox on side lane. We'll see how fights play out though. Dragon's still up, but bot lane contest, bot lane pushes everything.
Beryl losing half HP, gets ignited, but is not afraid. Fires off some rockets back into Kyria. It's a one trade for T1, but they're just waiting for Pyosik on the side of DRX.
Get out there!
He'll find himself on top of a control ward.
Okay, that's
Graves is also
good.
nearby.
That's
Owner
good.
lurking in his own jungle. DRX knows that if T1 is trying to stand and fight, this is not probably a play they want to take, so they back Pyosik away.
Yeah, important defense of that control ward there because T1 have Owner coming down and threatening in the fog of war. Pyosik has to give up. They can't take away that key vision.
Level 4 on both sides, Crab spawning, but bot push for T1. TP back from Faker will allow mid push and first response from the mid laner of T1 to allow Owner to get that Crab, so small jungle advantage across to T1.
And a little bit of optimization there from Owner. He waited for the dash up until Pyosik was right next to the wall, trying to get the Q1, Q2 damage instantly on the Diego to chunk him out. Still didn't end up working out for him, but now he's back into his own jungle, clearing out again.
Bit of a slow early game, but the stun onto Gumayusi connects. Cleanse is down. That opens up a window for Deft towards that level 6, and they need to find that window. They need to break their way through bot lane. How many times have DRX made comebacks in situations where you counted them out? Can T1 stand strong? They've only lost 2 games this entire tournament. Will they fall, or will they lose a game here to DRX in the finals? We will soon find out, but Gumayusi creating
damage here onto both AD carries. Guma's at about 200 HP, but Beryl has no mana left to work with.
Yeah, Beryl keeps landing these grenades onto Guma, though. Got the cleanse out on the first one. Good chunk here as well. If he had a little bit more mana, maybe they push it harder.
Ooh, close, but no cigar. The arrow does not find Gumayusi. Deft is looking to stay around, push a little bit more. Wants to get one more wave taken care of before he gets his recall, I would assume. Beryl goes back. He purchases his control wards. He's going to go back out onto the map, look to set down some vision, look to do a little bit of roaming. As Deft finishes off the last little bit of this wave. Keria should be around to be able to freeze it and make sure that nothing goes too wrong.
Yeah, he's going to hold the wave there and force Deft to base a little bit further back, try to stop his recall. He's going to pull it into the next wave so it stops crashing, and then it allows Gumayusi to catch up and get a couple of his creeps that he might have missed. You can see that how the bot lane dynamic is playing out. Poke, Varus, lethality build, Comet, Vamp Scepter for Gumayusi to try to sustain. Faker,
Barrel's ready to go.
Ayan na naman! Ayan na naman! Ayan na naman!
Faker deploying the gravity well on top of himself to stop it from going any further. Zeka finds a lot of damage into Faker. He's only got 200 HP left, and Zeka has ulti, but Faker is safe.
Mid pushes everything. That's why Beryl's here, because Herald's
Oh,
about
he
to
can't
spawn.
go
Pyosik
near
moving over
Faker
towards it.
because
King is
he
just
has a
taking base to
gravity,
make sure he's
you know.
ahead of Zeus in itemization. Deft is ran towards bot, so he might see a 4v4 around this top side, but DRX actually not going to start it up just yet.
Yeah, super high value gank from Beryl here because of the fact that they already have used their teleports, allowing the push out, and Zeka on the Sylas. Highest CS in the game. He's so good at these Sylas and Akali melee mid lane champions that have to trade their health early and focusing on CS. He does such a good job of getting that money early.
Keep your eyes on the minimap though, because Gumayushi's around mid, Faker's come out of base, Deft is sprinting towards the top side, Zeka on the way as well. It's going to be a 5v5 around this Herald. Zeus is grouping up with his team. Kingan's prioritizing top wave, the Herald resets.
Level 6 on everybody except Beryl. That is a big factor here. He's not even close, and T1's got 5 men on the top side river.
Owner did something interesting there. He used his regular smite on
my
the
God,
Rico
all
to
of them are
transform
dead.
it into the
Oh, shit.
900 damage smite in case there's a
They're
smite
there
fight, so he hit the
again.
empowered one.
All right, let's see it. DRX ready to contest.
Oh,
Gravity wall over the wall. Gonna find Death. Forced to cleanse. Wants to get away. Has to flash.
Oh, shit!
Getting away from
Almost,
the
almost,
snipe,
almost,
but
almost.
T1 controls the fight, controls the river, and
Almost.
controls the Herald.
Same
Almost
story
dead,
from
my
game
guy.
1.
He's
T1
dead.
are first to the
Get it
objective.
caught.
DRX are forced to face check. Deft oversteps. He's out of the fight. 5v4. DRX have to give it up.
Oh, and there's so much long-range threat with the Graves ultimate, with Victor ultimate, Ash arrow here from Guma. Now Deft, no summoner spells. Mid lane T1 pushing in the aftermath as well. Faker wants some money.
Zeka doing a good job sidestepping away from a lot of this damage that could be heading towards him. He'll farm up all of those minions.
Get it.
Maintains an incredible CS lead. Finds the E2 onto Faker. Q2's not going to get the damage, but he's doing just fine. Meanwhile, Beryl up here in the top lane. Grenades and rockets, not going to get a whole lot done just yet. Beryl still not level 6. Kingan goes in. Owner's the target, but now Zeus is locked down. Carrier's here over the wall. It's first blood over to Owner. And T1
Oh my God!
absolutely outplayed. Pyosik will not find the damage yet. He won't find the damage at all. Carrier
Okay,
gets it,
T1.
and T1
Okay.
go 3 for nothing.
Okay.
the
Uh-oh for
Overwatch
DRX.
ensures that Zeus stays upright in this. What a beautiful skirmish from T1. They bait them right in there. Calling over Keria, lands the combo.
You hit it right there, Kobe. Keria saves the day. 3 kills to T1 in a play which DRX were looking for. Sending Beryl up towards that top side. Having Pyosik hover around, look for Zeus. Try to find that pick. T1 read them like a book. Again, Keria's there to respond. Zeka very low. Beryl gonna push Faker back so to allow his mid laner to take a base.
Oh, you don't have mana, Faker. Damn, that was a free kill if you have a mana.
Start that DRX wanted in game number 2. Beautifully played from
Could've
T1
been.
in that topside skirmish. But the Herald is still in the inventory of Owner. They can still use that anytime in the next 2 minutes. But right now, their sights are on the Drake.
this is something that we've talked so much about in the pre-show. T1's ability to outplay in these skirmishes. And we've seen it in the semifinals, in the quarterfinals, them just dodging so many skill shots, setting up these even number scenarios and getting the huge advantage out of it. Another arrow lands into a full combo. It's just a big chunk, but it's while they're also getting the objective.
And they have the Herald as well, so they can push in these bot waves, force DRX.
Oh my God! Carry, are you kidding me? He just sets it up like it's point and click.
Carrion says hello to his old lane partner. I'm sorry, Deft. I'm not going to be able to give you the Summoner's Cup. I want to win.
Alrighty, let's see if Faker can get away from Pyosik and Zeka. Faker doesn't make it on the wall. He's in trouble, but he gets to safety. He flashes forward. It'll be a 1-for-1, but Pyosik's in trouble. He uses the Heartbreaker to get away. Zeka getting back now as well. They'll trade Barrel for Faker. DRX will take that.
T1 domination right now in these skirmishes. DRX try their best to fight back. Faker has to expend the flash, but he expends it aggressively rather than trying to flash away to make it a 1-for-1. They don't get the Herald down, but his bot side's in their favor. Kingen fighting against Zeus.
But did I miss out a good lock skew?
However, the ulti
a good snare from Lux.
So Zeus is gonna back off there.
If we can refocus on some hope for DRX, it comes back to
and some clashes.
So close.
It's going
oh,
Kingen with the flash to get out of the way of the Q3. Barrel shows up, but he doesn't land it until the very end. Barrel, the rocket sniper, gets the kill. But now Owner's ready to go. Buckshot in his back. There's no way home for the Donger.
That's okay. That's okay. That's an okay 1-for-1. Yeah.
T1 respond to everything DRX are throwing at them. They're gonna trade 1-for-1, and they're gonna place the Herald down, funnel all this gold into Owner.
Straight from draft, we talked about Owner being set up to be the one for success this game. And in game, he is going to be rich.
Yeah,
getting
wild.
All the kills, getting the Rift Herald activation on top lane.
Imagine
as well.
if T1 wins and Keria picks Lux, people will buy it.
And they thought that they could get a trophy together, but it was
Lux
Owner
is a
and
very
Zeus in
popular
2020.
skin,
Very
popular champ.
Series, and they did indeed. They won the Academy
She
Series.
is like
2-0 looks so dominant,
girl
and
wonder.
that's when they got put onto this main roster. You fast forward now 2 years later, and
Does
Owner
like
is
18
just so
skins,
strong on this Graves.
if I
Level 8,
remember.
3-0-2, has the Umbral Grave, and it all comes off the back of Kingen trying to find the 1v1. The flash away from the Q3 was great, but there wasn't as much follow-up damage as he might have hoped for, as Beryl did arrive slightly late with the grenade, but he manages to pick him up with the missiles.
Yeah, look at the mini-map. Beryl gets here a little bit sooner, but Owner right on the way. Snipes him with the rockets here after Kingen set it up in it from downtown. Gumayushi hits the arrow. Owner finishes the job.
Yeah, the Ash was nowhere nearby. He's all the way back home in bottom lane. That one came from across the map to guarantee to get the kill back on the
yeah.
From across the map, there is the hawk shots again, just coming in constantly. You talk
Oh,
about
that was an Ash E. Oh,
get in the river and look for vision. And the Ash
didn't.
Facilitates that so
I
well.
thought it was
So
like,
bot
what the
lane's
fuck
towards
is
mid
that?
here. Herald spawning in 30 seconds. Pick onto Faker.
Pyosik gets Spectral Maw. Kingen's ready to follow.
Faker!
X-Tech ultimatum to stay out of the gravity well. Baker will buy a moment here with the Zonias. He dies. Kingen grabs the kill, but now he's got to get away. Zeus lands Q3 on 2, but the damage ain't there. Zeus tries to get out.
Oh my God!
He's ready to go and shoots him through the heart.
Okay, that's
arrow there and shot it into Carrier to stop Carrier from being able to peel for the solo lanes of T1. Explosive fight in favor of DRX. They're going to chunk out this mid tower, but more importantly, they're going to get the Herald off the back of this play. One of the first neutral objectives DRX have picked up in this entire series.
This is huge. This is the first step in the comeback for DRX. Zeka, the most fed member on the team, 162 CS with the kill, steals that ult you're talking about. That's 2 for DRX
go.
And the Herald. No more rifts, or no more turret
If
plates left on the map for
somehow
them to cash in quickly,
SKT
but it'll
choke
help
on this,
with taking
that's
down
pretty
one of
bad.
those outer towers.
It's not just
Very
what
bad
you
for them,
get, it's what they don't get. You must slow the bleeding. You must be able to stop T1 from running away with it, and DRX are finding their signs of life.
I want
40 seconds on the next dragon. Neutral objective spawning up. T1 currently have a little bit of control around it. Carry has placed the vision down, gone for a base, refresh those wards to make sure he's ready in case DRX tries to contest.
Faker has to
Zeka's
make
still yet
to
base,
get
though. Faker
more
has the TP. He can
XP
join that fight whenever he wants. Does
and
DRX
gold.
want to press the advantage and look for another fight around the neutral objective. We'll see this one again because it's the initial pick onto Faker, but it's Zeka. Look at his positioning. He's in bot lane. I think he has an Ash ult that'll come up and hit carry a little bit later on. But this stopwatch from Faker here was brilliant because it denies the Q2 from Kingen to allow the Chaos Storm to do damage. Arrow comes through from Zeka all the way from downtown. Stops Carrier from being able to peel to save Zeus.
Okay.
Boom. Nicely done. Nicely done. But now we find ourselves ready for another neutral objective fight. It is still almost a 2,000 gold lead for the side of T1. So DRX, they'll have to play smart. They'll have to find their moment, and they'll have to find a pick. Pioshik already going to start up the Drake down here. Nice CC on the barrel, but not enough follow-up to take him down. First turret's going to die up there in the top lane.
Damn.
It's Baker getting credit for that one. T1's not going to contest the Drake.
This is a close fight. I really like this one.
Yeah, smartly cross-mapping there from T1.
It's not so landslide.
The top tier 1, but I think DRX are going to herald here. Yes, they are. So Faker will move down. Zeus will move up. They're going to get a bit sandwiched here, DRX. Barrel's very low. The heralds won't kill the tower, so they need to get the next wave in. Gumiyushi has to use the cleanse.
Nicely done. Gumiyushi getting himself back. But the shutdown on Owner means that DRX now have a man advantage. The tier 1 turret still standing for now, but DRX wants to take it out. Minion wave's gonna collide. They're playing it safe. A little bit more damage into the turret is all they need, but they won't be able to find it. They're able to flash away. Zeus can't get the kill to follow. Lux Laser's gonna be sidetracked.
Oh my god, T1, please don't choke. Oh my god.
This team is ready. They're doing it.
They're still alive.
Come back a reality.
They're coming back, yeah.
Believe a tower down in mid lane. This opens up the map for them to get that vision back in their favor, so they can actually set up their own plays for once. T1, of course, are still in the lead, 1,000 gold, but DRX back-to-back successful
come back,
plays.
yeah.
Carol is such a legend. I'm just gonna say it right now. 3 finals
Okay,
appearances.
and then,
This grenade
and then
across
another
the
Ash
top to land
arrow
onto Owner to get the
again.
first kill. I think the Mikhails came out to carry there on top of a cleanse. They were
A
focusing on
QSS
Gumiyushi.
and a cleanse.
Keep your eyes on Beryl. This guy's 30% HP on Heimerdinger just walking up to T1, baits them into him, forces Zeus to flash to try to get the kill on the
Give
gap
Mikhails.
and then they turn it into another kill, another tower. Look how much confidence this player is playing
More
with.
cleanse, please.
Flashes out away from Zeus. Zeus tries to follow, can't catch him. He
just a
dodges
laser.
the Lux laser, walks away, and T1 can't get any money back. That was a beautiful CC chain from DRX. It was the grenade into the stun from Viego, into the extra stun as well, burst them all the way down. Kingen jumps over.
The gold lead has shrunk to less than half of what it used to be. DRX are finding moments, they're finding moves. Stopwatch available on Zeka's Silas here as well. Still the only member on the team without a death for DRX. Tier is also stacked halfway up for Deft here on that Varus. As the
Lux has
Mikhails
Mikhails.
be spamming out some of those high damage arrows the further we go.
DRX playing mid to top here.
It is a
Zeus
Mikhails
ready
and
off
not
the face
and
check.
not
He knows he
like
doesn't wanna go
QSS.
towards
Okay.
topside because the wave is in a great state.
Oh
Arrow
no, the Ash
misses there
arrow.
from Gumiyushi. Tried to force the cleanse out of Deft to make him so he has a bit more pressure around this lane. Does Deft want to ult him back? He's going to throw the Q. Doesn't have cleanse there, Gumiyushi, but Carrier first item Mikhails to keep his AD carry safe.
And you're going to have a side lane problem here for T1 because Camille's got a double stacked wave up at that outer tower. DRX are going to take even more objectives right now. Pioshik cuts off Zeus, so Zeus can't go defend that tower. And look at the work Kingen is putting in.
Great shift here from DRX. What you innately do is you push T1 back from mid lane to make them take a longer path to top. You take a shorter one so you can respond if they want to defend. Kingen doesn't have vision around the jungle support right now, but he knows
the
that
entire enemy
he's
has a
taking the
lockdown,
objective.
so
There's
they
nothing
put
left
they
to be
put
done.
Mikhails.
Zeka in isolation against
Which
Faker.
is understandable. That's for
crowd.
Duma.
Yeah, that was a beautiful intercept. Here we go, though. Steals the ultimate.
Zeka's ready to go. Everfrost to lock Faker down. He walks away from the stolen Chaos Storm. Faker's at 40% health and no mana, so he has to fall back from this structure. Zeka has control over the bottom lane and may just be able to take another turret as Kingen backs up from the top side, respecting the fact that T1 recently had a lot of men up here.
TP coming in from Faker.
Oh my god, Faker, no, Faker!
We're gonna miss the stun, they find the second. There comes the Stasis. Cross map arrow. Faker has no ulti, remember
Jesus.
it. Faker's got no way out, and Zeka gets the kill.
Welcome to the
Yeah,
bottom lane. Teleport
Faker should have
complete, and
seen,
DRX
so he can
welcome Faker
cancel
with
it.
open arms. That means the other side of the map, T1 know they've got the numbers advantage. They take away the jungle. They try and push in, but no kill.
Yeah, they can't pressure this tier 2 either. Kingen can just kind of sit in their face and clear away the wave. A lot of pressure in mid here from DRX means that they can collapse quite quickly. The bases are coming through to run towards top. There's Beryl on your screen, ready to help out the top laner of DRX. Bot tier 1 falls, and DRX have a gold lead against T1. It's been an entire year of best of threes where they have not had a game state this strong.
It's actually so crazy how many comebacks. If you come back from that inhibitor respawning game, you can come back.
Shit! Almost! Almost, oh my god.
He just took the blast cone, man. He didn't even care that push was in the fog of war.
The only ever time DRX had a game state
So
like this was
close.
round 2 in summer 2022, where they had Zeka on things like Akali, similar to this in game 2. But it was the GP from Zeus that stopped so much of the cross maps. DRX's macro was just too weak to go up against T1, but we've seen them take a top tier 1 from a shift to mid, take a bot tier 1 from a shift to mid, set up around these objectives, make sure they're first. The bounce back from game 1 is incredible.
And I love exactly those little plays that they make to try and help out the macro when they're pushing top lane for Pyosik to go into the jungle and cut off T1 as they're trying to rotate and answer the play, ensure they get the objective. Now they're up in Dragons as well, sacking this one with no counterplay from T1 because they've pushed out both side lanes.
T1 need to approach these fights by kiting back. Kingen's going to jump in. Zeka and Pyosik are going to jump in, looking for a reset on the Viego. Deft and Beryl are going to play at range. So that means Zeus kind of needs to play frontline.
Oh
for
god,
T1
they got on the
divers of
go.
DRX's solo lanes.
Ooh, Beryl eats a little damage there from the laser, but one of the big reasons
Got on
I think DRX
the
has swung the
gold.
tempo of this game is after Keria found that ambush for the 3 kills in the top lane, DRX have been doing a much better job avoiding those bindings, just like that. They're keeping enough distance that they can stay away from Keria's trap.
And now we
Is
have
it another
to see
ocean? Oh yeah,
Zeka,
it's another
after
ocean.
all we've talked him up, after an amazing year at Worlds, an amazing tournament, can he actually carry the team fights versus Faker, the greatest of all time? He's the most fed member on DRX. He has the extra kills here on his signature Silas.
Ooh, all right, I thought for sure I might have got there. I thought we might have got the 0.25 last seconds of the recall to interrupt it, but not quite, not quite.
Every time the camera goes onto Beryl, he's being really cheeky, isn't he? He's just playing, he's a very stubborn player. You know, I was speaking to Ashley Kang in terms of how he approaches communication with his team. Sometimes in draft, in Damwon, he'll just say to players like Nuguri, you're a good Fjord, just lock it in, don't be scared. Just pull it off and we'll have a good game. So he just plays with so much confidence.
Yeah, Zeka has said the same thing in his mid lane matchup when Beryl gave him the confidence saying, we are up, you know, your opponents are going to be scared, play more aggressively. Exactly citing this player.
These arrows haven't landed, have they? T1 trying to get Deft's cleanse, but Beryl in trouble now.
Owner jumps in. Beryl's gonna lose half HP, but without Gumayushi's arrow, DRX knows they don't really have any way to catch up to it.
3 minutes on the Dragon, there's nothing to really fight for here for T1. They just wanted to get the crab. Pyosik will face check Faker, will get chunked out a bit, but T1 need to force this cleanse out of Deft so they can get some kind of mid push. While he has cleanse up, he has that defensive summoner to push them back.
Pyosik's doing the same thing. He's trying to cut off people going to answer the split push for themselves. They've got Zeka topside. Silas pushes the wave all the way to the tower. Faker has to go respond, and they get a little bit deeper vision here for DRX, taking over behind the red buff.
Thus is the nature of a tankless drought.
Oh,
Beryl
shit,
will flash away.
Beryl!
He'll avoid any more follow-up. Gumayushi still no arrow.
Okay,
To
no
lock them down
ult
further,
from
Beryl drops
Hamer,
the giant turret
It's
there
a
as he
turret.
makes his exit. DRX lose the flash on their support there from the attempted pick of T1. Still 2 minutes to go on the Drake.
Those are the timers T1 can play around. When Zeus can push out bot wave and move towards mid, DRX
Yeah, Beryl, like,
they didn't do it in this case.
living on the
Zeus
edge.
will have to go back bot, catch the wave. Kingen has pressure on that side lane. Zeka has pressure on the side on the opposite side. 3 pushing lanes for DRX.
Allowing them to take away jungle resources. these lines of wards, they fought pretty heavily for Pyosik to get this one behind red. Blue buff one stolen away as well. They're getting themselves step by step in the position to force T1 to those longer rotations that you're talking about. So they're always going to be a few seconds behind.
It's all about time management and tempo in this game, making sure you're always first.
Minus
Didn't
one
get the
cannon, though.
Didn't get it there. And the next spike for DRX is this Rabadon on Zeka. When that Sylas has 3 items and gets towards the level 16, that's when you'll see DRX really start to press their advantage, try to force around Baron. Their Baron damage isn't great, but their turn is with champions like Camille and Sylas. 1 minute on the next dragon, they can play towards that Ocean Soul point as well.
And I want to go back to a little bit ago now, Kadril, when you pointed out DRX finally taking the gold lead in the game. It hasn't been by much. They've been 100, 200 gold ahead. We are dead even. 26 minutes into this game, teams are getting strong enough, both of them, to be looking towards the Baron if they find an advantage. This is the point where everything rests on a knife's edge. It could go either way, depending on a hero play from anybody, and Kingen is here off to the side for DRX, as T1 is grouped up in the mid lane. Keria goes fishing again, but just not a whole lot to find.
Remember, both AD carries have that cleanse. So looking for the picks on the other members. Ash Arrow on one side. Zeka not stealing an ultimate quite yet, going back for his death cap right now. Ooh, he cancels the recall though.
Kingen gave up a bot wave just to hover around for so long. You can see it's at the tower now. He has to run down and catch that. T1 were spamming question mark pings in their blue side jungle, wondering where the top laner
Gamer
was.
already
The
has...
poke is getting dangerous. 3 items
Gamer
spikes are
already
coming
has...
in slowly. 10 seconds on the Dragon Spawn. DRX
gonna
are
be
first.
annoying.
T1 grouping up towards mid. Zeka taking the base, has the TP ready if his team needs him.
Faker lost the crown of the Shattered Queen there from the arrow that came out from Deft, but the Rabadons is up for Zeka. 3 item power spike is in, and recognizing that, I don't know if T1 will be willing to contest the Drake here.
He also has critical level 16 on the Sylas. Advantage over Faker, so T1 gotta give that up.
It's really hard for T1 to face check. You've got a Camille in Fog of War, a Varus ult. Zeka can take away the Ashe ult. You've got 2 such strong single target damage lockdowns that T1 can't afford to step up. They're going to face DRX on Soul Point now. It's only going to get worse. They're going to be forced to face check in once again in 5 minutes time. And we'll see if DRX moves towards the Baron.
Exactly. 5
Because
minutes
if it's
is
like
a long
mid,
time in League of Legends.
either
And that
Ludens
means
or
for those next 5
Queen.
minutes, Baron
Shattered
is the big
Queen.
thing we expect to see
Shattered
both of the teams
Crown of
play
Shattered
around.
Queen.
Baker
Like,
pushing out the top wave.
but
likely going
usually
back to purchase
Ludens.
his 3rd item now as well, I would assume,
Yo, first
as you're
up.
going to see recalls happening across the map here from both sides. Everybody regrouping. Stopwatches and control wards in inventories. We know the Baron dance is about to begin.
In luck support, always.
Let the dance
always,
begin. All the talk of
always
Death's last dance.
Because I'm a aggressive.
Will it be a happy ending, or will it be sad?
I am so aggressive with luck.
DRX getting there first. Control wards already inside. Hawkshot's such a big advantage for T1 though, in being able to very, very safely keep their vision.
Kingen's grouping up. They're not actually playing side lanes right now, DRX. They're just all hovering around this Baron pit. Kingen is going to move towards bot now. Pings on the tier 2. T1 have a window to find a fight.
Oh my god!
Beryl, the target of the enchanted crystal arrow, but he gets away. No flash as well. Beryl's just in their face. T1 have to retreat backwards. Waves coming in. They have to catch top. They have to catch mid. Kingen still in the tug of war, not pushing bot. He really wants to fight.
Barry's like living on the edge.
DRX in the
What
enemy
the
jungle.
fuck?
Barrel's going to be found by Keria, but he does not step into the CC. Zeka now being chased, has to flash out. Baker flashes in. Zeka goes to the Kingslayer. He's trying to find any sort of a chance he could get, but he's 1v4.
Okay.
And he hits the
It's a good pick.
Shut down over to Zeus.
Really good timing here for T1 to commit to the pick onto
But
Zeka.
they're all
It's
scattered,
still going
so
to cost you an extra turret as DRX are able to shift over the mid lane,
yes,
but getting that kill,
hello, is
getting
it live?
the
Yeah.
flash as well out of Zeka, out of the Sylas, can set themselves up
Immortals
for
right
a
now.
big advantage looking at Baron. Faker will also have to play a lot safer on the Victor though. Him without flash will have to keep distance.
Base is coming in now, kill for tower trade like you highlighted. Dragon still 2 minutes 45 seconds away. That's always going to be plan B for DRX. Plan A is always going to be around this Baron, trying to force fights. Level 16 on your solo laners like this means you do want to press the advantage. Stopwatches across the board. Yeah. One fight will blow this entire game open either way. Kingen wins this fight, but he's looking for the blue buff.
Kingen level 16 compared to the level 15 of
Oh,
Zeus.
oh,
Pretty big difference.
nice! Oh, shit!
Beautifully
Oh,
buffered with the hook shot.
man! Ah,
Kingen gets out from what
damn.
would have otherwise been a very precarious
What
situation.
the fuck?
As Zeus now has to retreat, and Kingen has backup. Pioshik will clear some of the vision out of this bottom side jungle. Barrel's hanging around nearby now too. Kingen keeping the push going here. Lux Laser to thin the wave. Zeus wants to try to get rid of as many of these minions as he
That's
can.
a good, that's
Kingen's
a
gonna
good,
step up, trade with him here a little bit. Hook shot right back to Zeus.
The
It's a good,
objective for DRX
one for
remains the
Camille.
same, though. They want to continue with these same setups where they're able to
What's
push
the game
in
score?
on
Is
top
this
and bottom
game one?
first.
Oh,
That way,
game
even
two.
if
Wait,
one of the
game
side
two
lane pushers gets
is,
picked off, like we saw Zeka last
this
time,
is game
they
two.
still get an advantage. They're
1-0
able to
in
trade a
favor
turret
of
on the other
T1.
side with the extra
Forgot
pressure
to
that they mount.
get rid of that
T1
first.
take this little timing window, though, to hard shove mid, and here comes
Barrel.
the flank.
Barrel
King is
going
behind.
for the bouncing grenade. He's not going to find nobody
shit.
yet.
Oh,
Chains of
shit.
corruption find Faker, but a nice use of the Mikhails gets him away. Owner's now your target. Kingen goes golden, getting himself out of Aggro's way. Now you got Zeus here.
Oh, no, that's a bad positioning. Please don't go there. Oh, God.
Ain't going to hit the mark. T1 in retreat. DRX in chase. DRX heading back over to the Baron pit. Deft firing arrows to cover the
Okay,
retreat.
okay,
Barrel
okay,
in
okay.
some
Oh my
danger,
God,
has to
Baron
flash the
is
chain,
like
but
living
they
so
get the
fucking
ulti out of
edge.
Zeus.
Summoner spells blown across the board. Still 1 minute on that dragon. Everyone needs to take a base, get their health bars back up, get as many items as possible.
If you get like
refresh
the
worlds, come
timing
back on
right,
the
you
map and
get
contest these
you can get
waves
pulled
again.
away.
It's a dance around mid. DRX can't commit too
Even
hard
if you
into
get
T1, and
CC,
T1 really
hard
want to kite
CC.
back.
Yep, the biggest takeaway from that fight is that the next one, there will be blood, because splashes are getting very scarce. The only two remaining ones are on the T1 bottom lane. So these arrows that are coming from Gumayushi, the flash bindings that are coming from Keria will be so much more likely to land, to find purchase in the next attempt.
And just as big as summoner spells, Gumayushi has purchased a stopwatch.
Okay,
Kingen
so-
used his in that
so
fight, but has upgraded it into a Guardian Angel. And Pioshik
building
still has his.
boss
10
chapter.
seconds until what will be the soul spawns for DRX as Keria
probably
gets
shattered.
chunked.
My eyes are on that Mikhail's cooldown. See if it comes up for Keria in
But she has
time.
lost
It
chapter,
can't take away that
so
crap.
an
he did.
AP
Zeus got it.
mythic.
So the Mikhails needs to come up so that T1 can face check. They need to use it on the Varus ultimate of Death. Pioshik's off to the side. Kingen looking for an angle, finds himself on a control war. T1 need to stay as a death ball. DRX really want to sandwich them and squeeze the carries
Oh, it
backwards
could be.
so they
It
can
could be
kill
an
the front line.
Everfrost.
Pioshik walks out, using the mist to cover his retreat. Zeka's here on the flank. Kingen even further behind. Again, beautifully buffered.
See,
with the hook shot.
don't
He's
fucking.
so good.
Ah.
Really quick reaction times there, and now no Ash Arrow for the pick for T1. They still
Don't
have the
Ash
flash
Arrow
advantage,
on
though.
Yeah.
Camille anymore.
Dragon's
He
already
can
going to be
still
started.
do that.
T1 have the aggro, but Kingen is again on the flank. Gumayushi's at 2/3 HP. Drake is going to be secured, but Kingen's coming in. Keria and Zeus.
Oh
going
my
to
God,
the
oh
wall.
my God,
Gumayushi
oh
is
my
caught,
God.
But he goes into the stopwatch only for a moment.
Oh my
Shut
God,
down back
Gufa!
into Zeka. Owner's his target. E2 strikes true, and Owner is true.
Oh, shit!
Or is he? Now he's finally going to be killed.
Oh my God, yes, yes. There you go, there you go, there you go.
Gets one back, but they're still retreating.
Oh my
Zeka
God.
Flash in.
Get it, get it.
Zeka looking for the triple. Buys time with Zonius. Kingen's ready to back him up. Faker goes over the wall. Zeus
Oh my
tries
God.
to fight,
Oh my
but the
God.
damage
Oh my God.
pours
Oh,
in.
shit.
Zeka grabs a
Okay, that's
as they're
oh
now going to
God.
find Faker here in the bottom lane. Kingen and Death do the work, and that's money in Death's
Oh
pocket.
my God.
All down. That is 5 members of T1 in the dirt. DRX turn towards the Baron.
Oh
They're making
God.
And it all comes off the back of
They should
Zeka.
not
This
use
kid
the
is
Ash
the
Arrow
real
on Camille.
deal. You
They,
give him these
they shouldn't
playmakers,
anymore.
He will make magic happen. From having a strong lane phase up against the greatest player of all time to being the driving force in that team fight to get them this Baron.
No arrow steal, no chance, no shot. It is DRX with a 35-minute Baron.
Zeka has faced every challenge in front of him standing up. The only last question was going to be Faker, and he stands tall again. Take a look at it. They gave up the dragon. They were looking for the collapse the entire time. All eyes on Gumayushi to get that 80 carry out of the fight
yeah,
first.
yeah,
And then
they
know
should
can go for
not.
the chase.
They should
With
not
Silas and Camille, some of
leave
the
Guma.
longest range chase for solo laners you can have in the game. Zeka as well as Kingen finding the collapse.
And that's it. It's Zeka and King in the driving force. Beryl right behind them. Piosik's just fishing for resets. Deft missed his ult, missed a couple Qs, didn't get as much impact as he would want. Zeka didn't go for the Q there on Keria. Maybe could have picked up the triple. But T1 just don't have the damage for this Sylas. He's just running straight through all of them, picking up all the kills. And eventually, Faker falls to Deft and Kingen.
Faker without enough mana to try to fight back in this 1v2 as Keria runs himself into the turret, and execution is all he can hope for. And DRX finally found the fight they were looking for. They command a Baron and a 3,000 gold lead, and they're pushing into the T1 base.
Oh, hold me close, boys. This is what we wanted from this series. DRX poised to strike back against T1. They're at the gates. They're knocking on the door.
Zeka has stolen the Ashe ultimate. Keep your eyes on either side from a long-range pick.
Zeus clearing mid wave. Deft staying towards top. Arrow misses.
Misses again. Stop going to
every single time Gumayushi's fishing for these arrows. DRX are dodging and diving away. It's a 1-4 right now. Kingen's pushing mid. 4-man top for DRX. Beryl is the bridge between them. Faker's on the side. T1 looks like they want to fight, but without the Ashe ult, it's incredibly hard. When does Zeka pull the trigger?
Exactly. Keep your eyes on the Sylas. Mid lane continuing to be chunked down here by the minions. Kingen getting chased after by Faker. Kingen could be in some trouble. Owner's ready to follow it up. Flash out.
Nice!
Faker gets the kill, and T1 holds the line.
That's got to put a stop to the siege right there. That pick alone, T1 have dealt with this critical timing window. While DRX are wearing Baron for another 50 seconds.
Oh, they should get the dragon soon. Otherwise, that Sylas won't die.
Doesn't commit the ult because he realizes Faker has so much damage, and the arrow missed from Zeka. Tries to run away. The flash didn't get as much distance away as he might would want, but here's where he eased the wall and looks for the fight. Arrow misses as well. Faker doesn't get stunned. And then Kingen realizes he's made a mistake, has to run back around the tower in case he'll get stunned. Flash doesn't really avoid anything apart from the Lux ult, and he dies.
Yep, this is what makes the difference. The moments on the biggest stage in the world with all of the pressure. DRX still can recover though, no problem for them. They've got the gold lead. They also still have Dragon Soul Point. Dragon arriving in 50 seconds.
Exactly, and that afforded them a good fight last
time. Oh my god! Almost. Yes, Glenn.
Summoner spells of the DRX marksman. That is huge for T1 in this upcoming battle.
No ultimate as well. He should be in time for the dragon spawn. T1 will get the mid tower though, and they will keep on going. The solo lanes are here to respond. Pyosik is lying in wait, waiting for this
another Ashe ult.
for T1 to move into this bot side river. T1 should know that he's around there with the mist and the wards being down, so they'll stay as a death ball, stay grouped up. Deft will rejoin Zeka.
Zeka walking right into a brush. Everfrost on 3. Honestly, Graves' collateral damage barely.
Okay, he misses the ult. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, T1 are fishing for big chunks on health that would allow them a better setup on Dragon. It's just going to be a teleport back from Zeka, though. Level 18 on the Sylas. Keria goes.
Oh, flash binding. If they grab Pyosik, they guarantee the Drake. Pyosik with the flash back over the wall. He has Guardian Angel too. Pyosik goes into the GA. He's just buying time. The Dragon's already up. T1 trying to chase. Are they going to lose out on the Drake? The Dragon's still being burned. DRX are gone. It's still away by Owner. And Zeka has to flash the ball to live. Kingen stuck in the pit, tries to jump out, pulled right back in by the Infernal Chains. He'll resurrect as well. That is 2 Guardian Angels.
T1 going to come back. T1 come back.
Keria finds the enemy jungler. He sniffs out Pyosik, flashes on him, forces him away from the, Dragon. They kill the jungler. That allows Owner
this is a roller coaster.
to flash in on the Graves and steal away the Dragon. So my goodness, it was at their fingertips.
Keria just does not miss, does he? With the Everfrost, with the Qs, he knew how much time he had to help.
Look how many CS of the jungler.
Get a little bit of vision onto Pyosik. Then he just instantly Q flashes him the second he sees him. It gets better though, because as Pyosik also over the wall, watch this Everfrost lands the tip of it onto him as well to allow Gumayushi to get damage down.
Beautiful.
T1 are in time to take away the Dragon. These last 10 minutes have been immaculate.
Then Owner knows, I've got to get to Dragon. They're burning down Dragon, so we see Owner rushing for it. Zeka tries to delay him.
No, it's
Zeka
not one-sided. I can't say that it's one-sided.
Flashes forward and gets there in time.
Split seconds determine that soul, and Kingen gets pulled back across. just to rub salt into the wound. They lose another member. They lose another Guardian Angel. T1 are relentless.
Oh,
That was a
my
fast
goodness.
Camille.
Such a close one. So well fought here as well in the setup, and we see the reaction.
Yay!
Joy on one side, concern on the other, as DRX have had this game going their way for a while.
Look at the junglers CS. 208 and 312.
Accurate way to put it, because
Oh my
T1, they've got so
God.
much pressure on their shoulders to deliver. You know, trying to reestablish the dynasty here, coming in as the
100
favorites.
CS gap.
No
Holy
overreactions for one fight.
We'll see if DRX are unfazed by the last 10 minutes. See if they can still pull this through. It's a
Graves
very
ult.
even game state now. Gold within 500-600. Dragons even a piece. T1 have found a way to
I like
stabilize
seeing
the
the
game.
CS
and
of
they're becoming
pros.
incredibly
They're
strong.
going
DRX
like
haven't gone to
500,
full
400
as
to
much as they
500
might like.
CS sometimes.
And now it's a Baron dance as it spawns.
Ocean Rift puts so much extra brush on the map, and DRX have to be so careful when they check these brushes. It was the brush check from Zeka that put him such low HP that he had to teleport back into the fight there for the last Drake. DRX now going to find a ward here in the Baron Pit. They can't start anything up cheekily or sneakily. 4 full items plus boots completed on Zeka, working on that final
Faker
item.
is already
Faker
have
himself,
full build,
full
while
build, late game victor.
DRX
while
have
Silas
really struggled with these last few
doesn't
fights,
have
but they faced way
the
worse
last item
heartbreak
yet.
in their series against EDG. So
But Faker
Death's
already
coming
has
out
a
of
full
base, has
build.
the Serpent's Fang, 6-item lethality. Poke Varus is ready. Summoner's coming up for Keria. Gumushi still doesn't have the flash. Neither does Owner. He had to use it to get the dragon. Does T1 started up? They have pretty good vision to do so. Zeus has the TP, but they have a free bot tower as Kingen decides to group DRX as 5, trying to get this next mid wave in.
Yeah, #1 priority there for T1. They were trying to find out all these wards so they can't get flanked again. The flanking power of the Camille, of the Silas, has been devastating. Trying to clear all of these brush and control the side lane push first. Let's make sure it doesn't happen again.
Kingen gonna find Faker.
Oh
but
my
they're
God,
also gonna
Beryl!
find Beryl. Kingen wants to get away. Beryl nearly dead. Had to flash to save his own life. As T1
Beryl
have
is
a nice
always
health
like
advantage now.
the almost
You'll see Owner,
almost one
Keria,
that
and
who
Gumushi
keeps on
heading
like,
back
you
towards
know,
that top side river,
almost
heading back towards
has
that
a
Baron.
near-death
Def gonna do as much
experience.
damage as he can, poking with these piercing arrows. T1 continues
Take a
to
shot
stay
every time
together
Guma.
as Kingen tries to
Yay!
cut the wave, trying to make
He
some
misses
space
a lot, huh?
to distract T1. The Drake spawning in 1 minute, the Baron still up as they fight for mid lane control.
Faker's Victor is a really big problem for DRX right now. He's scaled to the point of 4 items with a crown, with the Rabadons, and it just means that with this full build Victor, how do they get on top of him?
Okay,
They have to proc the crown
last
initially, the ultimate comes out, Beryl instantly has to flash away. Kingen has a little bit of magic resist coming in, but this full item Victor is doing so much work to allow T1 to push forwards.
At least DRX have been able to buy time for their Guardian Angels. They just had Pioshik's cooldown come back up on it and very short on Kingen.
Barriers HP goes
Second from Dragon. T1 first to the river. Kingen in a position to look for a flank. Death needs to arrive. He's trying to clear out the mid-wave. Lux ult from Zeka pokes out Owner, but Kingen trying to sandwich T1 here, who want to stay.
Okay, they're fighting for the DR soul.
Poke wasn't a ton. The fruits are going to heal
so
it off
close.
as Owner grabs all of those, and the Drake is ready to go. T1 has stopped this so long enough that now it's guaranteed for either side. Whoever takes it, and we're done with these Ocean Drakes.
Whoever wins
T1,
this Dragon
they're
Soul
gonna start it up. They've got the
is
aggro.
the game
They're gonna burn
changer.
through it a little bit, but they're taking their time. Kingen's coming around from the side. Keria trying to keep him away. Def with a piercing arrow. Faker goes in for flashing
Oh my God, that's cheating, got it. But Keria's dying. Keria's dying. Keria's dying.
Run for their lives. Zeka's going to be isolated. Zeka's going to be caught. Is Zeka going to be killed? He uses stasis to dodge the arrow. He may be able to use the Kingmaker to get away, but no, it's Zeka. Traded for Keria on a 1-for-1. Now a TP coming back into the mid lane.
Nice TP.
T1 with a solid advantage here. Def's gonna look for some poke, finds it on Owner.
They're so good at using these timing windows, T1.
Yeah, it's not a steal. It's not a steal. But still, it could be a close one.
Dragon, allowing Owner to get it. Pioshik is sticking around for the Baron transition here, but Keria also sacrificed his life to keep Kingen out of the fight.
It's a 4v4 and they started up Baron.
Baron's gonna burn fast. T1 got
Okay,
at half
okay.
HP.
Now Baron is
Barrel
like...
also at half HP. Pioshik and Deft ready to fight. Chains of Corruption fly out. They're going to find 3 different targets. Faker
No!
is low. Faker is down.
Faker!
Zayus tries to fight. Owner into the back line. Going to pick one
Okay,
back.
okay. Now that's bad.
As
That's
Pioshik
bad, bro.
is ready to
That's bad,
fight.
bro. That's
Sword,
bad.
bursted, gun,
Oh
and Owner has to
God!
run away.
What is going on?
Has
with
one
this
shot to
team?
kill the king, and he doesn't miss. Faker falls. Gumayushi and Zeus as well. Zeka's TPing in, and he has to TP as he spawns. Do they go towards Baron, or do they look to end the game? It's only Carrier and Owner for 40 seconds.
They gotta focus on the minion waves.
Oh,
They can't do it.
They don't need to focus the minions if they're going to be able to focus the enemy.
Oh
team.
God, oh
And
God, oh
and
God,
Owner is
oh
now the
God.
target. DRX, a couple minions at their back. They keep nowhere to go.
Oh God, Keegan,
wants
keep
Owner,
it good.
but he ain't gonna find
Chill.
it. The
Oh,
push
God.
continues. Inhibitor.
Oh, God.
falls. DRX want to make it happen. Owner trying to
Oh
flash
no!
it.
Oh my
trying to do
God!
it,
Okay, that's
trying to
DRX
fake
win.
it. But no,
Oh, this is the yes!
DRX rise to the occasion, and they will tie.
Yes, not a 3-0. Not a 3-0. Let's go! Oh my God, this is such a great finals already. Much better if it, much like greatest if it's like
But it's Deft who
what's it
shoots the
called?
arrow onto Faker.
Much
Gets
better
the
if
initial kill.
they're gonna
Once the
go
victor is
super
down,
straight.
the rest of DRX can clean
This
up.
good.
And with that one
Yeah.
single window in the last 25 minutes of the game, DRX.
Yeah, should have waited. Should have waited a little bit.
What a win! What a win that started off.
Thank
looking
you
a
so much for
lot
the follow.
like
Eastern
game
Bird,
number
Eastern
one.
Bet. Welcome
What
to the Frosty.
team
Wow,
play
wow.
coming out from DRX to keep themselves going blow for blow in what is now
Oh, that
the
game.
longest game of the
That
tournament
game
so
is
far.
a roller
That beat out
coaster.
Game 5 of
I don't
Gen.G
even know who's
versus Dom
winning
One.
there because
My
they're
God.
really good. Like
It was a mid-game drought for
juggling,
DRX.
like,
They couldn't
you
get
know?
as many kills they wanted. They got some towers. They lost 2 or 3 dragons in a row.
because both teams are like fighting
Heroics were necessary
and
in
such.
this game, and they were
Like
delivered.
equally, it's really
I'm
good.
sweating,
Not
boys.
really
That was,
one-sided. I really like
that was
that
a
game.
game.
I really like that game.
I hope we get 3 more of those.
10 years in the making, this finals.
It really is. And if DRX lost that game, it would have been such a heartbreak. Being in the driver's seat,
Come on,
their
Daniel
first
B.
win against
How's
T1 all
your
year.
game
They had it
two?
in their hands and they almost dropped it, but they stood tall. 1-1.
Remember,
It is an
versus
insane
Gen.G,
game.
They got their first win against them
It
in
is an
game 2 as
insane
well.
game.
And remember
My
how
God.
that series went. But T1 is an entirely
Oh my God!
different
Please
beast.
this
This final is shaping up to be what we were
make
all
it Silver
hoping it would
Scrapes.
be.
I
And
really
Worlds
wanted
is
to
a
make it Silver
gauntlet,
Scrapes.
my friends. And the best way to keep up with all the action on the go is Riot Mobile. It's home to all things League, Valorant, and much more, where you can watch Worlds live, catch up with the series scores, and talk about all the action with your friends. Check it out and join us as we head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
They're really clutch with not dying, invading the True.
Just like that, DRX
He keeps like he has a like near death experience every goddamn time.
With so much action, we had kind of an interesting change of pace in the mid game as both teams were really trying to feel each other out, and then an explosive few fights there. Back and forth to end it all, and it falls in DRX's favor off of a wild Baron play.
Back and forth and back and forth and back again is how this game felt, because right here, after another smite secure by Owner, I thought T1 was going to do it. I'm thinking this is just like the RNG series. Are we going to see a sweep? Is DRX going to be able to get the reverse sweep? But the thing with DRX is they absolutely never give up. They buy a bunch of
that
time,
actually
they carry on the backside,
woke me up.
and then they're just figuring out how to stop this T1 Baron.
I woke up so early for
the
this.
most important person you have to keep your eyes on is Deft.
like wake
So you can
myself
see on
up
your
more.
minimap right now, he's going to start making his way up towards
They're
the
probably
backside of the
clean
blue
as
jungle,
well,
and
cause
he's gonna fall, and he's gonna
you,
land
you
a really
remember
crucial ult
the
as
freaking
T1
cockroach
kind
is still there,
funnels
so
into the pit.
while it
Keep
still
your eyes on
breaks,
Deft right here.
I'll
He's gonna
BRB
land
chat.
such
You
an
guys
important
should
ultimate
do,
right
okay?
there onto
A
Faker
BRB
in
a
the
bit.
middle of the mall. Gumayushi's then forced to flash very early on in the fight. While he's doing decent damage, it's not enough to be able to shut down Kingen. And on the other side, while Owner is doing a great job, all of T1 gets split apart, and Pioshik demonstrating his great Aatrox performance.
And then crucially right here, decide not to kill the Baron, make the call that even though they have Heimerdinger dead, the wave is close enough. They're so late into the game, the death timers are a minute long, so they just make all the correct decisions in a very crucial moment. A lot of teams would just do Baron here. They do the call to end, they execute, and they win.
And that's so massive for DRX, right? Because we talked about how back and forth this game was. Initially, when DRX got the lead, and then there was a pickoff, and then there was another pickoff, it's like, oh no, this is like domestic DRX. Like, we're back there. To see them come off of this play, not only be able to pull it off, but be so decisive in knowing that they can end is so important.
And I think that we kind of have to go back to the beginning of this game where it did feel like it was just going to be a T1 domination from the start. The fact that they were beating them this closely, you can see how close it really was to DRX being able to gain a huge advantage this early on into the game, but T1 just did not let them as Carrier just dominates on the Lux. It was just beautiful early game plays and constant impressive performances from Carrier throughout this game.
Yeah, we definitely see why, like we talked about the Ashe, we talked about the Heimer, Carrier locking in the Lux alongside the Ashe and making these plays. I can't stress enough how regardless of whatever champion he has, when he's able to get some CC down, when he's able to initiate a fight, the rest of the team follows up so well, and his mechanics are just godly.
So that was T1 setting the pace early with a couple of quick kills, but DRX, not to be outdone, found their opportunities in the early game as well.
Meanwhile, Beryl here, I think I also want to point out both of these supports, right? Because I feel like people aren't necessarily going to think of Beryl when they think of creating space, but he, like, not only survived there, but got so many crucial stuns in a lot of these fights to set up for his team on the Heimerdinger.
You know, as they say, if you can't heal him or cure him, you bury him. And I think that Beryl demonstrated that perfectly for us with his Heimerdinger performance.
So here's the thing.
I thought you were going to say you barrel him. Like,
No, because that's the Heimerdinger joke. It's the bury him.
He's using the Heimer joke, but...
I will say, and I said it before when he played Heimerdinger, his Heimerdinger mechanics, he must have played hundreds of games.
He's damn good at
He knows
Heimer.
every angle, he knows every reset for the turrets, and he always knows the right ultimate to use.
And this fight really was one of the big swings in favor of DRX because we saw many close Dragon fights, and this one was really where we started to see DRX claiming full control over it and Zeka really coming online. This is the player that we hyped up so much in the pre-show. This is the individual that we put so much emphasis on that you needed to focus on, and getting his hands on the Sylas once again, when you give him the resources to be a carry, this is what he's able to do with it.
And the setup for this was also pretty impressive because they were actually able to get their 1-3-1 setup with Kingen, with Zeka in side lanes. And that was actually, again, such an improvement from what we saw from DRX in their domestic play.
So while it was DRX, obviously, that took the victory in this game number 2, I wanted to point out a specific T1 play, and it keys into Carrier and some of his top performing here in the series so far. As we know, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, in this play here, it's a twofer. First, T1's Carrier pulling the trigger the moment he sees his opportunity, lands every single one of his skill shots that is CC related on Pyosik to make sure the jungler gets eliminated. And then, of course, T1's owner will have a couple of impressive mechanics himself to secure that dragon.
It was feeling like this was going to be the moment that T1 has the sweep in hand. As soon as he gets all of the movement abilities, ulting backwards, like every split second counts in this sequence.
I like it. We're updating the tagline. It's not just every second, it's every split second counts now.
Yeah, it's such an amazing play by T1, and there were so many little moments throughout this 45-minute long game that could have gone either way, but it's so fitting that we are tied 1-1, guaranteeing at least 2 more.
Exactly, and I just wanted to show that because it goes all the way back to your initial point, Jet, that when DRX takes a punch, okay, sure, but they get right back up and they look for that next fight because we were pretty much ready to call it when something like that happens in a high-intensity game. So here we are, reminding ourselves of the draft here from game number 2. T1 on blue side. What do you want to see here, Jet?
Yeah, I want to see DRX, when they do the switch up, to have a better answer to Varus, because Varus has been the first pick champion in both series. I don't necessarily think that DRX is going to be letting through any of their major champions.
I think that DRX just needs to keep getting these prior lanes. They had it in top, in mid, they
now
had
that
good
the
control of the investment, and in bot lane they're contesting that wave. Push is important, Dash.
We're all tied up. We are guaranteed to not have a sweep here in the World Championship, and I couldn't be happier about that. Let's see if we can get all the way to 5. There is so much action that has led up to today, and while it can't, or rather can be hard to keep up with, Spotify and a few of our colleagues this being one right here, have got your back. Be sure to download the newest episodes of both the Rift Reaction Podcast and Dive for you to get informed and to revel in the anime arc
so
of our
far.
finals. While you do, we're stepping away. When we come back, it's game number 3 right after this.
The cable management is not that good.
Kingdom goes in. Owner's the target, but now Zeus is locked down. Carry is here over the wall.
I think Neil bites is
Absolutely outplaying. Pioshik will not find
oh
the
please, I
damage
wanna
yet.
see that lock skew again. It is a really good lock
Faker
skew.
goes over the wall. Zeus tries to fight, but the damage.
Oh, they won't put it there. Oh, okay. I think that's a good angle of a lock skew because both of them got caught there.
And that's money in Death's pocket. The push continues. Inhibitor falls. DRX want to make it happen. Owner trying to flash in, trying to do it, trying to save it. But no, DRX rise to the occasion.
Nice, very good, very good game. Very good. I'm actually excited. Please make it like 3-2, okay? 3-2, okay. 1 win of T1, 1 win of DRX, and I think that's good. Don't fuck it up. Actually, you know that what they can do? Owner can just suicide by getting the what's it called? Getting the DR and then they back so that they can, like, you know, make more or something like that, and then Def instead of going to the VR. But okay then. Rage for Silver Scrapes. EY MasterCard!
Red Bull gives you wings.
PR muna habang break. Yeah. If you guys need to do some break and all that stuff, please do because it's still break for 3 minutes. You'll probably take a break as well. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I might get. you guys get your something?
Welcome
It's already
back
game
to
3.
Worlds 2022 here in the finals, here in a
Yep, we're
tie
back.
series.
Oh boy. I doubted them a little bit there, DRX in the game, but I guess when you
No,
doubt them, they only get stronger.
I just
fought
can't get
though.
over a lot
T1
of the
fought.
reactions and mechanics too. How about Kingen and these hook shots?
Despite
Every time an
their
arrow is
picks,
shot at him,
despite
it
their
looks
picks, it's
useless. He
pretty
wastes
good
so many
that
of those
they fought
cooldowns
back,
from
you know?
opponents. Really nice play from him.
Reaction time was flawless, really, wasn't it? Even on the ones that missed, he was already ready to jump away. Only had that one mistake in mid that hurt their Baron push. But T1, I expect him to be back on the blue side, run back something similar. Does DRX change it up? You know, we saw the Yuumi ban, we saw the targeted Lucian Nami, we saw the Caitlyn ban. Do they want to give one over and try something new? Because in game 1, can you fault their draft? Sylas Aatrox, that's really DRX's bread and butter, but maybe they don't want to change the matchups and pick differently.
And to me, that's one of the most fun things about a series, especially one of this quality, of this caliber, is seeing the way the teams will adapt between the games, seeing the changes they choose to make, the problems that they assess as what was really critical in that last loss. And I'm really excited to see what DRX brings out here in the third one.
Yeah, and T1 as well, right? Do they think that Sylas was a big problem in that last game? Is Varus now all of a sudden the flavor of the series? Is that something that DRX want to deny? Do they have an answer to it? Because Varus has been first picked both games, T1 showing it with 3 bot lane bans, DRX responding to it with 3 bot lane bans, and both teams need to figure out the Varus dilemma.
And there should be a drop in priority on the Aatrox. Both teams have shown
Ay, for
strong
game 3.
counters with the Camille, with the Yone for
Kasi
themselves,
change
being
siya
able to
malakas,
outplay it.
malakas
So
din
we'll
yung
see
Diego.
about a lot of adjustments
Diego
here.
didn't
On the red side for
do
DRX,
much,
though,
not
it's so
gonna
hard to
lie.
get away from these bottom lane
Except for
necessary
his
bans.
CCs,
Because
but
like we talked about, Jeff hasn't played much of Felios.
because he got overshadowed by
Lucian, so Yuumi and Lucian
what's it
remain
called?
permabans, and then probably
By
the Caitlyn,
owners'
unless you want to pull out something crazy.
deals,
So
but
Varus' first pick is probably
yeah.
going to be the answer here from T1. Now, does DRX
I
take away
think
Renata?
Diego is
They've
not the
left that
problem.
open, they banned it in game 2.
What?
Kalista's locked in. Kalista Renata.
Kalista
That's their answer
Renata?
to Varus. Will it work is the question. What is T1's response
Oh,
here?
God.
Do they go for some kind of melee support
That's
into this
scary.
Renata? Do they play Varus Karma to try to contest the push? The problem with the Karma is you don't have a lockdown
That's
onto
so
the Kalista.
scary.
So Aatrox is up, Sylas is up, Rise is up for Faker if he wants to blind pick it.
That's a scary
There
comp.
it is, looking at double poke
And
here.
Karma,
More
are you
aggressive
sure?
Fight over the priority in that pushing bottom lane. If you go with something like Leona or Nautilus, looking for the all-ins, looking for the kills, immediately picking up for Faker, though. The security of the team fight is here.
I wonder if something like Thresh could work. Kalista's very hard.
Kalista and Renata is a really good combo, not gonna lie.
They're just gonna go towards it. No Thresh shenanigans.
Because he can save the Kalista can save the Renata from ulting too. So it's pretty good.
In terms of side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, the pushing on the bottom lane has just been so critical. They don't want to give it up. And now, though, the confidence of Zeka. This
Can
champion,
they just get that freaking Sylas out?
And the Akali sides of it. It's a big part of DRX's handle on the meta that got them here. Confidence to lock it into Faker again. Last time around, he actually
Sylas
had
again for
more
the third
CS,
time.
even with all the harassment from the Azir.
Great ultimate to take away as well. Varus ult is just going to be so powerful through throws. There's a Yone ban, so I think T1 might have to ban away Aatrox. DRX might look to pick Aatrox up on 4 here. A lot of powerful champions up and available. Camille, Fiora, Aatrox. We're looking at champions like Graves, Viego as well. Kindred is up for Pyosik as well if he wants to look for that angle.
Well, with Aatrox banned away, when we talked about last game being another no tanks kind of matchup, you guys said how it was Aatrox that wills that into being because he creates a carry versus carry style.
Yeah, he
Now
knows,
with him
he
banned
knows.
away, with Yone banned away, we might see some big frontline for the first time in the series.
But like,
I agree,
but
especially
like
if it's both
Sylas
Varus and Kalista,
again.
two champions which really struggle to get tanks down.
They should really get rid of Sylas. I mean, for the T1, but I guess not. They're going for the Akali Sejuani
wide open. That would need
ban.
to have Zeus on something with CC though, because if they pick the Graves, then they've got no lockdown.
Is Poppy a good champion here for T1, I wonder? I mean, into Kalista, you can really lock down the Kalista. Vi is another one that has good lockdown. Nocturne is something we've seen, but he doesn't have the follow-up.
Yeah,
I'm thinking something like Poppy here. The Graves is great, but you're playing 4
You're really
range
going
champions
out,
again.
yeah.
And they've done it before. T1 have been the team to play all damage, all range. It could fall on Zeus to be the melee, to be the front line.
Well, I
though,
guess
with
because
some CC
ban,
setup.
listen ban.
Well, we do have the Sejuani banned away early on. That's one
There it
big
is.
tank. but we'll see which other they decide to lock in. The Gragas hover lasting for quite a while here, but there is still a little bit of time left on the clock.
Okay.
Zeus on the Gragas.
Yeah, I think with Karma,
okay,
you need some
Gragas.
line there. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Ornn come out here from King, and Aatrox is removed from the equation. Double tank matchup. I worry for T1 with this Graves again because you're playing full range, but if you can punish early, then it will give you profit in the mid to late game. Of course, the champion can do a lot of damage, and they're playing with triple strength.
The meatballs have arrived at the World Finals, and now we get to see some of those big frontliners and huge engages.
And that means increased focus
Yeah,
on
I
the
feel
bottom
like
lane,
T1's
especially
picks are
for
kind of
DRX
underwhelming,
here,
yeah.
investing their picks in the Kalista.
But the
Kalista has
DRX
not
picks
fared
are
well
so
at
scary.
Worlds. Have to
Especially
play it
with the Ornn
aggressively,
and then
pairing
Kalista,
it
Renata,
with the
and then
Renata
the
front
Silas
barrel.
one.
I
God
want
damn.
to see how DRX game plan looks now because we
Yeah, it's
already got the Faker
scary.
versus Zeka mid lane matchup of the 26-year-old
They should really,
versus the young new hotness. And now
protect
it's looking
Guma.
at bottom lane here. Deft, 26-year-old on the other side versus Guma Yushi.
I mean, Keria is Karma, so he can help Guma to
both
escape
respective veterans, like
with,
you highlighted there,
just
Kobe.
Mantra E.
And bot lane will
But
have
like,
to be a pivotal point of focus for both these teams. We saw Pyosik go
T1 has
towards mid
Faker.
earlier on with a similar kind of matchup in game 1 to get Faker's flash. Why did he do that? Well,
DRX has a really scary comp. Don't worry, T1 has Faker.
It allows the Sylas to get the push into Azir early on, which he doesn't normally get, which allows him to get towards bot lane first if the mid laners decide to roam down there.
And I'm excited to see how the early game objectives go in this one, especially now that we're back to an even series or an even state in the series, excuse me. T1's objective control in game number 1 was absolutely dominant. In game number 2, TRX and D1, they had one dragon each at the very start. There wasn't that same level of, man, we're losing everything from DRX.
Go.
And T1
Why are they all in bot lane?
Yeah, 5-man bot
What
to
are
get
they
middle rush
doing?
control. I expect
Oh
them
my
to
god!
put a ward down here to make sure that the Varus Karma
Are they
doesn't
doing
get any
something
catch. Stop
funny?
the Kalista Renata, make sure that they can poke them out with things like the Mantra Q. They don't see anything yet, so they're going to walk their way into this bot side jungle, but they know that death is in the river, so T1 are first to bot rush, which helps the bot lane matchup level 1.
Yeah, of course. So much focus on this bottom lane in this draft. With the big tanky boys on the top side. Especially when you have Graves too. Owner trying to get the early information. Defensive ward from DRX behind their red though. Trying to see if there was any attempt at getting that invade.
DRX show themselves on the entrance.
I can tell that this is a fiesta already.
And
but
Kobayashi's
not
playing with
really.
lethal tempo, so I expect
What
him
are
to go
they
more
doing?
towards an on-hit Varus build. We won't see poke Varus come out. Normally you see things like Comet and Hail of Blades in that instance.
And it makes so much more sense this game, right? You don't want to have lethality versus the Ornn. You want to be able to chunk through the front line.
Alrighty, we're going to have a top side start here for both of our junglers, which goes exactly like what you guys were expecting. Attention on the bottom lane. Junglers want to be pathing down here to see if they can interfere with this and make something happen.
And there's a commitment here of Zeus. Strong leash on the blue buff for Owner as well. So not only did Owner get Graves, he also gets the stronger leash, will be accelerated in his clear to try and slingshot down to that other side.
I'm curious what Pyosik decides to do. He's on Red Raptors. He's going to move towards bot side. Does he do a camp and gank mid and try to relieve pressure on Faker? That ward on the bot side jungle could help him look for an invade.
Why are they...
Alrighty, as we see how the lanes are going, remember to make sure to grab the exclusive.
Oh yeah, there's an exclusive emote.
Connecting your League of Legends account with your Prime account. As Kingen has the push here in top side.
The Nasus.
Yushi and Keria
One and only
and
Nasus,
Faker and
wow.
Zeka are pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, I would hypothesize that Pyosik would reverse clear up to the top side Scuttle Crab because the bottom side pushing here with the Varus Karma means that it's so hard to fight over the bottom side Scuttle Crab, and it would be a little bit dangerous, but his sweeper doesn't see the ward.
Oh man. Pyosik walking right past it. He's gonna wait here in the brushes. Keria and Guma are staying up. Pyosik with a flash engage. It doesn't matter if they knew he was coming.
Yes!
Grab first blood, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Barrel
That's a 1-for-1
now trying to get away.
I think that's good. That's good. I think that's good.
Fine. The DRX killer instinct still comes out on top.
Great first blood for
I
Death.
think that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Even though the first blood come gave it to Death.
Despite it being first blood to Death, I think this is actually good for T1 because look at his CS now, Death. He's lost a lot of that wave. It'll start to bounce into Gumayushi, and they traded 2 flashes, 3 summoner spells from DRX.
It's still okay since Death has a
they
good
had the
CS.
information. Guma still goes down to the forced gank there from Pioshik and investing the flash as well. Could be troublesome for the jungle.
Fair
Graves could
trade.
be very abusive,
Fair
going
trade.
to harass the Viego. Faker, meanwhile, forces the teleport out of the Sylas in mid lane. And yes, of course, as we already know, did not quite catch it. And T1 are saying, get over here, Graves, right now. These are the comms. We're going to outplay him. But Pioshik was so quick with the flash, Guma did not react to it, and they just stand and they want to trade 1-for-1 instead. And with the Ignite going down, Keria gets the last hit there for the takedown. As you said, though, the wave meant a lot there as they're able to push it in, and they did get the kill.
Yeah, kill gold in DRX's favor, but wave stays and Summoner's Blown is in T1's favor. So I think they'll be pretty happy with that kill. And it's a carrier which isn't the best, but can help in the early lane phase, has the early amp tome to try to poke them down. So now this wave state, we'll see how DRX plays it out, and we'll see what Pioshik does to try to help the bottom side of the map. Owner actually hasn't done his red buff yet, so he's probably going to move his way down there. And should be first, but DRX facing a lot of vision disadvantage here. Pink ward, double ward in the river, including the crab. Another pink ward, they need to clear all of that out.
They do have Kallista's little ghost walking around, trying to keep an eye on everything. Pioshik throwing out his own Krugs on the other side of the map. Owner finally going to pick up that red. Solo laners all at level 5, so we're getting close to that critical point where the ultimates are going to come online. Remember, there's no arrows or anything this time around to be stealing away there for Zeka, but he does have some incredibly powerful tools, like a Gragas ulti, like a Varus ulti, that with a full AP ratio can wreck a team fight.
And on the bottom lane, you see the power of the Varus Karma nullifying this Kalista pick. That poke from Keria with the Comet coming through,
Pretty
and Guma
good
landing as
trading
well,
of
continually
both,
forcing Deft
of
and
both
Barrel
top laners?
back towards their own side. Slow pushing wave here. When you slowly stack like this, T1 are actually creating their own mini objective, building up a big minion wave to then either bring Owner for a dive or force more losses from DRX.
And this is just going to be series breaking, really, isn't it? This is DRX's response to the Varus. If this doesn't work, then it's going to really suck when they go back towards red side. If this does go to a game 5, they need to break the Varus first pick and show that they have an answer right now, struggling. DRX normally like to start up these early Drakes. Owner knows it and he's hovering around. Pioshik has the level advantage. Owner not too far away from leveling up, but he's making sure his bot lane is safe.
Both junglers also on the same purchase and the same charges on the knife. So nobody has the enchanted smite yet. Nobody's really close. Pioshik going to throw down some of that.
You want a Faker?
Look to clear out a control ward, but with the lane control for Gumayushi and Keria, they are going to be able to keep that control ward alive. Zeka stealing away Faker's ulti, but they are both level 6, so it would be shuffle for shuffle if they decide to fight it.
Yeah, that right there is why Owner invested so much time and the control ward money to protect his bottom lane, to allow this to continue. Giant CS lead ballooning because of all that bottom lane attention. Zeka trying to solve some of the problem himself as well, though, reaching level 6 onto the Sylas with the flash play as well.
That's the power of the mid push. Yes, you might lose 3v3 or 2v2, but if you have that extra number that can hover down, it just means it's very hard for them to push out the wave. They're going to use everything they have there. T1
they have a lot of
so
vision in the
DR
side.
Secure it. Owner trading it for a crab.
Plus, you gotta love having Kalista for these neutral objectives. The extra power of the Rend plus Smite combo to work together and be able to take those down. Deft knows that this is uncontested. He doesn't even have to stay there, so they can give that one over to Pioshik to Smite secure, and Deft can make his way back down to the bottom lane to farm up as many minions as he can.
And you can see DRX's commitment to the game plan, commitment to their win condition of stacking the dragons. They give up more CS off of Deft in order to secure that. Owner, meanwhile, as you said, he gets the crab as well as taking away the red buff. So one minion wave, one red buff, one crab, kind of the payment there.
Jungle and bot lane getting off to a great start here for T1. Mid lane's been very quiet, top lane as well. It's the next Herald that'll really decide how this early game pans out. 30 seconds on the spawn. Zeka was timing out, just gonna push the wave with it, can't catch Faker. And let's keep our eyes on Deft.
He has to use it now. It's gonna expire. I guess just for the minion.
But it's gonna be a 5v5 around this Herald, and Gumayushi is still on the bot side of the map. How much can
My
T1
minion
get
now.
on this Herald? Does DRX just take the Herald and use it top, try to funnel everything into Deft?
And remember, back in game 1, we got a 7-man fight at the Herald, but it resulted in the eyeball being unable to be picked up. I want to see both sides ready for a fight here. Ready for a big engage.
And look at the lane matchup. All you have to notice is that they are keeping Guma and Keria bottom. So it's going to be a hard push for T1 towards bottom tower.
You should really go to the
give
PR
up this
side
Rift
now.
Rail and see how much money you can get off the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Owner also counter jungling
Well,
off
Owner
that
is
blue
like
quadrant.
literally
T1
there
trying
on
to
the
get as much
bot
as possible.
side.
The race
so
is
they're
on.
just gonna
DRX want to get this Herald quick and use it as fast as possible. TP there from Kingen to try to clear out the wave. Can they dive him? 3v1.
Kingan's down here, but Owner's ready to follow up and make it happen.
Okay.
The ulti from the Ornn used to clear out the wave as Owner's gonna
Oh,
get jumped on.
shit.
Zeka's ready to go. Owner with the dash back over the wall. He'll stay fine, but DRX will hold here in bottom.
Beryl lost his flash off screen. Zeus threw the ultimate at him and tried to knock him under the tower. So the Renata doesn't have flash. Death isn't level 6, but Piosik is around. He's taking the blue buff right now by the looks of it. And they can't get any plates, so they need to place this as soon as possible because T1 are currently winning.
Okay, Beryl. Okay, Deft. Let's see how much money you can get up here against Zeus' Gragas. At bottom lane, the plates are still just being hammered by Gumayushi and Keria. As T1 winning the race, Pioshik's coming top. Can DRX make the dive happen? Gragas would be the target, and he's a pretty tanky guy. Pioshik's gonna step forward here, connects with the Spectral Maw, but Dev's just gonna be able to chase him away. Zeus tanky enough to not die here. All they gotta do is take down plate number 3. The Herald will be able to finish off the last 2. Deft and Beryl, that's not quite enough.
Nope.
It will not die to this.
They can't get the tower.
The charge, there it goes, okay. The turret's still standing.
Zeus.
Zeus, however, is
you
not,
tried!
and Pioshik will grab the kill.
He was focusing so heavily on trying to deny the turret that he gives up his life, and DRX aren't done.
Oh, but bottom side, it's T1 also trying to hard force here for this turret. We're still 4 minutes away from plates.
Really trying to get
It's not
first
like these
first
things are
tower.
gonna become squishier anytime soon. Pioshik will grab the crowd as Owner makes his way into the top side river. Pioshik should just be able to get over the wall there. Has to use flash to do it though.
Ultimate on cooldown, had to use it to kill Zeus. T1 still pressuring this bot side. No jungler or mid hovering. Kingen has no ultimate either. T1 really want to get this bot tower, but no ultimate on Gumayushi. Might need to take a base soon. Has a lot of gold in his inventory. Overall, slightly even, but T1 favorite because of how long it took for DRX to set up. Will they get the tower?
Oh, almost.
Okay,
they get
got it.
And Kingen has to flash away as well.
Definitely T1 favorite then.
Yeah, huge amount of money on Gumayushi, and there you see it in graph form at the top of the charts. And of course, he is going the on-hit build, as we said. So going to be able to chunk through this front line, all these melee champions, this short range of DRX.
Kingan's going to be late to top because he was holding bot side, so Zeus will get another plate. Faker's having constant mid push. He's taking a plate. They're slowly bleeding out here. DRX
the usual
trying their best to speed the
LCK
up.
game.
Dragons in 50
T1
seconds.
MasterCard!
Dragon in 50 seconds, a 2,000 gold lead while being down a single kill just shows you how much has been built by T1, getting all these plates, getting all
What
this
the
money,
hell
and
is
getting
that
nearly
CS
double the
of
farm in the 80
Guma?
Gumayushi,
Guma versus
113.
Deft CS, what the heck?
68 here on the Callisto.
And like
This is not
800,
the early game you
800
want
plus
to draft
gold
this champ.
ish.
Now take a look at the setup for this
800,
dragon. Number
700-ish?
2 arriving. Stacking is kind of critical here for them to continue. See how much they can commit to it. Control ward already placed in the pixel brush, trying to set up for it. It's very difficult though with bottom lane already having outer tower down. T1 can just push through this bottom side and get the early move for a possible flank.
And T1 have the TP as well, so DRX need to look for a pick. That ward could find it, but the uproar glaive will spot it out. They don't have vision on Gumayushi, so they have to catch the wave. And like you talked about, push in bots, move towards the river. Faker has mid push. Zeus is first and has TP.
Yeah.
DRX are gonna have to give this up.
Thank
Well,
God,
the
it's
silver
not
lining
it's
for
not
DRX is that
Ocean
this
Dragon
is the second
Dragon
game,
anymore.
and they got the first.
It's a different
T1 will
Dragon
not
Soul
be
now.
fast stacking towards a soul, but they will tie up that neutral objective as the Cloud wins quicken.
Cloud,
and we get
okay.
ourselves a Cloud Soul here in game number 3. Zeka just trying to clear out the waves here in mid. 1.5
Good
minutes
for
left
Karma.
to get more plate money, which T1 has been doing a really good job of here so far. Zeka tries to jump in and go after Faker. No E2 means he won't be able to follow it up with the stolen shuffle. Carry is hanging around nearby, as are Pioshik and Beryl. Faker with the flash away. Zeka with the flash follow to throw Faker back into his own team. But now Zeka stands alone. He'll try to get himself away, and Beryl provides covering fire. Zeka with a re-engage back after
Oh
carry.
shit! Oh shit!
Zeka
Oh, don't
will
die! Don't fucking
finally
die!
find the
Don't
arrow
fucking die!
Gumayushi.
Let's
Now you gotta
go!
look at Zeus, who there's just not enough damage to take him down.
1 for
It's
1?
mid
Oh,
for
yeah.
mid.
1 for 1.
1 for 1. But Pioshik is trying to get away behind enemy lines. Another engage comes out here in mid. Gumayushi with the chains of corruption onto Kingen.
Oh, okay.
A flash mid.
Oh
The
god! Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Nice. Good trade.
It is another 1-for-1. Barrel and Deft ready to fight back. As Owner gets shunned up. There's the maul.
What the fuck's going on?
Never recalled.
They're getting caught.
Enemy jungle and hid there, lying in wait, choosing his time correctly to strike. He takes down Owner. They get the extra kill for DRX in that scramble.
And he
Very
came back for
spicy.
revenge, didn't he, Pyosik? It's a 3-for-2 overall in
Owner-
favor of DRX.
Owner got
Zeka
caught
lived
in
for
there.
so
Damn.
long, so
It was a
took T1
good.
so
It was a
much
good
time to
trade
get it
for
down. The rest
the
of
thingy
DRX
now.
arrived.
Not gonna
Great
lie.
Land of a skill shot here by Zeka. Faker can't get the sidestep. They both push each other back, but Faker dies fast because Pyosik can dash over the wall with his ultimate. Zeka kites into the hostile takeover. Looks like he's gonna live. And as Zeus comes down, he re-engages onto Carry. And here with the barrel, he's gonna live. But it's just Gumayushi's last auto attack that finds that kill. But by the time he falls, the rest of DRX arrives.
Exactly. And then look at the mini map. You've got Callisto all the way over here,
There-
only
there's-
now starting to
there's
run.
there,
and
okay,
Pyosik
and
in the
then-
mini map cancels this recall, waiting as soon as the fight
If
starts
he hits
again,
that
goes in
that
for it.
Q, that
Chase
orange
actually,
gonna
isn't it?
be
Gumayushi tries
dead
to get King and
like
down, and
sooner.
Deft arrives in time because of this overchase. T1 forcing a bit too hard, and DRX fight back. Owner, no
And then
flash.
Owner,
Pyosik stays around.
Owner got
They land
caught
the stun, they
here
get
by
the
the
kill.
Viego.
The patience out of Pyosik there. As
What?
Deft gets hit by the ulti. Has to retreat a little. Hostile takeover, a really good disengage. But Kingen and Deft still got to get the hell out of town. Pyosik and Zeka, in the meantime, have taken the second Herald of the game.
Yeah, that was an incredibly big cooldown here. The flash off Gragas, the Gragas flash engage used onto Deft. They only got the cleanse. No kill secured for T1 there. And remember, Zeus is the last piece of this composition. He is the critical playmaker. It has to be the Gragas, and without the flash, those big surprise plays.
I guess,
Here comes the Ornhorn. Finds the knock-up. Zeka with a little bit of follow-up CC.
Okay,
but that
that's okay.
turret standing
I guess
at 2% health
Guma's
saves Faker's life.
leaning
Yeah, Zeka didn't have the
onto
ult up in time to take Faker, so I
attack
think he thought he was
speed.
going to get pushed back if he went in. Don't know if he
attack
had information
on-hit
on Owner either,
on-hit
but
virus
they force Faker back,
than
and their
Metallic
objective is the top tower, which they will pick up. So in these last few minutes, DRX have been winning the skirmishes, and these kills on Deft have negated the gold lead that Gumayushi had from the plates in the tower.
Yeah, so a little bit of small advantages now as DRX looking like Zeka pushing on top side. 2 hits, 1 hit even will finish that tower off, and then they still hold on to Rift Herald number 2 for their push. Ideally, they could try and get a setup here for mid to push down that mid tower and allow them much more control of Summoner's Rift.
The Umbral Glaive on the Graves, obvious first item. They go for it every time. Owner working on that Gore Drinker there for the second to give him that ability to jump into this largely melee team and just be a threat. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2-0-2 for Pyosik Viego in his 3rd game of 3 playing it in this series.
Yeah, specifically that Glaive turning off the vision and finding wards combined with a zombie ward talent there from Owner leads to this balloon and vision score so that he's got even more than the supports.
Yeah. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Gold is almost dead even in their last 4 games in summer against each other. DRX and T1. Normally T1 at 14 towards 20 minutes. They have a 1 to 2,000 gold lead. In this series, DRX have held their own. And by the mid-game, they are pretty even or normally ahead. So DRX contesting mid-waves. Dragon in 15. Pyosik chunks Owner out, but I think with Zeus being in the pit, they're just going to start it up as it spawns.
And one big difference here with the AD carries, it's fully completed Rage Blade to just the Rage Knife on Deft.
Yeah.
So a lot of advantage here for Guma.
And that's the power of the farm lead. That's the power of the control they had in that bottom lane matchup. Gumayushi trying to fire out some arrows. Remember, with a DPS build, the arrows aren't going to hit nearly as hard as we saw last game.
T1 didn't start the Dragon, so DRX could just push this mid-wave in and look to try to Herald to force an engage.
Ornhorn's ready to go.
Oh my
However,
God,
they aren't gonna find what they're looking for. Kingdom tries to get away
okay, that's
now.
good, that's
The
good, that's good.
Barrel
Okay,
will
okay,
fail.
okay.
T1
Okay,
are
pretty
just
pretty
ready
good
to
so
spawn
far for
and
T1.
outplay. Barrel continues retreating.
Oh
He's under
shit!
a lot of
Oh
threat.
shit!
The Berserk down into the unkillable Demon King. And he
Barrel!
dies here today. Zeka looking to keep the charge
God!
going. And DRX
They got
4v5
greedy!
already found 2. Zeus looks like a pin cushion as Deft may have overreached. He barely lost.
Almost
and
killed the
Barrel
two.
has single-digit HP.
Against all the odds, every time DRX
My
somehow
God,
find
Barrel
a way
always
through,
like
and they
has
somehow
near
seem needs
that
to pull it
experience.
off. Faker going a little bit too deep there, despite getting the kill on the King, and
Carrier.
Deft and Barrel living on a slither of HP.
Oh, the slimmest of margins there for the DRX.
Bear's
bottom
like
lane,
a
but it is
slime.
Faker who steps too far forward and gets punished immediately from DRX.
Yeah, Faker got caught by the Renata ult.
Everyone's running in for round 2. They don't want to give this
It is a
objective up.
Renata
DRX
after
is
all.
Herald is timing out soon, so Piosik will place it in mid. Gomushi needs to clear out the wave, no ultimate up just yet. For T1, only Zeus's.
Yeah, exactly. Keep your eyes on Zeus. His flash is back for the Gragas, so he's going to be looking for the engage on Deft. No summoner spells for Kalista.
And Deft needs to join the fight soon. He's clearing out bot wave, but Zeus might just force it. Piosik has to flash.
Piosik flashed over the wall, he's all right. But no ulti, no flash on the jungler. T1 with control over the mid lane. Zeka steals the chains, finds a little damage. Owner chunk to half, but it's still control over this neutral territory in the map here for T1. You can see pings coming out onto the Drake. They're going to move over
So
to the
confused.
objective,
What is that?
and you can see
What is
DRX
that?
has no interest in contesting. They're not
Varus
in any
skin.
shape to do it.
Why is it
It's
so
only
different
second
with
Drake
the
of the game
old?
for
But
T1.
turns out that
Or is it
article.
DRX walking up now, seeing if there's anything to find? Ornn ulti's ready to go again. They knock Zeus up into the air, but you can't just commit onto the tank.
They're too late.
Piosik has his ulti ready to go again. That ult from Zeus isn't going to go.
Oh my god, they've got Faker again!
But Faker,
oh my god!
Survive! Barrel almost kills
Almost
the
again!
unkillable Demon King. That could have been a huge swing
so
in favor of
scary.
DRX with Baron spawning in 10, but he just gets out.
Faker, true to his name this time around, survives the engage. Here's a look at how it all started, though, on to Guma, and then it was the pick on the front line.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, you don't have any mana.
30
Where's your mana?
until T1 jungler respawns. Mid lane tier 1 gonna die now too.
I don't think they can go towards Baron. Sylas is so low, Beryl is as well. They have no wards left. They're just gonna take a base with that pick. But DRX's pace of the game is so quick. T1 are struggling to keep up. They're playing Varus and Azir, and they want to scale with these somewhat immobile carries, whereas DRX just want to keep the skirmishes going with Kalista and Sylas.
Yep, this short-range team from DRX wanting to try and dogpile onto T1. Finding some scrappy plays for themselves.
And we've talked so much about how DRX has this edge versus Graves, where you have Piosik willing to lock Kindred against it. But Piosik's confidence with the Viego into the Graves, into this matchup, 2-0 and 5 kill participation in all
It will help for my
Honestly, having a
for
great
my
time here
4.0,
on this
which
pick. They
is
look good.
my mama updated me and
Tier 1
such.
Turbid on the other side
Which
still
is it's gonna be
standing.
done on
Ornn ulti's not gonna find
the
anything
model's
but
gonna
the
be
wave.
done on
Baker
January,
and
but
Gomushi having to
I'm
back up a
not
little
so
bit. Zeus
sure
on the
if I'm
flank.
gonna use it
If there's
very
no
very
wave,
soon.
there's no play.
The last couple of games,
That
we've
one
been seeing carry
is
tops,
for,
which means you have also side laners. This
um,
game is tanked, so it's a lot of
rigging.
grouping, a lot of fights. Zeka will root up Owner, who will dash away, and it just turns into this 5v5. Neither team has any real side lane pressure.
And as the game gets deeper and deeper, you start to see more of an advantage to the team with the extra range here, with Faker and Guma especially. But it's all about the timing of the engage for DRX.
Okay, no more Renata ult. Okay, okay.
Time that right. They wanted to use hostile takeover on an overcommitment, but T1 read the play, and T1 are 5v4.
Yeah, you can see the angle Barrel is looking for, right? The surprise ultimate over the top because they need a split-second engage.
No
but
more
Owner
near-death
jumps on him. No, he has
experience.
no flash from the last time around.
DRX keep trying to throw spells at T1 to try to force a fight, but T1 aren't getting sucked into it. An Ornn comes out, they back away. A hostile takeover, they try to punish the mistake. DRX are, I think they're panicking a bit around these mid-waves, saying that they need to force the engages, and T1 are just playing at such a range that they can't get the angle.
Exactly, exactly. Faker and Guma standing from afar, playing defensively here. And when you have that Karma move speed too from Keria supporting those long-range carries, they're able to keep safe until they don't. When you see a team like this DRX comp explode and win, it is all at once when they get that big engage and completely collapse the opponent team.
All right, let's take another look at how it happened with Barrel's attempted surprise.
So there was a blue orb that went over the wall a second ago as Beryl killed it. So Owner knew he was there and was looking for that play. Despite there was a pink on the ward, Owner gets the kill onto Beryl. We've seen it already around the first dragon, the second dragon, sorry. They keep forcing these engages. Kingen will be fine. Beryl's around. Piosik's taking a base. We'll see if Zeka tries to cross-map the tower.
Oh,
Turret
okay.
top side ain't long for this world. Owner and Faker will work together.
That
and take
that
down.
Karma
They're
is
gonna build
building.
T1 back up to a
Temtec.
very, very modest
Fire.
gold lead. But Zeka's about to get one back just as you said.
And he has TP, so if T1 stay around for too long, once this tower dies, Zeka can TP in and they can look for the 5v5. Here he comes!
All right, TP ready to go for DRX. POC coming defensively. There's the shuffle, getting DRX away. They're getting juggled around a lot, but Faker's alone. POC finds him. Faker is down, and Zeka gets the kill. What's next for DRX? They've got a stolen Azir ulti. T1 grouping back up in the top side. They know their opponents may be looking for the Baron.
30 seconds on Faker, he has TP. Does DRX start Baron? Beryl has no flash, no ultimate. Zeka has the shuffle though. He has no flash, but he's looking for T1 lying in wait. They know he's there. They have started it up. T1 need to find a response soon. 15 seconds on Faker.
T1 ready to go. Trying to see if there's an angle. DRX are in the pit, but this is so risky. Owen's ready to try to fight, ready to try to steal. Beryl at 200 HP. Baron at 4,000. Zeka ready to use the stolen ulti. He throws Owner away. The Baron is stolen by Owner in a hero moment. The shutdown of the ocean. And T1 get it done. Hot pursuit.
Oh, that's so sexy.
As the entire world holds their breath, watching Owner steals the Baron away from the red smite combination.
Oh yeah, I knew he was gonna steal that.
He stole the dragon. He steals the Baron. Owner smites are sick.
DRX though, King might be in trouble. Zeus,
Oh my god.
Nicely done from Keria and from Zeus.
Oh my
is
god.
just gonna kill another as DRX crumble around the smite steal.
T1 are running away with it now. That's 4
That
kills
Varus is
despite
so
losing
fucking
Faker at the
sexy.
start
I
of
know,
DRX
right?
forcing
So
that
fucking
Baron.
hot.
Owner is showing up in this series with the smites against Kalista and the smites from Piosik. They didn't time it properly and he sneaks his way in despite Zeka trying his best to keep him out.
Oh my goodness. All right, Piosik fishing around. They want to make something.
They might just find it. Piosik flashing out of the Azir ulti, staying alive. But man, this game went from neck and neck to T1 stepping on DRX. There is no way to deal with it when Owner is this damn good.
This steal
And
from
Owner flash and
could
then
be one of the defining factors that makes him win his first
Holy
World Championship.
shit.
And it's similar to the one on Dragon. Zeka this time steals away Azir ult. He pushes him away, and he just flashes over the Azir wall. Still gets in there. You always talk about syncing up the timing, picking a number with your Kalista. We smite and Ren
Oh, that's so
at
sick.
whatever, 1500,
That's so good.
1800.
That's
but
so
Owner
good.
gets in there, right in between, flashing
Let's
over the
go.
Azir wall. Actually insane stuff under high pressure.
A lot of people talk about if T1 win here, it's Faker's fourth, but it's also the first and the beginning of such a strong legacy for players like Owner and Zeus. Keria and Gumayushi so young with such a long career ahead of them. This could be the first step.
The
in
ult
being
is not
so
really for the
dominant and
survival.
staple names
On
in
that
League of Legends like
one,
Faker.
it's not really
And
a
I love
survival.
that
It's
story
more like
so
he's
much
wanted
because
to
T1
he wanted
trusted
to
in
kill
their
that
own amateur program, in their own
Diego,
youth
but not
programs,
real.
bringing
But
up these
the Diego
players.
escaped really quickly.
But DRX is ready to go. Kingen with the ulti. They're going to look for Gumayushi, but they're going to find Zeus.
Guma, no!
FHP here on the Gragas. They fall back to the ruins of the tier 2. T1 confident to hold their lines. DRX is engaged. Fails. They will protect their tier 3 turret, but just barely. And another wave is on the way.
Yeah, Baron buff wave coming in. Summoners blown from Gumayushi, but
Yeah,
no
he was
ultimate's
trying
left.
to
Zeka
Shuriman
needs to take
shuffle,
a
but like
Gragas ult or
the
something along those
Diego
lines if they
ulted.
want to fight this.
Ulted
Giving it
away.
up is not the end of the world either. Takes the Varus ult. Does he decide
Is
to
it
throw
ulted
it
or
out,
flash?
or
I'm not too
does he
sure,
hold
but-
on to it
but-
till the next
but I
couple
saw
waves come
like
in on mid
a
lane?
circle,
Vaulted it falls.
and I thought it's like
Find
Diego
Zeus,
ult,
they're
so
with
I'm
the
not too sure.
chains.
Uh-oh.
Locking him up with the Everfrost now too, but they got to be careful. You don't want to engage on the big man, and that means one inhibitor over to the side of
Don't
T1.
fucking
That's
choke,
that
T1.
Baron that Owner stole.
Fucking choke.
Owner. Funny origin with his name as well. When he joined T1 and was brought up through the program, he had so much respect for the T1 organization. He wanted his name to be Oner, like T1. But everyone just started calling him Owner instead, and that became his name. Full respect, full commitment to this organization, and really paying them back.
Definitely owning this game as well, despite a couple of hiccups in the early to mid game of Piosik getting the better
made me a
hand. That one smite
breakfast.
just turned the entire
Gigi
tide
made me
of the way the
breakfast.
jungle role has been playing out. Now the siege will come in through top. The next objective for T1 is this tier 2. Piosik getting caught on the recall.
Oh, Piosik, I don't think this is where you should be, buddy. Zeus on the chase.
Built.
Pioshik still trying to get away. Juggled back by the Gragas ulti. And it should be nothing but the cleanup here. Faker gets a kill. 5v4 for 40 seconds for T1.
T1 will break open this top inhibitor. You have to imagine DRX could use the Ornal to try to clear out the wave because there's no more Baron buff. And this tier 2 will fall. How much will they press the advantage? So with that numbers down for DRX, 25 seconds left on the Viego.
Tier 3 turret getting pushed, but there's no Baron buff.
I thought it was my Shopee.
Clear these waves out. They can hold the line. Owner
my
already has
Shopee
another
delivery is
prep
gonna
and ready to go here in
be
mid, but
here
again,
soon because
DRX
I ordered
will
the
take a little
gloves
bit of
right
damage.
for my
They'll suffer the
work
poke, but
because I
they'll
can't
hold
work
on.
with
Yeah,
without
with
the
this
gloves.
composition, DRX have to choose their moment so wisely to go all in. They have to wait for Pioshik to revive, and then you find a flank with Zeka. He's got teleport right now, or an ultimate, and fully commit to the play. That's why they felt so pressured. You can see it from their eyes, from their angle on that Baron play. After they got the pick onto Faker, they're thinking, we are going to get outscaled. We're so short range. We have to commit to a Baron play, and they think they've got the advantage with the Rend, but not the case, and they have to pull out an amazing
I want to ask
one
chat,
now.
since I haven't been able to watch such worlds, like this is like
didn't lose the top minute so they can find their way in. Double TP's up, but there's no walls in the bot side jungle.
I watch it live, but is Gwen still like a meta or like some picks here in
DRX trying to find an angle into this river. Bot side looks like their best bet. No mid push for them. Need to be careful. Those Zeus here stepping up, dashes away.
I can't throw
this
without it.
So they can find their
Otherwise,
way
I'm gonna
river,
get unwanted
but T1 are
lines.
trying to keep this mid push
Because
so
I
they
don't
can
want
an inhibitor.
Yep, Faker
Wait,
done this before for T1. They're trying to pull them apart. Inhibitor down on the bottom side, and Faker shoving up mid.
Well, we've got a 4v3 standoff here in mid right now. Owner gonna join up, Faker gonna join up. Everybody's here except Zeka. He just now hits level 16. Barrel is zoned away from the rest of the team, but he might be able to find a takeover angle. Owner again looking for that Renata, looking for the opportunity to blow him up. A TP's coming in, but it's coming in pretty late. They try to go in, but it's going to be the objective balance for the side of DRX. They go for Zeus. They're going to find a ton of damage. Owner's focused down.
Oh shit, that's a bad ult. That's a bad ult from Owner.
Pioshik, he steals it back for DRX. They get the objective bounty shutdown, and then Owner ultimate the wrong
Almost
way.
though. Next time. Don't worry. Don't worry, dude. Don't worry. That Graves ult. That, man, that actually sucks,
beautiful. Carrier's trying to find a little bit of vision. They have no smite though. Can Gumayushi steal it? Eyes on Zeus.
Alrighty, let's do it. Zeus is going to have to disrupt a lot here. Carrier looking to zone Barrel away. Def pulls him right back to safety.
Faker!
He's ready to go for Faker! And they find him! Deft again! But Zeka dies to the Baron auto. T1 is fighting back. The Baron still at 3,000 HP. Def ready to go! In the world! Def dies back! Gumayushi just stole Baron!
Are you kidding me? Numa does it again! He did it last time with the Varus Signal! Empowered Varus snipe!
It's over! I think T1 can look to end. 30 seconds on Deft. Waves coming in. Bottom's down. They're pushing. One Nexus tower left.
This game will be defined by two Baron steals. Kingen tries to get him as much
don't make Gumayushi get out. Oh my god.
Three, but it will not be enough. Barrel is knocked back. Kingen trying to frontline this, but T1 knows what they gotta go for. They're looking for the Nexus. They'll take it down.
Okay. Oh shit. One more T1. All I wanted to do is DRX to win, and then we're gonna get the silver space. Let's go DRX next game. Let's go.
For DRX.
Get me a replay of that second
2-1 in favor of T1. Yes.
Now. Get me that right now. I need to see that. My goodness.
That's so good. That's really good Baron skills. Like twice.
Another elimination game in the year where they have had to face so many eliminations.
Yeah, Zeka died on Beyond.
must do it again.
They always have heartbreaking moments in every series, but this one stings so much. The amount of pressure that is on these players now.
Very good, very good so far.
At the very least, this year has prepared DRX for these moments. The strong mentality to deal with the inhibitor respawning, still coming back with a reverse sweep.
I like that fight. I like that fight.
Together.
Damn, Faker
so
has a lot of damage.
They have to
Maybe because
calm
he's
down
Azir and he keeps,
But T1,
keeps like
my
poking
goodness.
all around.
They also never say die. Get right back into that Baron. 2 clutch steals. Yes, you think the other team should be able to secure with those Rens, but the timings on these steals.
But the damage from Kalista and the Varus, damn.
Amazing.
It's one of those moments when your jungler is dead, you assume,
yeah, he focuses on goal. Now they know, They have to ban Azir.
That's all you need, and Gumayushi lands it. And
they have to ban Azir. So if they ban Azir, they're gonna ban, what's it called? If they're gonna ban Azir, Faker will just choose Ryze. So they have to choose.
Unacceptable. DRX are gonna be kicking themselves.
Those empowered Varus arrows, my goodness, those will catch ya. And they have multiple times here in this series.
Ban Azir, then Ryze will be open. Yeah, that's why if they ban Azir, they're gonna pick Ryze in the beginning.
It has been an awesome
otherwise
series,
it's gonna be like game 2 where they're gonna put Faker as the last one to pick his camp, and then turns out that they banned Ryze in the second banning phase. So
how amazing this series has been, how epic that game was as well. But I
that's some League of Legends right there, Josh.
Yes, it was definitely League of Legends being played out there.
Dramatically so.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing, you watch it and I'm like, I don't know how to do our job. How do we do our jobs now? How do we
except for them if they blind pick Varus. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They win because they got Varus as their ADC.
So when we look at this initial Baron play, right, the important thing to recognize is the current map state. Because when we look at the top side of the map, we can see a large number of people heading up towards here. The ultimate has already come across to the side. And initially this is looking like a pretty promising fight for T1 that ends up going in the favor of DRX. So let's start rolling out the clip now and let's see how things pan out. So because Faker gets isolated on the side, he's going to end up dropping. And with the numbers advantage, DRX is seeing a window of opportunity to force the first Baron. And this is really one of the big break points
no matter
what. Can run away with the
100% ban. It's like Kalista, but like
that is one of the scary things the DRX have to be cautious of. Now, you'll notice as well on the backside, Zeka's going to try and flank, create pressure on the side, but Beryl's already being forced away. They're being funneled into the back of the pit, and then this gives Ona access into the Baron itself, which means that with the smoke screen being thrown down and Zeka doing his absolute best to keep him out of it, flash in, Smite,
so
Smite
beautiful.
doesn't actually come out.
Beautiful steal.
Pioshik.
He
so the
smoke
moment that the
screen.
Rend is popped, that synergy needed to be there, and all he really did was set up the Baron for Ona to come and steal it away.
And I gotta believe that's what Kadro means when he talks about them. They're gonna kick themselves for that because you're the ones with the Kalista.
Exactly. You pick a number,
that
you
is my
Smite
skill,
Rend,
yeah. This one, really unfortunate.
On the number. This next one, though,
really unfortunate for Owner, though.
At first, because you think, holy crap, maybe they get away from this Baron going down by being able to get this in critically.
That one he gets
also
weird.
The ult in the
weird ult. He flashes and then he ults back again. He probably hovered pretty wrong.
This is all the timing game for DRX. So the biggest thing is that they can stay alive long enough. So basically, T1.
He was supposed to flash ult away, but I think he hovered it wrong.
On DRX as possible. When Zeka dies here, it gives Guma a chance to just try and pressure them off the Baron. Look at how low it gets, but DRX thinks they're going to die. The Ren comes out really crucially on the second one. That was 1,300 health after the Ren. And then there was a smite, but he was dying anyway. So this one, I think, was actually more about the pressure of them getting forced. Weirdly enough, because there was no smite to steal. It's the first one, I feel, that is actually more what they should be kicking themselves over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big, like, just not syncing it up in that first Baron. And to be fair, like, DRX, again,
that is true, though.
They're
that is
much
true.
improved from
that is not that
a lot
much,
of the things we saw
it's just
in the LCK season. And they overcame, I think, an early game where they lost out on bot side really hard once
Pretty good.
again,
Now I can eat.
We're gonna pull up some
Thank you, T again. Thank you, T. This is gonna be my lunch.
The bot side pressure that
for
T1 was
today.
able to create
I ate
in this
breakfast
game,
earlier.
and then the way they were setting up their side lanes so that they were kind of opting in. Like you saw DRX, even when they got Rift Herald, were trying to push
Yeah, it's
on
already
top
11:30.
side. The way that
God
T1
damn.
responded so
I
intelligently
want the
around map
DRX
make
to
sure
win,
that gold
so
was
that it's
still
gonna
being
be silver
funneled into
scrapes.
all
Now
their
I'm gonna
carries.
cheer for
Particularly
DRX.
Faker was also very intelligent. So the way they play around this bot side pressure, what Varus has brought
I will
them, and the
cheer
fact that
on
DRX does not
DRX
seem
now.
to have an
Go
answer to
DRX!
it,
Woo!
is going to be massive. If they
Yeah,
end up
time
on,
flies
if
so
T1
fast,
ends up
dude.
on blue side again.
And I think that perfectly contextualizes why that Baron steal or those two Baron steals were so dire for DRX, because you can only get yourselves into those winning positions so many times, and then all it
That's
takes
so
is one
good.
mistake, and
That
T1
is
will
so,
find
so
their
good.
way back into the game. And so
Yeah, we're all
mentally,
hype. It's
I'm wondering
really
how
good
DRX is
series.
handling that.
This is
Red
not
side
like
wins are at such a premium.
3-0.
T1 were
I
in the
like
conflict. They
it.
get
I
blue side
like
at the
it.
first
Make
game.
it.
They had
Make it
opportunities here to
2-2,
get the
please.
game on red side. I actually still think DRX has a high chance of forcing a game 5
from blue.
But it's like
Game
how
five,
much
game
mental
5.
resilience can
Now
one
we're
team
gonna get
have?
hype or
So
something
many
like
things
that.
All of it.
feel like
They have all
they
of it.
have all of it. So if any team can bounce back from having 2 Barons,
Yeah, they
when
won't
you have
open.
Kalista
They
and
won't
a
open
jungler in the pit
illusion
not
for
go their
sure.
way
For sure they won't.
twice.
It's got. I mean, it's
To
got.
That's
that
a
advantage, you guys,
sacrifice.
It's got to be them, but they're also against Faker, so I don't know.
But let's have a look back at like one of the big turning points for
Sure.
DRX in the mid game, because I felt like that this game was a lot of what was happening in the mid game. While there was a lot of pressure, the fact that DRX are able to find these fights, I feel like this trio is becoming really more apparent in this series. We've been seeing a lot of roams from Barrow, which is not uncharacteristic for him, but trying to shut down Faker is so important. And we can see here some of the individual playmaking that Zeka was able to make. The fact that he was able to buy so much time for the rest of the team, that initial pick onto Faker, while he did end up dropping here, this fight then
realized
continues
that
to extend into the mid
Yuji
lane. And we end up with
a
T1
spicy
almost
tuna.
overextending, but it's a
But it's
game
okay,
where
it's making me
T1
awake.
as a team are very comfortable skirmishing.
Oh
When
shit,
they
it
see
is
a window to
spicy.
pick a fight, they will take it. And we've already talked about how they're a team that wants to try and skill check you. DRX is answering them, and I think that's one of the craziest things that no one really expected of
Gonna
DRX
give
throughout
her
this tournament.
my
Because here in the
calamansi
finals, they
tuna.
showed it in the semis,
Gonna
they showed
share
it in the
story,
quarters.
but it's
they
okay.
are happy to go toe-to-toe
It's
with you in
Yuchi's
these
cooking.
situations, and the second an ounce of aggression
How
is shown,
spicy is
they will
it?
answer back.
Not that
That's
bad
why
spicy.
It's really interesting.
But like
to
I
see
got
in the
I
Gen
got
G
what's
series,
it
right?
called?
DRX pushed
My
Gen
guard
G out of
was
their
low.
comfort zone as well when they kind of wanted to sit back.
My guard
still
was
get
so
gold on
low.
their carries, and that's
So
actually
the
why
fact that I
thought
didn't
T1's
expect it's
split
a
map
spicy tuna.
response
But
also,
it's okay,
like,
it's okay.
pre
Still
mid
like it.
game was really intelligent, right? Because they still did have gold, in particular on Faker, where they were able to rely on playmaking later on in the game.
Yeah, well, Faker has fallen down.
I should
a number
probably
of
get
times
some
due to
water
an
first.
absurd amount of
Abi, abi,
pressure going his way. Jat, now I have to start calling into question whether or not that's even the proper approach here for DRX, because while they're putting that pressure towards Faker in the mid lane, we saw those CSD numbers for Guma in the bot lane, and so backs against the wall, you got to put two together in response. How do they do it?
Yeah, Faker has absorbed pressure exceptionally well. I think this series and these drafts will continue to focus around the bot lane. There has been an absolute arms race for being able to have bot lane push. The answer here that was tried by DRX to the Varus was the Kalista Ashe. This is 3 games where Varus has been first picked, 3 games where first pick Varus has won. And it's not like Varus is the king. Caitlyn and Lucian, those are the ones that are there, but it's just they're going down the tier list of what can get that bot lane power, and that's really what's
And I'm
deciding.
like,
So
I don't
absolutely,
know.
if you can find a way to path
I
down and
forgot,
help
but I
that lane
think
more, you
I
absolutely
voted
should.
for
The
T1 to
real
win
question
in game
of this
5.
series is,
That's all I
how
remember.
do you deal with Varus? And it's mainly due to the lane, but once you get out of lane, the pressure that he offers is ridiculous. And we even saw Gumyushi bringing out the Ashe to try and match it. And even that, even with the amount of picks they're able to find, like, it, as you approach the mid to late game, it's like, it's not enough. And this Varus is proving to be the most pivotal pick in this series.
Well, there you have it. T1 are only one game away from carving their names into the halls of history once again with a legacy on the line. We'll see if they can close it out here in game number 4 or if DRX can extend the series. We'll catch you back in just a bit.
Or to vote, you know, if you're in the PH server in League, there is like a pick M's there, and we voted which one who's gonna win, and that's what we did.
At 4,000. Zeka, ready to use the stolen ulti. He throws on her away.
That Baron steal. But the second Baron steal is so sexy.
He is fighting back
Ah, that's so hot. Yeah, the biggest prediction is Lakma already because it's already like ongoing. I'm 2-1 on bet. I have no idea. Wait, let me check my league. Deep? Oh. Alright, topic. Thank you, Danjo. What is this though? Smuggle contraband VHS tapes across the border. Discover the remnants of the illicit industry. Prepare for an assassination. This is for our topic. An atmospheric retro 3D horror. Thank you, Danjo. Thank you. Thank you. I also played Ready or Not with friends last night. Actually, pretty good. I got pretty dizzy though on using night vision goggles. Pretty good though. Pretty good. We raided a meth like crack house. The tunnel on it. All I remember, and I remember it being so dark that I used night vision goggles, and that made me so dizzy. And then some fucking crackers decided to chase me with the knife, and I died twice. And I feel bad. I'm sorry, Danjo. They just invited me because after we played Deep Rock Galactic, we played Ready or Not. Okay, let me see my. Okay, so. It is. What I did is, success, fail, tuloy. Success, because I put T1 DRX, T1 DRX, and then T1 as the final one. So, I'll check if there is. I'm cracking the video mabigyan. No, like crack addicts. No. I'm sorry. I get the Empyrean's out. I don't have any energy to grind in worlds. I don't see any good ones, not gonna lie. I'll just wait for them in the Mythic Essence ones. I have 775 Mythic Essence. Yep. I have 775 Mythic Essence that I'll use it for those prestige ones. I'm waiting for that Zaya one, so 3-0 now. In the Pickems, yeah. Cause I put it like a checkered one, like T1 DRX, T1 DRX. Because I really wanted it to make it like game 5, but I'm glad that my predictions are going. Yeah, play League after final game. Nah, I forgot how to play League. I'll probably end stream after the Worlds. Yeah, I don't take League seriously anymore. I just watch professional since. Yeah, me too. I just play League when I'm with friends, I guess. Because I play Overwatch mostly. I'm sorry. I actually forgot how to play Valorant too. So yeah.
Has delivered over the course of
I just play Valorant for the memes.
Spoilers. I'm just gonna say.
I just play Overwatch nowadays.
It's time to make sure you're watching those back sometime later.
Your X win. Your X win today. Game 4! Game 4! Game 4! Please.
Winning the World Championship will be first time for 4 players, and it'll be the 4th one for
No,
what player.
I'm not
Faker
addicted to
is
Overwatch.
one game away. It's been so
Not.
long since he's been in the finals. He
I'm
doesn't
almost
want
done.
to drop the ball
I'm almost
now,
done
but
with it though,
DRX
so
have been showing up this series. They've been putting up a hell of a fight, and they're back on blue side.
And if you hadn't watched the
Lucian,
first couple of games
Caitlyn,
like you're
okay.
talking about, then you wouldn't know how
Different-
crazy
different,
it was that we got here with all
bands,
these objective
I guess.
steals. And Guma stealing with multiple objectives, by the way.
Yumi?
with
Where's the Yumi?
Varus. This Varus has
Where's
been
the
a super high
Yumi?
priority for both lanes, not just because of those lanes, but also so much coming down to these objective fights. And we're getting similar bans here. Like we said, DRX always have to ban.
Okay, where's the
Lucian.
Yumi?
They're even following it up with the Ashe this time
I'm
around, too,
I'm
so
waiting for
it
the
is gonna
Yumi
be a
ban.
pinch point
Where
right
is
now.
it? If there's no Yumi ban, I swear.
Here out of T1. Varus first pick as the answer with Lucian.
Oh, there it is.
being
There's
down.
the Yumi.
Unless T1
There
changes
she
up
is.
and tries
There's
to
the
flip script a
Yumi.
bit here on red side. We saw DRX try the Kalista Renata into it. Didn't work in lane phase, but they managed to funnel gold into it because of these Herald fights, getting Deft out of the lane, getting him some kills and skirmishes. T1,
Either
not a very Kalista
Sylas
prio-heavy
or
team. It
Varus
didn't work them
to
very well in
ano,
the regular season,
to
so I
ban.
doubt they'll lean towards it.
Since they took
Final
Lucian
ban
as
for
the ban.
DRX on blue side. What's it gonna be?
Why medyo ma-hate you?
Rise.
No. It's more like they hate,
Now, what's the
damn, they
response from T1
ban
Yoda? Do they ban the
Rice.
Varus that has been so dominant in this series?
Are they going to leave up the Sylas Akali
Gamer?
trade?
Oh, God.
Because DRX, with that Rise ban, they're trying to raise
Varus,
the threat of
Sylas,
the Zeka Sylas, but Faker has
Sejuani
loved
and
playing
Akali
the
is
Akali
open.
into it for the kills early.
Yeah, we'll see if he blinds it. I think if I was DRX's coach, I would say to Piosik, and I would look at the games and think that he's a little bit nervous right now. Kindred would be a great pick here. Comfort is really key, especially with Piosik struggling to get these smites down. Everything other than the smites was great. Viego looks good, but ultimate comfort here in a match point, I think Kindred could work.
Also, then he could Kindred ult these objectives that keep getting stolen away. And
Are you sure?
Extra hand.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Wow. So T1's actually going to go for the Kalista. We've
Are
only
you
seen
showing?
Maurice's Kalista once this
Are you
tournament,
showing them
and they
how to
struggled in summer
Kalista?
split to play really heavy towards it and dominate the lane as much as maybe they would like. They lean more towards hyper carries of the swords, and they're gonna get the Sejuani that is open for the first time in this series. Flex for Zeus and Ona.
And I love
Renata.
it when T1
I
picked
feel
Kalista,
it is gonna
because
be a
Carrier's got
Renata.
deep support champion pool. This could even be a support Sejuani. He has pulled out the support Nico with the Kalista as well for a different look at that lane.
Renata is up as well. I think Kindred Renata here would be great comfort for DRX.
Oh yeah,
We saw
Kindred
how
Renata
powerful
would be good
Barrel's
too.
Renata was, but they could just flip the script.
Okay.
Azir.
Oh, they're
For
taking
Zeka. Is that gonna be a
Azir!
lock?
Okay, that's
No way.
Renata.
With
I
Sylas
thought
winning,
they're gonna
well,
take
Sylas
Azir from
Renata is a
Faker.
no-brainer. They don't want to give that over. We'll see what carrier matches into this Renata.
Renata locked in next to the Varus. They're up against Sejuani, so they know that T1 will have a powerful front line. Sejuani is tied for most played champion by owners. So
Are you going to
far at this
Sylas again?
tournament.
Oh, they're
T1
going
love
Azir.
running this in the jungle.
They're taking
and
Azir
DRX,
from him!
They'll lock the Azir.
The challenge has been thrown down to Faker. The gauntlet thrown down here. Are you going to play the Akali again?
I think Akali or Sylas here would be great, but they might have to match support depending on what.
Akali's
they're
open.
thinking in
Yeah,
terms
yeah.
of pooling,
Akali's
you know.
open.
This could be a good pick. Thresh,
What are
something
you
along those
picking,
lines that can
Faker?
pressure this lane. Blitzcrank as well into those champions.
What are
Looks
you
really
gonna
good if I
pick
think about it,
against
but yeah,
Azir?
matching mid could be a no-brainer.
Why Soraka?
Carry.
Okay.
Versatility.
I guess they're
here.
just they're just
Soraka's
gonna
poking lane is probably the biggest underestimated part of the kit. When people look
Soraka.
at this champion, you focus on the healing, but Carrier plays it so aggressively along with that Kalista, it can be abusive.
And do not underestimate
I guess they're
the
gonna
silence
silence
in
someone.
team
She's gonna
fights
silence
as well. This can completely throw off otherwise good plays. It's such a rare mechanic in League of Legends. It's hard to remember exactly how that's
Yeah,
going
I
to
guess
affect things.
So now you're probably
team.
expecting DRX to
They're-
ban away the Akali. You know, if Faker's
Area
not
will
going to pick it up,
just
that is a
sustain
strong kill counter
people.
champion
So Soraka
into Azir, and
is
Faker has
a
played so
annoying
many of
champion.
those games.
Again,
They ban out the
not gonna
Victor
lie.
first for the scaling option. Maybe
The
they're thinking,
banana.
looking at T1's draft, that T1 wants some more scaling
I was
than
told
that,
not
you know,
to do
some,
chores. It's
yeah,
okay to
soulmates
do
look for
Go
the
to
mid
your
lane.
chores.
Yeah, the Sejuani will need some melee champions with
Oh
her,
yeah,
whether
they
she's
can do
top four or
Oriana,
jungle.
yeah.
I don't think Faker will struggle to find a champion here on 4. The Sejuani flex is what I'm really concerned about for DRX.
Ooh.
Your jungle pool's been pinched and you have to blind top against Zeus. Aatrox is a good lean towards, but he'll pick something like Fiora or Yone again with Sejuani. It could be disastrous. So T1 holding all the cards right now in terms of counter picks as the last ban comes through for DRX. What's it going to be? Something like Akali or Sylas can work really well. Functions
What
very
if
strong
what
with
if
Sejuani jungle.
Faker
surprised they
pick Zed?
They're covering the Aatrox. They're saying
I
we
don't
wanna
think
blind
he will
Aatrox here on
pick it.
4.
Oh, there
They
you
take it
go.
away.
There's the
T1.
Akali.
Oh, they lock
There's
in
the
Faker's
Akali.
Okay, so I think you do blind the Aatrox here, and then T1 will answer with the Fiora.
There
for
it
Zed.
is. There she
100%. Unless
is.
they put the Sejuani top, but I think the matchup is that great in isolation.
Faker
as the game
Akali.
goes later on. You have to have a really valuable jungle counter pick, and Pyosik might have to dig deep here because he's facing a Kindred back.
Nice
Graves is
withered
up,
Rose
but I feel like they
Syndra
need a little
cosplay.
bit- Maybe a mini champ here would be better. Something like Vi that can lock the Kalista down.
So much
Okay, who's
pressure
gonna
on
be
them, and
the
they know
jungler?
they're facing the Soraka team as well. Gonna have to deal with the sustain in these team fights.
Maokai can lock the Kalista down as well. And it is going to be the Maokai jungle
Maokai
for
jungle.
Pyosik. There's the Fiora last pick as we expected.
Fiora?
Melee top side. We haven't seen Maokai for a long time. We
Yeah.
saw it play-ins, we saw it a little bit in groups.
Been
and then
a
it just fell
while.
off.
Sprouts his head up here again in the finals in a
Fiora's
game
the
for
she's
DRX.
Fiora though.
And he's good at
Scary.
locking down these mobile carries like a Kalista, like an Akali.
Wait, what?
He's also good at
Oh.
locking down a squishy
Okay, I
target
would be
like
so
the Soraka,
surprised
but
if
it's up to
it's Renata
Pyosik
jungler.
to find those plays.
And they've actually layered it with a lot of other big AoE CCs here. The Renata ultimate, you've got Varus, Deft here, really good at setting up plays with the Varus ult. If you cover an area of the map with the Maokai ultimate and the Renata ultimate, makes it way easier to hit the other ones.
I think Def needs to go
Yeah, pretty
more
good,
towards
like,
an on-hit build here. I think
combos
poke
in
against
DRX.
Soraka. Yes, if you hit her, it's great.
But
if you
T1
stay
has
back, she'll heal through your poke. Also, Vamp Scepter early
Yeah, lots
on
of
lane
CCs, yeah.
is great, but of course the Eclipse.
I
build
will
can help out, but
I will
regardless,
pray
hoping
that
Def goes for
DRX
on-hit,
wins
but
so
we
that
talked
my
about the
predictions
lockdown of
are
Maokai. Not only
correct,
is he gonna
and
launch
then
to the Kalista,
game
but
5.
the Akali, when she dives in,
That's
point
all
to
I
click
want.
CC will be so important in keeping Zeka alive.
Very, very true.
But
And for the
T1
T1
has
side, oh, you are looking at the top triangle of the map. Those two melee solo laners with the Sejuani stuns. They can proc those stuns so quickly. Sejuani ganks into the top lane. Get that Fiora ahead. Get that Fiora
You still have
advantage
perfect
over
predictions?
the
Yes.
Aatrox that we've seen
I
be
put it
so
I
big
put it
in
SKT DRX, SKT DRX, and
Step
SKT.
up now. T1 are on match
But
point
you know,
for their
since like you
fourth
know, I have mixed
world
feelings now, so
championship. The other three
I don't know
earned
what's
under the
what's gonna
SKT
happen
banner.
in
This would be the
in
first
game
time
5.
they claim it as T1, and they are a single game away.
When Zeus last faced the Aatrox and he picked the Yone, they also had owner on the Sejuani.
Faker
and they had owner
Kali!
Go gank it early, get him these kills, get him that priority. See if they do it again here. Double tank junglers, but lots of CC setup, lots of gank opportunity for them.
I'm excited to see Faker on Akali, see what damage he can get done. We saw games where he's just dominating the backline in fights. DRX have lockdown for him, and he'll try to navigate his way through. The benefit is the enemy mid jungle is double AP on both sides, so itemization
Almost.
shouldn't be too difficult. Yep, it's all about the side lanes really. How far ahead can this Fiora get, and how much can she leverage that lead in team fights versus split push for DRX, who have really good engage. They have good choke control and everything along those lines. T1 just have better skirmish, and they want to look to flank and find these angles. It's been T1 finding these scaling drafts, which want to be death balls. Now it's flipped its head as T1 pick things like this Kalista and Akali that want to dive in.
But remember, blue side has won every game so far in the series. Pyosik starting off with a control ward here to be able to clear the vision on his own chicken camp, so then he can do his jungle without being seen. Zeus just hanging out here in the
I'm
brush
excited
top
for
side,
the
being nice and
preseason.
patient.
Like,
Level
the
one's
next
gonna get
season is gonna have,
spicy
like,
here
jungle
in the bottom
pets or
lane
something?
As Beryl, Deft, and Gumayushi trade blows.
Yeah, the supports determine so much of
Bring
this
it
matches
back.
here. Keria walking forward, trying to push them off, but it will be the early push for DRX. Deft and Beryl going to take advantage of the minion wave and get to number 2 first.
Bot lane expected to be in isolation, looking at both junglers. Owner will move towards the Wolves. Pyosik will finish the red and move towards top side. 2v2, likely in favor of the
Roa, I
Fiora
miss
Sejuani early
Roa.
game. The cooldowns for the Aatrox are incredibly long. Level up coming in here from Beryl. He could look to flash Q carrier if he steps up a little bit too far, but he's not going to do it. Training on top, that's where both junglers want to focus. Very, very snowbally in terms of if the Fiora gets ahead.
Good job of pinging right there. You can see his movement. He hugs the wall hiding that vital, that procs for the Fiora in it so that Zeus can't get the better trade.
Oh, Faker, you're having a bit of a problem.
Here early on, playing the melee.
It is an
in the
Azir.
range. That's the early laning phase. You trade your health as a resource to guarantee that you're able to get this farm. Dorian's shield plus potions gonna allow him to weather that storm with the most grace possible.
Exactly, and you wait till you get low to get that missing health heal. Really high value out of it. He's also got the extra sustain with the fleet footwork there. Everything he can do with his runes.
Yeah, Akali has the shortest range.
We'll have to back up as he runs into this top side river. Pyosik still clearing out his camps. Top crab should be in favor of T1 here, and Pyosik gonna backtrack down towards his bot side. The problem is Kingen is very diveable right now. He's pinging assistance. Pyosik now running back towards top as quickly as he can, because if Owner peeks his head up there, Beryl.
Ooh, Beryl goes in aggressively, but the flash isn't going to get him a lot. Now he and Deft have to back away. Gumayushi goes for the Pierce.
Okay. Deft is at 100. Don't die, though.
Deft is going to block the bailout. Will he get the damage? No, it's first blood over to Carrier.
Guma and Carrier do it again! This T1 bottom lane on point, but now junglers meet mid.
Oh wait, why am I saying nice?
No! Faker at 200 HP. T1 can't take it any further. But the T1 bottom lane, the return to glory after falling short at MSI, trying to reclaim that title of top bot lane in the world, and they're showing
If I was a game 5, I should root for DRX. No!
Their year, maybe even their career, winning out on that bot 2v2. Guma and Carry have struggled so much throughout summer, with Guma taking bad trades or dashing too far forwards in lane, which just hurts their 2v2. But it's this time where they get the advantage up against DRX. I love to see the replay here, because I think Gumayushi dashes out of vision to stop Deft from getting the kill, and I want to see Carrier silence towards the end. I think he silenced Deft on his Q to get the kill. So Gumayushi and Carrier. Beryl doesn't get the connect. They then flash forward to look for Deft, who then responds to this flash. Beryl puts the bail on Deft and tells him to just run straight into them. He loses vision on Guma here, and I think Carrier silence just about pulls it off to stop the Q from landing.
Just barely. And Guma runs all the way around into the alcove, out of Fog of War. Can't see him anymore, can't finish it, can't get the bailout. All summoners also blown on the bottom side of the map. So you know there's blood in the water. As much as you really want to focus on the top triangle of the map, now bottom lane fighting this aggressively, so volatile with 0 summoners left, the junglers are attracted.
Baker having a bit of a problem with CS because of how short the goddamn range is.
Yep, the wave will push away from DRX. They've got significantly more minions, so those are about to collide into the turret. T1 knows that Owner is still on the top side of the map, now making his way down through their own bottom side jungle. So that means they just have to wait. Play it safe, play it cool, clear out the wave. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, Pyosik hasn't based yet. He's going to recall now and pick up those boots. A little bit behind Owner on the clear speed in terms of responding to these plays. Top lane in favor of T1. Mid lane in favor of DRX. Owner now around. Has the blast code, will get spotted by the ward, which will be swept away. DRX, no flashes in bot side, need to be very careful.
Yeah, both junglers taking a little bit of their time out to try and visit, since they know it's so volatile. But Owner not losing out on any camps as he does it. Dragon spawning, control ward placed as well, and now he's just hovering around, putting this silent pressure onto DRX.
He can Q-flash onto Deft here, and I think he will die on top of a silence, but Owner is calling it off. They don't have vision on Pyosik just yet. They might spot him on the entrance towards topside, but Top Crab is spawning. And once they spot him, they'll realize that this dragon is free.
And there it is, exactly as you say. Owner making his way over to that one. Q3 from Kingen. Zeus in trouble, but still manages to walk it back underneath his own turret. Ready to stop this recall here. Ghost and Teleport, both available for Zeus, if he can get back. Pyosik will not kill him 1v1. They do need extra damage. Faker making his way up to top as the dragon goes down for T1.
That was a critical heal. Zeus got the fleet footwork heal off of tapping Pyosik, so able to sustain under his tower, and now the bottom side with Owner.
Owner's ready to go. Deft is the target. They're ready to try to fight back, but DRX are 2v3. Gumayushi.
Oh my god! god!
And DRX
No!
will lose their AD carry for the
DRX, what the
second
fuck?
time.
I need
Close. I
game
wonder if Def had
5!
heal in that exchange and he could use it before the bailout. Either way, they don't get the reset. He dodges the Sejuani Q, which is pixel perfect, but they can't trade in the 2v3. They knew Owner was bot side and they still felt confident enough to take that fight. T1 come away with 2 kills onto Keria.
Yeah, and they just got that dragon with the alert going up as well. Huge stuff for T1 starting to snowball in this game. Exactly what they need.
It's one of those things where the bailout might be expiring, so maybe that's why he didn't use the heal. So we'll look at this one again. Owner's there. I think Flash Q comes in and Def doesn't actually flash, just dodges away from the Q. Bailout comes onto Def. He has to heal up, but he chooses not to use it. Maybe that extra auto weaved in would have made it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Owner are a little scared there of the handshake to come out, I believe, too, to knock him in. So he flashed out, and then the re-engage was so close.
Wait a minute.
Not able to get it.
And now it's T1 again, first to the objective. They already took first Drake for themselves, and now they'll look to take
put
first
it
Herald.
on Sejuani or Soraka?
There's a control ward in the pit, but no other DRX bodies are even close, so they can't really do a whole lot to keep fighting for this. Kingen wants to keep these guys nearby. The Maokai ulti's not going to find anybody just yet. Zeus continues running. The little sapling, yes, he's enchanted by the brush, but he can't catch up in time. So T1, they get what they came for and they get back out. Now Zeus ready to issue a fight onto Kingen here with a grand challenge. Yoshik's showing up to try to help them. They're going to try to turn it around right back onto Owner. He's low, but Carry is here.
Okay, yes, DRX, let's go!
DRX.
Let's go, yes!
Kingen,
Yes, kill them. Kill them all. Yes!
Kingen is playing this fight pixel perfect in the 2v3. Calls Pyosik to take it, even though they have a Soraka. Keria
There's no mark. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There's no mark on Soraka, so I'm like thinking whether or he put it on
stuff for him to be able to pull it out, and DRX needed that to get leverage back in this game as well on those support roles.
Okay, very nice dodge of the shuffle.
Baker's all right. He's chilling. He's chilling.
Good dodge, good dodge. He's still got it. Still has the reaction speed. Meanwhile, bottom side left alone because of that top side commitment.
I mean,
fuck!
Why did you dodge that, Faker? God damn it!
Faker was hovering down towards that bot side and trade really aggressively onto Zeka. Knows he doesn't have the shuffle, so he can afford to play so far up. The first play the DRX actually found success in was in this 2v3. They've been taking a lot of fights at numbers disadvantages. They've been arriving late to these objectives, but that one kill will help them out a little bit. Kingen lost his flash, so has to be very careful. Sejuani Fiora, a really good setup. Zeka getting a small lead in this lane. We were very surprised to see Zeka on not so much of a playmaker, but more of a scaler. But DRX probably think that these games are going very long, so having that control mage is necessary.
Yeah, and then the last game we just saw T1 utilizing the Azir plus the Varus range advantage for later very effectively. DRX trying to choose that one this time around, but T1 have very, very good flankers here. We'll see if they can get to the backside.
A lot of attention up here on the top side now from the junglers. After the summoner spells came back up bottoms, it's back to what you guys were talking about as the game plan with that top side triangle. Now, the Rift Herald still has half the timer left. Remember, it's Zeus who picked it up, so it's not like Owner can walk this thing around anywhere on the map. As Barrel goes into the hostile takeover, it hits both. As
oh my god! Guma! Okay, that's a good one, Guma. I mean, no, Guma, what the fuck? Yes, kill! Yes! 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 Yes!
Ready to go. The mechanics on both sides they plays from DRX were beautiful.
Very nice,
Barrel
very nice.
Hostile takeovers
Very
in
nice.
direction, knowing he'll use the Fate's Call, and then Kingen dodges that
DY
to the side so
Mastercard.
perfectly. Both side lanes, a lot of fighting, and despite being behind, DRX are putting up a fight.
And it means top side gets really far ahead here for Kingen. Turret plates taken off for this Aatrox. Even without getting the killing blows onto Zeus, he is really starting to pull ahead. This is his time to shine.
And we've said it many times before, DRX, it really was a struggle to get here in the first place. 10 games played over 2 series in the regional qualifier, knocked out in playoffs in the first round. It's just been insurmountable pressure that's been exponentially growing through group stage, even playing to group stage, to quarters, to semis. It's always gotten heavier, the pressure, but now the weight of the world is on them. They're against T1, who are on match point, but they're still finding plays. Pyosik on this Maokai sitting at 2-0. Dragon is up, and T1 are grouping up to fight.
The first Dragon, the first Herald in this game, both going over to T1.
Why am I seeing
DRX
Faker
moving up
equals
mid,
Filipino?
ready to fight
What was
back.
that?
Immortal Shield Bow and Crown of the
What was
Shattered
that in
Queen
the
are both
chat?
done. That is a big item spike advantage for the side of DRX, as their opponents do not have any completed items yet.
Herald's used there by Zeus, who picked it up. Looks like it'll crash, and Kingen is going to stop it. He'll turn around here. I think Kingen might be able to take this down
That's
before
a
it
waste
crashes.
of
That's a lot of gold that
Herald
can be
ball.
denied. T1 starting the Dragon. All the meanwhile, it's a 4v4.
Really nicely done from Kingen, but now what about the team fight here in the bottom lane? They're going in. They found a lot of damage, but they won't find the kill.
Barrel's still near death experience, for fuck's sake!
He got traded back. Zeka taking some damage. Faker trying to go in and find his way through the
Yes!
smoke. Now
Yes,
he's gonna
DRX
run.
win!
He's trying to get out,
Yes!
but Twisted
Yes!
and Faye
Yes!
will find him,
Yes!
and
Let's
DRX
go!
will
Let's
win
go,
across the
DRX!
rim.
Let's go! Yes! Yes! Let's go! Game fight! Game.
Then they get the sweep from
Game
Zeka
five.
into the
Game
ultimate
five.
from Deft, sniping the kill.
2 kills over to Deft as well. They don't
Silver
have anything else to
scrapes.
follow up
Silver
with. They've got
scrapes.
bot side vision. They got an extra 2 kills. They got the Dragon. T1 are the one to pull the trigger. But look at the communication from DRX. Instantly, Zeka jumps across to the bot lane. Deft is off to the side.
God
Great
damn,
embarrassment.
Daryl has
T1
like
have to retreat.
almost
Faker
like
tries
he's
to
not
salvage
gonna
it,
die,
but
huh?
it backfires. As he goes in, he has no tools to escape. The dashes aren't
If
far
Faker
enough,
saw
and
that
Pyosik
barrel, he
Beautiful
would
stuff.
immediately
Deft with
get
the
that
arrow
barrel.
right through the heart
So that
of
there's
Yuma.
no
Faker
worries,
getting
but like he
pulled in
didn't
and
see it,
killed
so
on top
somehow.
of it, and DRX
Which I'm not
are
cheering
not
for a
done
game, but
with
like we
Worlds
cheer. No!
2022.
And the beautiful stop in the top lane as well by Kingen to absolutely halt any sort of a cross map with the Herald. Everyone on this team, once again, backs to the wall, and they stand tall.
And you highlighted it, Flowers. Before the fight, the shield bow versus no mythic on the side of Gumyushi. The shield bow saved Deft when Faker went in. If he didn't have that, maybe they could have turned the fight. Owner now up towards this top side. Herald spawning in 10
See, loyal
seconds.
see me.
Pressure
I'm
across from T1.
just
Pressure
putting my
top as
prediction
well.
so
He's
that
showing
there's gonna be
respect.
game
If
5.
there's
It's
any
not
plays
about
to
the
be made,
loyalty,
Pyosik
okay? It's
to
not
find
about it. It's
objective.
about
He's moving towards
having
this top side river.
entertainment,
Zeka
you know?
is in hot pursuit, and the bot lane of DRX is on the way up.
Yeah, look at this. The overcommitment. It's going to be multiple players trying to hover up on top side. They were expecting a hard play here from DRX, waiting for the counter in the brush there for Owner. Doesn't pop out, and so they're just going to get a refocus. Ward's already over here. You see towards bottom side too. They're trying to make the trade again, but it's a bottom side recommitment. They're going to get back. DRX, they're going to make the cross-map defense and not give up anything for this Rift Herald.
So
It's
does
about-
T1 take
it's
the
about-
3v3
it's
then,
about
because they have
content,
information?
okay?
Circle is
Oh.
up soon as well. Faker not there just yet, but is level 11. Owner's in the pit. T1 bot lane now on the way up.
Zeka here
DRX are on a
first.
timer to take this fight.
T1's ready to challenge. Faker is here. Objective at 2K. Faker's going in. Smoke is ready. Zeka getting himself back. Owner's taken low. They're ready to keep the fight going. Kingen charges forward, but now Zeus
Oh,
is looking for
shit!
Pyosik. The
He
killing
didn't
spree.
realize
The jungler of
the freaking-
DRX. Where's the follow-up?
stop playing
T1 trying to
thingy,
stay
Mabob.
together. Hostile takeover.
That's
finds
a
Faker.
bad. No, that's a bad. No. I mean, yes. Oh yeah. Damn. That corner. He could have escaped, but there's a sapling on the bush.
So much work to get T1 down. Zeus
The
and Owner could take the
sapling.
fight. Tower over to DRX. Herald over to DRX.
Yeah,
Mid tower will
I
fall.
don't want to
Top
do
tower is going to
that.
fall as well. They just broke the entire map open from one fight.
Even just being
I
here
have mixed
in
feelings.
finals, DRX are already the greatest underdog story, the greatest Cinderella story of Worlds of all time. A 4th seed through play-ins all the way to finals, and they are on the precipice of pushing T1 to a final game.
DRX have been through the trenches this year, and they have not heard a bell yet, so they're going to keep fighting.
They're
If this
gonna
game
ban
four
Rise for
is
sure in the
looking
5th
good,
game, if there is
big
gonna
gold
be a
lead
5th
4,000
game.
over to them, even
I
if
can feel the
Dragon's next
5th
Dragon
game.
only
I
gets
like
20
it.
seconds,
Go!
they're gonna set up for
Go,
it and
DRX,
try to
go!
build towards this soul.
Let's
and the benefit of all
go!
of this is they have Nazir. Zeka's not even
Yes!
on a playmaker. He's on a scaling mage, so they have a very good, comfortable late game insurance.
no losses in play-ins. First place in their group. The second reverse sweep of all time at Worlds in quarters and defeating the #1 seed of their region in semis. Now doing this against T1 in the finals.
And if we're looking at the mini-map, you see the commitment of the T1 bottom lane. That's why T1 commit to this, but they focus fire owner here. Sejuani's so low, flashes over.
That one sapling!
The sapling! Hello and goodbye.
Owner goes down. Heroic sapling from Piosik. Nice pushback by Zeka to stop Faker from EL to dive on top of them. T1 retreat. They run for the hills, but there's a wall in their way, and DRX sandwiched them down. Carrier no flash, he falls. T1 have the mobility to get the rest of the members out, but that's enough to put them at such a sizable advantage. DRX coaching staff elated with that fight.
And the reason we're reacting so heavily here, League of Legends is usually a game of give and take. You win one side, you give on the other side. But that was such a big jump in health here for DRX. They won both sides with having depth push down the bottom tower already. That's why we already, 17 minutes into the game, have objective bounties. DRX are crushing it.
And I think DRX are ahead enough to not trade. They're going to get this dragon for free. Zeka has TP. Put numbers top. Don't put numbers around the objective you're going to play for. Put
That's
numbers around the objective
Renata's
the
building
enemy team
Chemtech
wants to play
Purifier for
T1,
the
they all base,
Soraka.
they
Okay,
realize
pretty...
that DRX control both sides of the map
Both
right
of
now,
them have
and they
an
won't be able to
Oblivion
find an
Orb,
objective
so
out.
they're really
DRX
going on
with a
for the
4,000
Soraka.
gold lead.
Okay.
DRX now grabbing their second Drake of the
Yes!
game. A mountain Drake at that
Yes,
will
DRX
be the soul
win.
if they can continue this. And I'll tell you what, something like that makes life much more of a pain for Faker's Akali to try to find his angles and try to maneuver around these fights. Checking in on the top lane, it's still a lead for Kingen, still 1-0-3 here on the Aatrox as Zeka retreats away from Faker here bottom side. Faker trying to chase after him here, uses R1,
TP.
finds the E, but
Oh
now
God,
the TP is coming in.
Faker!
Now the ulti's coming over from Maokai.
Oh
now
God, Faker!
DRX have found Faker, the smoke
Well.
will not save him, and DRX 5v4 again.
DRX kill Faker, and they're going to push down through bot lane. T1 are playing on 2 lanes, but the TP salvages that. They'll get this mid tower, but DRX will get the bot tier 2. More gold over to Kingen. More side lane pressure for this Aatrox. Zeus still yet to find his second item. DRX are collapsing.
They're not even going to get the mid tower for T1. Gumiyushi running away there, throwing the spear out, getting himself a safe distance away from Barrel. Bottom lane tier 2 falls. DRX winning out again. 5,000 gold.
I think this
now
is a red,
ahead of T1.
red,
I mean, you can see.
red team curse.
Zeka. Goes over the blast cone, finds 2, but it might not be Zeka who's in for a nasty surprise. Carrier gets chased, Sejuani ulti on Zeka to get T1 away.
You can see which of these two teams is feeling the pressure. And guess what? It's not the team that is facing match point right now. DRX controlling the map here, forcing some misplays from T1, some over-aggressive attempts to try and pull the game back because they know they're facing the outscale that DRX faced in the last game. They've got Azir, they've got the Varus advantage, they have the front line to work behind as well. And so DRX pushing in these side lanes, the map closing in around T1.
They're running out of options, really, T1. Scaling is not really in their favor. It's more so the Fiora that is the scaling because she will win out on side lane against the Aatrox. But Kingen is so strong now. I don't think that scaling can even factor in anymore. They need at least 20 minutes to leverage that or even it out. So DRX will play with the Aatrox bot, and they'll try to push out these waves with Kingen and move towards mid and threaten this Baron constantly to make
it is a red team curse at the moment.
Walk in the waiting arms of DRX.
Kingen has 2 completed items.
Whoever's in the
Fiora
red
has
team in the
Divine
fifth
Sunderer
game.
and still some pieces.
I'm so sorry.
It'll be a while before he's able to deal with that Aatrox.
I want to see if T1 can go for one of these trailing split push plays, try and hide the Sejuani behind one of the split pushers and pick somebody off, because that's what you have to do, one of these surprise plays. Sejuani ult into melee champions, proc the stun, take away some of this pushing power of DRX, because look at them, they're playing the whole map right now.
They are, and that's because of these pushing side lanes. Are they going to start up the Baron? Looks like they're thinking about it.
They're doing a
There's
DR.
no tank in the pit. I think Death's just going to hit it.
Yeah.
And it's the solo lanes of DRX with the push.
Never
And
mind.
it's Kingen who finished, we talked about it, he finished last place last year in summer alongside Piosik. Then he convinced Zeka, who was a very close friend of his, to come back from the LPL and join the LCK and join him in the ranks of DRX. And he took the gamble. He joined the last place team. Look at them now. World's finals, both having the side lane push, winning out in their respective solo laners. and they really want to threaten this Baron. Owner is in the vicinity. Started up. The sapling will spot out the jungler of T1. He has no vision to work with. Keria is trying his best to help out. No Kalista, it's a smite fight.
It's time to overcome the demons of Game 3 for DRX. Maokai ulti flies out. Kingen in World Ender goes over the wall. Faker's lost half HP. Faker is nearly down.
I think,
Hostile
yes!
takeover over
Yes!
the wall. Wish from Soraka
Yeah!
will heal
Yeah! 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 Go, go, DRX, go!
He's gonna be
Go,
shuffled
DRX,
away.
go!
T1 tries to find the fight, and they're finally gonna kill Def. But Kingen's still ready to fight over the side. Zeka getting chased. Barrel trying to protect. A beautiful handshake from Renata.
Oh,
as Keria
God!
falls. T1,
I mean, yes,
2v3.
yes,
They're
yes, oh
ready
my
to
god,
target,
yeah,
but Kobayushi
yes,
is locked down.
yes,
Kobayushi is executed by the sword
yes,
of Kingen, and Owner
yes,
is the
let's
only
go.
man standing wearing red.
Guma does everything he can to keep T1 alive, but Kingen comes to collect.
And he's
God
looking for his
damn it,
crown.
Barrel's
He's
still
putting the
alive.
whole team on his back in these fights. Zeka and Def
It's always
fall,
like in
but
the brink
last
of
threat
death
on DRX
every
is King
time.
And Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Even numbers distribution across the board in terms of deaths. No neutral objective started just yet. DRX don't have the damage to take down this Baron without those carries. But with the Dragon spawning soon, resets will come in and they'll start to establish control over the map in these mid-wave pushes. Faker really struggling to get involved in these fights.
Yeah, that
It's a bit
Infernal
difficult
chain
for an Akali
yoinked him back in,
to
hit
what's
the
it
full
called?
combo. They blow the
To
Akali
join in,
up.
not gonna lie. Especially if
to
there's
find
like a
better
Maokai.
Let's take another look. The Baron got
It will,
half
it will
HP,
get
and
caught
then DRX said
no matter
turn to
what.
the fight.
And just keep your eyes on Kingen. Lands the Q2, Q3 pull back onto Faker. Then gets the auto attack in, I believe, as he dashes out. Pyosik follows through across the wall to get the kill. So
And
it's a
then
2v1 on the top side, but that means it's a numbers disadvantage around the river fight. So that's where T1 find their advantage. Kingen's trying his best to come around the wall and help out, and he starts cleaning up the fight for DRX.
And look how much work Guma puts in for T1. They're trying to fight their way out up the river here, towards Zeka, towards Barrel, chasing them through. But Kingen from behind catches everything. Pyosik
I
with the
like
flash
it,
over the wall, into the tri-brush, locks him up.
And it's that twisted advance. It's that lockdown on these mobile
Anong
carries that we talked
birthday?
about in
Hindi ko pa
draft.
birthday,
That is
okay?
why
My
this
birthday is
Maokai
in like
is
20
popping off.
days.
Holy hell! 5,400 damage from Kingen's Aatrox in that fight. This is a man who wants game 5.
That is true, that is
This
true,
is a
though.
man not willing to let this series end on 4. And this is a man leading the way for DRX.
They didn't get
All
BR
completed
as
his
well,
third
so
big
that's
item.
pretty good.
DRX, now with their soul point status, has total control over Summoner's Rift. Kingen, he'll look for it. He'll only find Owner. Keria's nearby. He's trying to get away. He has the flash. Nice stun from
Okay,
Owner
that's
to stop
pretty good
Pyosik.
escape.
Very big cooldowns here burned
I mean,
before this Baron
why?
attempt.
No,
DRX
why
now
can
retreating back into the vision that they do control.
I think they might have to force this soon because Zeus is pushing bot. Kingen doesn't want to TP down.
Can
there.
I
He wants
can-
to
I
force
can't
Zeus
help
to
but-
TP
but
up, so I
cheer
feel
on
like
T.
DRX need to make a Baron call soon, and they're gonna do it. They haven't pushed in midway,
Alam
but Zeus will have
mo
to
ka
TP in.
yan.
It's time to go. Objective bounty claimed, and
Oh.
now Zeus is ready to
Oh.
join the fight.
Double
Baron at half
TP.
HP. Owner's trying to find his way in there. He Arctic assaults over the wall. He has no flash. There is no blast cone, but just the threat of the steal gets DRX off the Baron.
They got double TP. They need to get back towards mid, clear out this wave, and then reset the map state. No TPs on T1.
No,
means
no
their
BR
side lanes
again?
are gonna
That's-
struggle. DRX
okay.
have the advantage on the globals.
Exactly. DRX got what they came for.
DRX
They don't care if they
kabami-
don't finish the Baron here. They don't want another crazy steal coming through. They want 2
I want
teleport
DRX to
cooldowns,
win so that
and
there's
they
gonna
got
be silver
both of them.
scrapes.
I think the second Zeus shows himself in bot, they'll start it up again. But as I say that, they're just going to start it right now. Faker took the base. Keria did as well. It's only Owner that's around here. Kingen will jump over the wall here and start to zone him away.
Run, they have
But
to
it
run, they
could
have to
only
run.
be
They
Owner
have to
that they
run.
need.
got
He
flash.
did a miracle last time. Kingen wants
again.
to stop him this time. Baron at 3K. Owner goes berserk. He's
Shit!
locked down.
He
The
can't
Baron for
steal
D.
that. There's a lot.
They did it! They kept him out this time! Everything thrown over the walls there. Owner can't get in, and DRX secure
He got pushed
the
over.
Baron.
And
God
they'll use
damn.
the Baron as a blanket to secure the soul. They'll keep
I mean,
waving
yes,
onto T1's
yes,
tier 3
yeah,
towers.
push over
Maybe they'll
the
look for
fucking
tier 2
Baron
top if they wanna
Stealer,
play 4-1,
yes,
But the Dragon Soul is what they'll
yes.
look for. They're playing Fiora, Akali, Kalista against Mountain Soul.
Not
This
a
is gonna be
Baron,
very
not
tough
Soul.
if you want to find any
Yeah,
avenue back
true.
into this game.
The pathway is laid to the Prophet, the foretold game number 5 here. DRX so heavily advantaged now with Baron buff. You're talking about the instant reset, push outside waves, easily set up for Soul, and it is Mountain Soul as
Silver
well.
Scrape,
So
Silver
good
Scrape,
against Akali, so
Silver
good
Scrape.
against this T1 composition.
T1 looking for a pick. They found Pyosik, but Zeka's right behind him. They're committing so many numbers down here to try to find something before the waves start to crash onto their towers. Zeus will get an objective bounty top tier 1, but the rest of the RX are running down mid, and T1 are cut off. Kingan's going to spot them out in just a second. Do they take the fight? They'll try to stop them as much as they can.
DRX is just controlling priority over the mid lane, getting that wave pushed up into the tier 3 turret. They've already taken half HP. T1 have now finally found their positioning again, but it may already be too late. The cannon minion's still alive. The cannon minion's still firing. The cannon minion kills the tier 3 turret. Zeus, in the meantime, is still top. He's taking out the tier 2. DRX, they're going for
they're taking
they're
2
going for
objectives.
anything they can find. The second inhibitor turret's going to be the target. Faker is
Faker!
now the target. They're trying to push all the way in. Owner's on full retreat. Zeus finally making his recall back into the base. DRX, 5-man push. Still looking for Nexus turret. She's going to be caught. Kingan looks for him, but the Callista's able to get away. Zeus wants to jump in. Zeka's still safe. DRX now having to deal with Faker. He jumps in. He jumps out. There's no angle.
yes,
DRX
Faker
will
died.
find the first Nexus turret. Owner charges away. DRX have health advantage. They have stats advantage. They have gold advantage. The turrets are dropping. Zeus is on the flank, but it won't do a thing. Kingan's wings spread wide. DRX to keep going.
The relentless pressure here. They've still got 2 cannon minions. Zeka chasing off Zeus, and Beryl comes to join.
Zeus is low. He's trying to get himself away. The turret's still barely standing. Keria now going to be your target. Kingan chasing him away. Gumayushi goes
Okay,
in.
that's Silver Scrape!
Kingan!
Yes, my prediction's still good. My prediction's still good. Now T1 win. Okay, now I can have a mixed feelings.
The King is looking vulnerable. T1
okay, I can go back now.
But DRX never fail to beat the odds.
Let's go, King Bang!
The goat versus the alpaca. It all comes down to this.
Yes, Silver
Death
Scrape,
really does
baby.
have one
Silver
bullet in the
Scrape.
chamber to kill the King now. One game to do it.
It would be such a shame if DRX won game 5. I mean, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it, especially if Dev is retiring. Yeah.
Undefeated on that side in the series.
If they was gonna win, I like it. If Dev's gonna win, I like
to
it.
get here in
I'm
summer,
okay
they
with
were
it.
underdogs,
Yeah.
eliminated in the first
But
round
I
of
put
LCK playoffs.
T1 as my winner, so
Clawing
I'm
their
just gonna
way
put
through
T1
regionals.
there.
Upset after upset, getting closer and closer as a group, trusting each other more and more. They talk about it in every interview, and now they've pushed the greatest of all time to a game 5.
Look at Kingan's
Yeah,
damage.
lahat ng games blue
He
side
is not
nanalo.
getting
Yeah,
Aatrox
true.
in the next game. The only response T1 have is Zeus' Yone. The Fiora did not work. He is playing to perfection in
Let's
these
go!
fights. The top laner for DRX is
Let's
stepping
go!
up.
Silver Scrape, Silver
Zeus hailed
Scrape!
it as the best top laner in the world, and Kingan doesn't care.
Wishing you happy birthday. No!
Really
No,
doesn't.
Henry,
DRX
no!
don't care. They've not cared since playing.
No, it's
They
my
didn't even expect to get
birthday.
here
My
in the
birthday's
first
on
place.
20
They're
20
making the
days.
most miraculous run I've ever seen in esports history.
If you don't like this series, you don't like League of Legends. This is some of the best gameplay.
What if I hate League of Legends though?
Seen.
I have
If you're not
mixed,
entertained,
I
what
have
are
like
you
love
doing?
and hate
Twitch
relationship
chat, we
with
need to
League.
hear
What do you
too.
mean?
Let us know. Who do you think is taking this series? Is it T1 or is it DRX? We'll see you back here for the finale of this incredible series. But right now, it's time for Silver Scrapes.
Ding, ding, ding. Ba-da-dun, da-da-dun. Ooh-wee-doo, 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 wee-wee-woo, wee-wee-woo, Oops. I haven't eaten yet. Could probably eat. Udah apa lah? Ano team mo, Michama?
Welcome back
T1.
to the Chase Center here in San Francisco.
Actually, I'm okay with either, not gonna lie. I'm okay with T1 winning, I'm okay with Def winning. And that's all that matters. I'm okay with both of them winning. But I picked T1, so I guess I'm leaning to T1. So yeah, I like
so that they can scream their heads off for this 5th and final game, because I gotta be honest, I wasn't sure we were gonna get here, Dad.
Can we just acknowledge how unrealistic this is?
Just say, yeah, yes, acknowledged.
Yeah, how Faker, Deft, same high school, 10 years ago, World Finals now. DRX have an inhibitor respawn on them.
This is anime plot all over.
But they just keep doing it. The more they lose, the better they get. It's unrealistic.
What I think is crazy is how everything has come together. The fact that this could be Faker's 4th title in his 5th appearance, the Deft story, and the fact that there's speculation around could this be his last year, and
the Deft story.
This roster would take him this far in his final year. Like it is just a movie that we're all just a part of. And the games are delivered. It is constant back and forth. We are seeing both incredible league, sloppy league. We're getting
anime backstory.
Right? And it's just a beautiful culmination to the year, especially being back in front of an arena after 2 years of finals where we haven't had that same opportunity.
I'm glad you brought it to this DRX roster, because I kind of want to set the stage based on like expectations domestically, right? Because I was like messaging with Chronicler during the series, and I was like, I can't believe DRX are taking this to T1 in this game, but also they're doing it through topside and Kingin, which is not at all what we expected. Like, this team was not the worst in the LCK, but they were certainly not expected to be in a Worlds final. They were not expected to be able to play together this well. Even going game from game. I'm sure Pioshik, there are a lot of comments about his game 3, and none of them are positive. And for him to come out on the Maokai pick in game 4, like you said, the evolution of this team, how quickly they're able to learn is so freaking impressive. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, Azale did something at the start of the day talking about how at every stage of the way, the majority of people predicted against DRX. And there was a
Yeah,
good
both teams are
reason for
good.
that.
Yeah,
You
both
can
teams
look
are
at
really
their
good.
performance in the series before and the team they're playing up against, and it always felt like the other team was going to win. Even in this one, the three of us as analysts before the series all did think T1 was going to win this series.
I want Faker to get Rise now.
Because you have Faker
They
and the
have
experience,
to.
and you have T1
But I
with the
think they're
undefeated
gonna
spring and how
ban
good
it
they've
for
been start to finish, and you
sure.
have DRX, who didn't make playoffs in spring, barely scraped into Worlds, yet, as Emily says,
They're gonna
here they
ban it
are
for sure.
doing it in such an unexpected way.
Yeah, and I love that we're talking about the fact that this journey for DRX has
Faker,
always had
Faker.
accompanied with it this idea that they've been doubted. And so we asked the fans at home before we went to this commercial break who they thought was going to come away with game number 5. Much like we did at the beginning of the day for who would come away with the series, I'm curious to see if those numbers have changed.
Whoa!
Absolutely have. Top of day, this was
The
a
chat vote is so different now.
33% vote from the fans at home, and now we've
It's so
crunched
close
it
to
down to
50-50.
52% in favor
Damn.
of T1. Still a slight edge for the winningest team in League of Legends history, but oh so slight. That's basically a coin flip.
And again, that speaks to how much DRX has been able to push T1, right? In a way that, again, like, I can't stress, if you told me this DRX team, not only in the World's Finals, Game 5, but the way they're trying to take it to T1 is also by trying to outplay them mechanically is just absolutely,
Yeah,
like, I would have been like, no, you're crazy. Like, you're wrong.
And when we kind of take stock of the series, so far, Blue Side has won every single game. We've also seen Varus win every single game. But while we've put a lot of focus on that AD carry, the supports, I feel, have been so instrumental for both of these teams. Both Carrier and Beryl are having a phenomenal series in the impact that they are having for their teams. And it is just crazy and incredible to watch, especially when you think of Carrier being this player that was always hyped and anticipated. In his first year,
Dapat
he
handshake
left
both
a
teams,
notable
walang
impression.
bads.
In his second year, he made World Semifinals.
I
and in his
wish,
third,
though.
already at
I
the
wish
World
there's
Finals.
no
Whereas
bans.
Beryl, his third year in a row at the World Finals, supports often get left to the wayside, but to me, these two are the superstars of this series.
I mean,
Back to stage.
So it's a little fun fact there, right? Faker, most games played in the World Final. You know who has the second
This
most?
is your final game in the pro
Yeah.
place,
How
bro.
freaking wild is that, man? Let's
Keep
go.
it your
And
all,
these two
buddy.
guys have come up so huge, as you mentioned, for these teams, and maybe a little
T1
bit
has Faker, though.
underdiscussed up to this point at the World Championship, I'm being honest.
Faker, only active player to have more than one World Championship. Beryl could be one to get 2 World Championships in his third appearance. A lot on the line here.
Yeah, and again, comparing their domestic performances, Carrier did not perform
Let's go,
T1!
Let's
As
go!
people expected. He came out and talked about how he'd been struggling with long COVID and COVID symptoms. And then Beryl has had a lot of ups and downs, but he's absolutely showing up at the tournament.
Imagine if they made the freaking rule that Game 5 should not have bans and make it really spicy for everyone. But it feels like it's not gonna happen.
It's such a weird sense of pressure for both teams because for T1, it's about returning to the pinnacle of League of Legends. It is about reclaiming that throne, and you can hear the number of dedicated fans that exist behind this man on your screen. Whereas DRX, there were no expectations. These players go from game to game, aiming on having the best time of their life and showcasing the best league that they can. And now they stand in the face of the titans of League with only one game separating them from crowning the World Championship.
And I don't know if the people at home can hear this, but as the T1 chant started, so did the combating DRX chant started. And as you mentioned, with this team being constantly counted out and not being expected to go further, that is what has grown this fan base for them along the World Championship. People are fans of this underdog team making a run for it. Now, to get down to this Game 5 and what's about to take place, it is going to be no surprise to anyone that T1, with the final side selection, is going to blue. Vetty, as you mentioned, it has won all 4 games so far. So for T1, I have to imagine there's a bit of a plan, a blueprint that you can follow, given you're on that preferred side. For DRX, it's a little bit more in the unknown, and you're still left trying to find the answers.
Well, what has impressed me about DRX throughout the tournament
Do you think
is that
What do
they
you think
found
is
creative
Mr. Beast
answers.
gonna
And we only
buy
have to go
in
back to
what
game
what
3 to
LC
remember that they were at the
LCS
brink
team
of winning that
will-
game as
will
well.
he-
Things were
will
looking
he
very
buy
positive for them.
in the
So when we
future?
get into this
Do you
draft,
think it's gonna
I
be
feel like
TSM?
DRX will have a plan to the virus,
Or a
and
different
somehow
or a
they'll be
different
able
like
to
his
come
own
up with something great.
organization.
Having what it takes to find the
Beast
answer and actually
Gaming.
finding the answer are two very different things, Jat. Let's talk predictions. Game number 5. I'm going to reset the scorecard for all three of the who takes it. Who's the
Evil
world champion?
Genius? Oh yeah, that's
Yes, you may.
Okay, I feel like there have been 3 careers for Faker. His 2013 career when he out-mechanicked everyone.
Yep.
His 2015-2016 where he could play everything. And now where I think he has experience and is the best leader
Oh, I'm
he's ever been. I don't
scared.
think
I'm
he's lost
scared
those previous skills.
what's gonna
He didn't show it in
happen.
game
Oh
4,
my
but when I
god,
see
I'm
the way
actually
he is
scared.
focusing and locking in, I think he can lead T1 to their 4th world title.
All
Baka may
T1
mini
vote.
fan pa sa
Emily,
yeah, I
you're
know,
up next. What are you
right?
thinking?
There's a mini
So
fan
at the beginning of the day, I said 3-1 T1, and obviously that was wrong.
Whoops. So did I.
One
Are
thing
we
we
gonna
weren't
start
able to
Beast
touch upon here
Gaming?
is T1's own
Damn,
narrative arc and how
imagine
they
he's
actually
gonna make a
evolved
Beast
quite a bit,
Gaming and he's gonna be
especially, in
like
my
the
opinion,
owner.
way that they
I
approach
am
side lanes
I
in
am
the
the
map.
owner,
I
the
do think
CEO
they're on
of
blue
Beast
side.
Gaming.
Also has a lot to
I'll
do with
take
it, but I'm
this
gonna go
one
2-1.
as my
Okay, another
mid.
T1 vote. Vedius,
You know?
you're the last holdout. What's it going to be?
Our job as analysts is to find ways in which we believe teams will have the advantage to be able to come out ahead.
That's the anime
I
scene.
cannot use that
The anime
analysis to determine
flashback.
the outcome of this game
Like
because
how
I have
they're
nothing
thinking
but
and all that.
undenying
From
faith in
Death to
DRX.
Faker.
This roster has done nothing but surpass expectations, and there is something about the atmosphere
T1,
and the energy in this
T1.
arena that makes it impossible for me to not believe that they will
All
win
they
this
have to
next
do is
game.
fake-
I
is for
believe
Faker to
that
not
Deft will hoist
get
his
caught
trophy,
a lot
and I
of
believe
times.
that Zeka is about to have the best game of his life.
You gotta love it. I am already over the moon that we've made it to this 5th and final game, but it really is anyone's for the taking at this point. Both of our teams have arrived at the final hurdle, the final chapter of this legendary story, and we're handing it over to Kadril,
I am so
Kobe,
scared.
and Captain Flowers for the call.
I'm actually so scared.
Welcome to
Holy
the grand
shit.
finale of Worlds 2022. We've had 4 games, 4 battles, back and forth and back and forth. And now, gentlemen, it's down to this.
The entire year for all 10 of these players boils down to one more game.
And not just a year for 2 of them. For 2 of them, it's been 9. 9
energy
years
won.
in the making since Faker won his first. Deft struggling to get past semis in Season 4. Finally made his way back in Season 12, 8 years later. And now he's 1 game away from accomplishing something that he's never done before, winning a world championship.
You got to be wondering what's going through the minds of these players as they're preparing for this final battle. I'm sure something is related to the draft right about now,
It is.
as it is on DRX to solve the red side conundrum.
It is. It's the red side dilemma. We expected this coming into the series that blue
Okay,
side
T1
would
in the blue
always be
team.
favored. DRX tried the Kalista into Varus. What have they changed up? What's the final
Okay,
plan?
Renata
The
ban.
last dance is here, but what's the last draft?
One more band to go.
Is it
Caitlyn.
Caitlyn?
It's always
Is it
been
Caitlyn?
Yeah, I think they have to
Caitlyn?
ban Caitlyn. Heimerdinger's down unless they want to play Varus into the Caitlyn. But do you really want to give Gumayuki
Caitlyn?
that champion?
Lux.
It's a Lux ban.
Caitlyn!
So they've
Caitlyn,
given
let's
Caitlyn,
go.
But they've taken
Give
away
him the
Lux.
You can pair it with Morgana, you
Caitlyn!
can pair it with a bunch of other poke long-range supports.
Either Caitlyn or
to have a
Varus. You
similar
have to
pushing
pick,
effect.
dude.
Guma Yushi's Caitlyn is 9-1 all-time. Career record.
What's the plan? Does T1 first pick it? I think this is a surprise to them as well, the Lux ban.
You gotta throw out a surprise to crack this red side. You have to upset the meta.
So they think the
Karma!
karma is the pushing factor. It's not Caitlyn or Varus.
Yeah.
So now does DRX take away the
Okay,
Caitlyn? But
so
there's no real
Karma.
supports left
Okay,
that can
Camille.
contest this push.
Camille.
T1 have now
Caitlyn
picked away the
or
supports for the
Varus.
push in face of this Lux ban.
This
Damn,
is
they're picking
already
Rice for sure.
spicy. The
Pick
lack
Rice
of
or
Caitlyn
Azir.
Van is already changing things up. What will be the first pick in the final game? The Azir. I would not
Azir.
be surprised. It's been so powerful in the series. And
Oh
it's
my
locked
God.
in for DRX.
You know,
Make
I
it-
think
make it-
taking a
make it
Varus
Rice.
is probably the
It's
better
probably
idea.
time.
And then I think maybe
Come
we
on.
won't even see Caitlyn.
Oh,
No, they are going to go for the Caitlyn. They
they
must
took
have a support
it. They took
response.
Caitlyn.
What has Beryl got up his sleeve? I cannot
Varus?
wait to find out.
He can pair with Zyra, Soraka, so much stuff. Let's see what he goes really deep
Virus
for. On
Rise?
the other side, I do think T1, like you're talking about, with the Varus, high priority there. And then do they want to take the Silas before we go into the next two bans? Because DRX will protection ban.
There's the Varus. Aatrox is still up. Could see Faker's rise for game 5. Bit tough in terms of range. But his builder that he's going back to was incredibly pivotal in their almost winning game 2. Did so much damage, but it was Deft who shut him down.
Zeus lost too when he picked the Aatrox
Why
to King and Camille. Really strong Camille from King in that time around, so they're not too scared of it either, and they're gonna let it drop through as well.
There's the Varus. So what's DRX gonna pick? They're gonna pick away the Aatrox and then ban away 2 top laners.
Are you
It
gonna
worked
put
last
it
game.
like
King and Aatrox
Victor
was
top,
absurd, so
maybe?
Barrel's
Or
definitely
nah, I
not
don't think so because there's an
and he's
Aatrox.
keeping T1 guessing.
Something is planned. Remember, Beryl is the only player outside of the T1/SKT banner to ever make World Finals back to back to back. The man's creative, the man is effective, the man's impressive, and I can't wait to see that pick.
Let's see.
Morgana, Zyra, Soraka. What will it be? T1 even trying to decide what does Beryl have? Can we snipe it? They don't even want to try and snipe him. And they go with the Sejuani instead.
I'm scared for T1. Oh my god, I'm like shaking. Holy shit.
I think Pyosik looks really comfortable in the Maokai, and against these immobile carries, it could work again. There's the Lee Sin ban targeting out Owner. We are in for a treat in this last pick ban phase. What has Beryl got for us? What has Zeus got for us in the top side into this Aatrox? Does he really want to run back the Fiora? Owner's going to have to dig deep for a jungler. Kindred is up. If Pyosik wants to play a game 5 and he wants comfort, he can go towards Kindred. But against champions like Varus and Victor with so much poke, it is very tough to pull off.
It'll be banned away anyway. The final ban of the draft for
But the
T1
Leona is open
is
too.
that pocket pick, that comfort for Pyosik. We need to see jungler and we need to see support from DRX. I would expect the support to be the final pick of the draft for maximum surprise factor.
Def smiling.
Bard?
Is he gonna
Bard?
go for Bard in game 5?
Bard!
Yes!
Oh my god!
I love this guy's confidence. Beryl doesn't give a crap.
He's got to run of the map now, baby. If you can push and open up windows here for him to roam around. Visit mid lane,
Yes,
visit top lane.
this is so interesting now.
Your dreams, Beryl could be right behind you.
He could be in your nightmares as well, because when he lands that Bard ultimate, the Caitlyn trap follow-up is gonna be
Yeah, this is
insane.
the first
There's
Bard.
the Viego from Owner. Now Zeus,
Wild.
can you surprise us? Is it gonna be a Fiora, a Camille? Or does he have something else in store into his Aatrox? Gnar was one of his biggest comforts.
That is so wild. They're putting Bard.
We saw the Fiora fall short just last game. Is he willing to run that back? What will he take into this matchup? Zeus has been such a powerful player, such a standout factor, such a game winner
When?
for T1.
What is going on? What is going on in this game?
Pulling the Gwen back out here.
They're
Let's see about the
making
jungle pathing as well. If they can get up there. Those plus the support timings heavily influence that scaling. Gwen, if you can get to multiple items, what a monster.
But here's the problem. T1 are very low on engage. They don't have a whole lot of ways to start the fight outside of Hecarim for Pyosik.
Both these teams have thrown everything out of the window.
What is this
They've come up
game?
with different strategies.
They're
a little
making
bit
it
of
to the
comfort as
bank.
well. Pocket picks a
And
piece. It's the last game of the year. It's the last game of these players this year.
How's
And
your
they're gonna put all the
league? How's
cards
your league
on the
CP?
table. DRX have drafted Caitlyn, Bard,
I hope you had a
Hecarim
great
into these immobile
stream.
carries. And
We're
Zeus
watching
has got Gwen
Worlds.
to get advantage
So
over King in the side.
excited. So excited in this one. This is
your game
scary
5 draft.
yet
This is
exciting.
T1 versus DRX.
Game 5.
The Hecarim.
The last
and the Bard
dance.
of DRX going up against the Gwen and Faker's Victor yet again.
It was good, nice. Bet you had a good stream.
No more
It's the
storylines.
final,
It all comes down to play now.
final game.
One game in front of you. Execute on the draft. Caitlyn finally let through in the last game of the year. paired with
Let's
Barrel's
go!
guard, will
And
it be
then,
enough?
and then people in the goddamn chat will say Gwen is immune every time she's immune.
Outside of the T1 organization to do it back to back in terms of getting those 2 titles. Fell short last year in the finals in that Game 5 Beryl. He lost to EDG, but now he's in another Game 5. Faker is also no stranger to these Game 5 scenarios. It's the experience from the players of Faker and Beryl, and 4 players on the other side that could hoist their first title.
It's not just a test of
It's
mechanics.
a Bard.
test
It's a
of
Bard
your
and
mind. It's a
Caitlyn.
test
That's
of your
scary for
endurance.
bot lane.
Mental, emotional, physical, everything is now on one final game of League of Legends.
Let's go! T1,
Faker
take my energy,
versus Zeka,
T1!
the greatest to ever do it, and one of the most impressive Worlds performances we've ever seen from an individual, head-to-head, one more time.
And Zeka has been a monster. Zeka has been punishing Faker over and over this series.
Level 1s seem a bit stock standard right now. Keria's very deep in the enemy jungle. I think DRX know that he's around there. Barrel's gonna base and swap over to Sweeper. We'll see if Keria can find a little bit of support gold here.
They know,
T1
there's
it's
a
Hecarim is so
ward.
weak level 1. It looks like they want to take away that buff. Pyosik knows it. Needs to be very careful though. He could face check all of T1. If he moves towards this bot side jungle, he's around mid right now. Thinks twice about it. Is he gonna...
Oh, where are you going?
Oh, this is so...
Where are you going?
Pyosik.
Oh.
Sees them.
Oh, they know.
The
They
patience pays
know.
off. He
They
waits,
know.
He goes for the safe route just over the wolves. T1 immediately on spawn.
Keria can push him off these though. So Pyosik's gonna lose his
Oh my
jungle. Try to keep the Q stacks there.
Okay,
move
they're
towards
punishing the
Raptors here.
jungler.
What can DRX do with this? Gumayushi, they're gonna try and zone him away from the lane. Try to deny him some creeps.
That means you're going to lose out, though, because Owner got level 2 off blue buff, so now you're pushing the lane away. Jungle coming down to help out Guma and Keria get right back to lane.
Yeah, Guma will pick up all the creeps, gets the experience, might lose a couple in terms of gold, so DRX get the wave in, and they're facing a split map scenario, but I think Owner will go through mid to top side and try to control these 3 quadrants.
I think it's really smart getting the early level 1 invade on this Hecarim. Very vulnerable champion to getting invaded upon. See if Pyosik can salvage some of this. Zeka, mid lane pressure, definitely has a big part in if he can get something back. It's just the blue buff that was stolen away though, and DRX saw Viego going back into the jungle, so not going to be too heavily hit.
And let's remember the state of the draft. It was Caitlyn left open, but it was Karma picked first. That means T1 really wants to be able to have push, wants to be able to have control in this bottom lane early. With the Karma and the Varus together, you can see Zeka pushing in Faker here early on in the mid lane matchup as topside Zeus has lane control versus Kingen. In terms of the state of junglers, you can see
Yeah, I think it's a poke type. It's an on-hit Gumayushi Varus. It's not the def Varus with the lethality.
Very low health he was. You recall early for Hecarim.
Unless
it's not that bad.
unless
Still get your
he
boots
changed
for
it,
the
you know.
extra move speed, the extra damage conversion there, and go clean up his Gromp and Wolves. As we said, only the blue was taken, so not too heavily hit. There's no vision right now either. He can smite this grab and go for it.
Yeah, he could, but I think T1's bot lane are very cautious. TP on Varus, of course, into the Caitlyn. And this really stinks for DRX. They need this Caitlyn lane to get the push and start poking the Varus on the tower. The Karma is the factor that allows T1 to push back against the Caitlyn. Zeka needs to react to this flash W from Owner. He needs to react to it, otherwise he's going to die.
Owner does not give him the
Nice! Let's go! T1! Let's go! Let's go! Take my energy,
Genius move here from Owner over the back of the Raptor wall, and it's even worse for Zeka. He flashes afterwards and still dies because Faker's got the Q-empowered auto in the air.
Owner testing Zeka there. Zeka failed the test. First blood over to T1, and that kill will get him a Caulfield's in base. Owner now going to cycle back through his camps. Pyosik struggling to find anything. All these lanes from DRX are getting pushed in. The Aatrox, the Azir, the Caitlyn are sitting on the tower. If Zeka reacts to this flash W, then it's just an even trade and he'll TP back, but he doesn't. He steps back into it as he gets the auto attack weave in. And like you said, Kobe, to rub salt in the wound, he flashes and dies.
Yeah.
Now for Pyosik, what can he get back? It's Owner first to the play. Owner first to get his team going ahead. This Hecarim, he knows he has a lot of gank potential. He knows that if he can find...
Oh yeah,
the
there
end
was
of
a
his
karma
wave,
assist.
The problem is, it's tough when T1 are playing right
He
now.
just shielded and then that's it.
Zeka has no flash.
I didn't see
He's
that.
able to get behind the minions. He'll get out of this one. But Owner really trying to index towards Faker in this mid lane early on in game 5.
Yeah, again, burning cooldowns, burning mana off of Zeka, taking away the safety of that vision, putting his own control ward right back up here so he can control this very important pathway here. Start up the dragon. They've got bottom lane pushing. The multiple ganks towards mid have gotten them mid pressure, so it's an easy first dragon for T1.
Pushing lanes because there's no real threat. The Hecarim needs level 6. Like you just highlighted there, Kobe, the pushing lanes are so powerful in letting you use neutral objectives, and T1 are aware of it. Shut down the Hecarim early. Pyosik needs to farm to 6 before he can impact the map, so T1 can start getting these early game advantages. Top crab spawning soon. Owner might path his way up there. Herald's in 2 minutes. Pyosik needs to get to 6 before that spawns. Looking for some Raptors though.
Trying to steal him away a little bit. Walks on up, pops Spirit of Dread. Gets himself right back out. And now top side, the fights continue. Zeus versus Kingen. Zeus with the ulti finds a lot of needlework there into Kingen, who's not able to continue the trade after already using the cooldowns. And Owner will again look for Zeka in mid. He will chase him away as Faker absorbs this wave. Meanwhile, back in top. Hits the mark.
Gwen is immune? No! It is a difficult one, yeah. It is a difficult one to get away against Gwen. If you use the immune already.
He had an amazing game 3 and 4, and now in this game 5, solo kills Zeus.
When the pressure is on, it's Kingen who stands tall. What a beast. And he's going to go for the recall right now as the wave is also slowly pushing into him. So Owner has to show himself on this top wave to push it in for Zeus. Such top lane difference here for Kingen. Back to back this Aatrox pick again.
And this relieves so much pressure on DRX. Mid lane's been struggling, a lot of ganks towards there and focus from Owner. Deft and Beryl have been on a split map against the Karma support with Bard under their tower, but top lane is now winning. Herald is spawning in a minute. Kingen has the early serrated Durkans, can start pressuring this lane. Zeus even had the counter pick here. Gets level 6 here, Zeus, and I think he tries to find the all-in, but Kingen gets a small trade off. They reset, and then on the re-engage, Kingen kills it.
Exactly, goes for the minions, levels up, uses all of the needlework there. He knows Zeus has nothing left. The Ghost was already used here, so Kingen right on in, hits the Q3. Infernal Chain means he's dead.
That happened, that's sad.
Way out.
And then it
Turns
became
right
a
back
down.
into a doll and falls over as the Aatrox popping off here for DRX in the top side, keeping this game
the immune
nice
run out
and close. Still 3 minutes until the next Drake spawns, but Herald's going to be spawning soon. T1 have controlled early objectives so well in this game, but Owner's also got his eyes on the bottom lane of DRX. Deft has no resources to work with, and he must take a recall.
They're going to lose a couple plates here, DRX. T1, not only do they get the split map and the jungle invade, they also
now
have
that I
TP
think
on
about
Gucci,
it,
so
the
they
Gwen
get a free
immune
base.
is not
Deft
that
struggling, Kingen
great,
up the Herald.
especially it's an
Aatrox
Aatrox that
Yeah,
needed
Hazel,
to
you were talking about Pyosik's level 6
range.
and where is he going to go? He's going straight to his winning lane with Kingen here.
He has
They
to go.
started
He
up
has to
on
go
Vision,
inside
and
the
again, T1
immune
made the call. They
above.
leave Guma pushing those plates on bottom.
But they can't finish the Herald. They know T1's ready to contest. Baker's coming up now too. Pyosik, defensive ulti over the wall. Kingen with a World Ender. He's stuck inside the gravity well, but he goes forward.
Baker! God damn it! Fucking
get the rest of them away. Carey has made his way up into the top side. Barrel goes for the flash binding, but he won't grab it. DRX get the kill, and they're back on the Herald.
immune doesn't work if he's inside the
His
circle.
mind right now, up against T1. They're at a disadvantage from the get-go because Pyosik had to use so many resources to get out, but Kingen goes in. They secure this objective. They were supposed to in the first place, but T1 trying to fight them back, testing the waters in this topside river.
And Zeka doesn't miss a beat. He follows him right back
Yeah,
up with the Azir. Flash,
he has bonus stats,
pushback
but
play
like,
with the
it
ultimate.
doesn't really help that
DRX
much.
secure
Not gonna
the
lie,
Rift Herald for
especially if
themselves.
there's like
They wrest control back.
if you get
All
shit
bottom
on
side
by that.
though. Gumayushi with the level 6 versus level 5 advantage goes for the Chains of Corruption. Beryl getting away from Faker here as he retreats into the topside river. Faker will chase him as long as he can, but Beryl is already gone. Let's take another look at the Rift Herald fight.
Okay, so this is the setup, and you see both mid laners coming over through the river. Because Pyosik goes on this run through the enemy jungle, has to ult all the way around the outside. King in then is the one who takes charge. Goes right
got
at
fought.
Faker. Zeka, no hesitation, follows him to finish it off, and then pushes out Owner and Zeus so they can refocus on that Herald.
I wonder if he wants to push them in instead and he's trying to finish
My
off
energy,
Faker as he dashed forward.
energy.
Nevertheless, they get the kill and they get the Herald. King and landing all the sweet spots on that Aatrox. Moving back towards the top. Dragons up in 40 seconds. Beryl, of course, we saw off screen. He missed the flash Q like you highlighted, Flowers. And now he needs the level 6. They have the Herald if they want to brute force through a lane, but I feel like they need to repay Deft in this lane disadvantage with the Herald.
And I think where he goes with that level 6 you're talking about is straight at Faker. That is a no flash victor now after the last play. So Bard ultimate is prime.
The Drake in 20 seconds. The first one already in T1's pocket. You can see them trying to maintain control over the bottom side river. Beryl gets a stun into the wall on Carrier to even out support health bars, but it's Pyosik being found by Owner here in the river. He's got to retreat. Viego's going to take care of him there in that 1v1. And with the enemy jungler half HP, T1 has control over the river to start the Drake. Now there is a control ward for DRX. They're going to see what's going on here. So Owner drags it outside the wall where there is no vision, but he does not have the confidence to stick around. DRX is still willing to contest this.
Kingen is the only reason they can contest this. He pushed in top all the way and he's moved towards mid. T1 wanted to start it up, but the Aatrox was collapsing down. Now in this 5v4 scenario, DRX will start it up. Zeus has TP. Kingen can TP back top though.
Exactly, it's a beautiful plan. They can make the play on Dragon, force 5v4, and then just have Kingen teleport back to his top turret.
Well, the Dragon's low. Owner's coming in. Is this going to be another steal? Beryl will block it with the CC. From Owner with a Heartbreaker to escape the Bard ulti. And that's DRX tying up the neutral objective count.
King in here, going to go for the recall to purchase and then go back to top side. Because the wave already dealt with here at the tower from Zeus. Cannon minion moving in.
No flash on Faker. Pyosik has the ult. Zeka has the shuffle.
He's not going to get the angle just yet. Pyosik looking for it. There's your engage.
I fucking knew it, Faker. I fucking knew it, Faker. Fucking Faker.
And Zeka gets the kill, but now he's going to run. Remember, there's no ulti for Owner, but he's still going to grab the kill. One for one.
Pretty good.
Zeus wants to run down Pyosik. Owner's ready to go.
Okay, pretty good trade. Pretty good trade. Let's go. Let's go. There's someone there. They have to escape though.
Zeus is trying to retreat. Q1, Infernal Chains. Q2, but Q3 ain't gonna hit. Zeus walks out.
Faker falls, but it's
go.
the younglings of T1 and Zeus and Owner that carry him through the play. DRX are focusing down this mobile victor.
Also, I missed the Mastercard. DY Mastercard.
Zeus chases Pyosik away, and it all comes off the back of this engage in mid, Kobe.
Exactly. Zeka starts it out. He doesn't want to fully commit at the beginning, waiting for the Hecarim here to get just close enough. Ults Faker back into the wall. They know he has no flash, so he can't disengage. But Owner's not going to let them get away with that one.
That's a pretty good
his body and is able to use his
good
to
trade,
get over
considering
the wall
it's a 2-for-1
up on Zeus's play.
Owner has targeted Zeka twice now with that Spectral
He
Maul.
should have just went to the tower, but nice Breaker, but should have. Isn't a very difficult situation.
A little bit of gold over to Zeka.
In a very difficult
in his
location.
favor, has the Ludens already. Faker has flash up. Zeka's
Since
coming back
he
off
went
cooldown as well.
first.
1 minute 30 seconds away from the Herald. DRX need to keep this mid pressure. Deft has been struggling in the lane phase. Herald used mid. Doesn't get a couple of plates gold. Needs to get towards that mythic.
God, Owner has done so much for T1 this series.
Yeah.
So many clutch objective steals. And here, answering these kills in game number 5, setting themselves up to retake some vision. Now working with Carrier on that support roam timer. Meanwhile, Pyosik wants to look top. Zeus has no ghost.
Zeus also now without the W. Gwen is not immune. Pyosik
Gwen
with
is not
devastating
immune.
charge, bringing him right back into the range of Kingen. And Pyosik gets the kill.
Great setup there for the DRX top jungle. Kingen is 2 levels up on Zeus. Mid and bot have been a little bit even and behind for DRX on the bot side especially.
Not looking
but
so
top
good
lane,
right
Kingen
now.
has been taking charge in this game 5.
And now bottom side, it's Gumyushi and Keria trying to push up as they know their top side has just taken another hit. Gumyushi and Keria, without having to deal with turret plates anymore, should be able to find the first turret of the game right here. Yes, they will. It's Gumyushi getting the credit.
They've been so powerful, so reliable.
No, it's not Gumyushi, it's the goddamn minion.
Instantly locking this one in. They pay their team back. They take down the first turret. Massive gold lead once again for Guma.
What do you mean Guma took the turret? It's the goddamn minion.
It is indeed.
Show some fucking credit.
Some bases there, try to stop the backs, try to give DRX more time around mid. Pyosik might look to get Faker's flash again, but Zeka gets stunned up. Barrel just trying to move up and down the river. Bot tower is down, so the Bard is free to roam.
And we can have them roam over to that Rift Herald. Rift Herald number 2 just arriving to the Rift now. So we'll see about this setup. No hesitation from DRX. They're helping Zeka get the mid push first.
And they're grouped up as a team. They're looking for picks. They're seeing what they can do.
Meanwhile, T1 again, they've got Guma on the bottom side, and with Guma channeling this recall here, looks like they, not gonna go for it. Teleport comes out here from Zeka though.
Guma also has a teleport to be able to join up. DRX have started the Herald, but T1's ready to fight for it. They're gonna bring Faker in with the TP now too. Caitlyn Trap hits Zeus. He's gonna lose a little bit of HP, but a lot of patience being lost on the Herald now. Down to 1600, down to 1100.
It resets!
It resets. And now what about the fight? Pyosik at half HP. DRX still grouped up. T1
okay, very good sidestep.
Kingen back into the pit. He stands alone from the rest of DRX now. He'll continue holding Herald aggro.
This could be the decider of the championship. Kingen off the side, Pyosik getting chunked down. T1 get the Herald.
Dragon's coming up pretty quickly here in 16 seconds. DRX gonna retreat through mid lane.
No.
No, that's bad.
Out from Faker keeps him safe.
Okay,
Rolander is a very important cooldown on a very fed member of DRX.
I'm so
but
scared.
they've got Cryo, they've got first shot to the bottom side objective now.
And they can just trade it. That's actually a pretty good trade for them. Getting secondary tower. T1 though, you look at the response instantly with their macro. Owner goes top side. They've got the Rift Herald. They're going to shove down these towers and make a hard push.
They might look for tier 2 as well. DRX have to use a lot of time to get this dragon down. Kingen's moving up. Should be in time to cover it. But look at Faker. He's trying to back up the top jungle of T1. Trying to look for that second tower.
Whoa.
Huge gold injection.
Whoa, internet, calm the fuck down.
Let me watch. Faker is still around. Keria showing mid. Def backing up his top laner. Zeus goes forwards.
Zeus trying to look for Kingen here, but Zeus losing a lot of HP.
Don't even try. He's strong. He's strong right now.
Kingen's gonna keep chasing him off. Ace in the hole. Only hits Owner. No big deal. T1 will get the one turret there in the top side, but a defense on the tier 2 from DRX.
Small gold lead for T1, but DRX have that second dragon. Mountain Soul, incredibly powerful the longer this game goes on. Can negate a lot of damage in these team fights. Zeka's gonna pick up the blue buff. All tower is still up for T1 though. DRX yet to crack one open. T1 have found 2.
Guma has been so good with this Varus, with these snipes. I want to see what he can accomplish this game because the slow reduction
internet
on the
do be bad.
works on self-slows as well. We'll see if that means the difference between hitting the snipe, hitting the critical kill. Pyosik,
internet do be
making
bad.
use of his move speed on Hecarim has been very lithe.
DRX's comp is very good at
I wonder what's happening.
flash targets. Bard ultimate,
Going
shuffle.
red
Here it is!
But it misses. Gumyushi stepped forward to dodge, and now he has to flash to be able to get away. T1 will lose that critical summoner spell on the lane carry, but Faker's now the target. Devastating charge, onslaught of shadows, but not enough damage. Zeka has to get away as Owner's ready to follow up. Pyosik is too far forward, and Faker takes him out. Now Owner's got the charge to chase Zeka. He's going to look for it. Barrel's ready to try to protect, and he gets him away on a magical journey.
It's Owner again to the rescue. He comes in for the counter on the Viego. He defends again. Faker now going to be able to push off the back.
Am I lagging, chat? Let me know, okay, chat? Because I'm getting like red notif in my OBS for some reason.
It's the battle of the mid jungles. T1 coming out ahead. 100% kill participation for Owner.
No, it's not okay.
Faker,
thank you, chat.
ever since the start of the game, Owner's been
You're lagging quite a bit, really?
Ahead. He is marginally in levels. Look at this
He's
again.
getting a
Faker, no
hiccup.
flash.
I'll
Lands
check my
the fear
fast.com.
onto Faker, but Zeka can't do a lot of damage right now, and Owner is there.
I have no idea why.
Stunts Pyosik, who has no ghost. They get the reset on the kill. They chase down Zeka, but he manages to get out.
Every time they go
why?
at Faker, he unloads a big combo.
They get rid of stuff.
Pyosik, though, my goodness, going down so quickly there. Owner jumps on him.
I don't know why.
Yep.
Let me
Just have
go.
to think about the next play. This is your last game.
Is my internet bad?
All decided here. TP coming in from Faker. T1 want to pressure down this mid tower. DRX not a lot of wave clear to respond.
Barrel's getting locked down, but he gets away. Lots more damage pouring in, but not enough to kill him just yet. Pyoshik's coming around from the side. Kingan's on the flank now too. They're waiting on the TP to come in. Kumayushi's going to be targeted.
Oh my god! T1!
Trying to get away. They're finding more damage as Owner's about to fall onto Pyoshik now. Zeus wants to fight against Kingan. The maul keeps him alive, and DRX is winning the fight.
Oh my god! Oh my god! This is so fun!
Will die 2-4 for nothing. DRX.
Pyosik brushes himself off. He gets back up and he gets the engage to break the game open. That's going to be DRX on man. They take down 4 of T1. The flank from Pyosik on the top side and then teleport in from Zeka.
DRX circled T1 like sharks, herding them in. T1 didn't find a response. Guma, can he steal it?
Guma will have to fire a hell. To save this game.
What is wrong with Pyoshik?
Again, with the empowered Q snipe, Guma snipes away the hopes of DRX.
I'm speechless. DRX, how? It's all falling apart again. Well, look at the play. DRX collapse onto T1. They get the kills and they manage to pick up 4. Then they move towards the Baron. It comes off a great engage from Pyosik and Kingan. Deft almost dies to Zeus. The TP from Zeka was great for the flank.
Beautiful.
But again, they go towards Baron and it all falls apart.
Again, you're exactly right. This is amazing. Zeka with the flank comes in. They get 4 kills off of this. Pyosik chases it through with the headcrumb. His ultimate came back
Oh,
up.
beautiful.
They
Holy
get
shit.
Faker,
Okay,
they
my
get
thing is
don't
back.
Get Baron. Holy.
DRX, I think
moments before disaster.
Yeah, that's after the fight.
Yeah, moments before.
Passive fire. Let me see if this is mine.
Blue orb comes in, he must just about see it. The arrow of a lifetime.
He can't even see it!
The steal of a lifetime from
He
Kumayushi.
can't even see it!
That's twice in this series she's done it. T1 grab onto a miracle, and they have a chance in this game again.
T1 have more than a chance. They have a push here in the bottom lane. Everybody's ready to go. Zeka staying on the tier 2
Oh my
on
god!
the top
Oh my god! This is so!
T1
This is
have
so!
already
This is
broken
so
the tier 3.
intense.
They are looking for the inhibitor, and they will already take it.
My internet's dying, but it's okay.
Dragons up.
For some reason,
T1 wanna move
my
towards
internet's
it. They go
dying.
get
Also,
it.
Faker.
Tier 2 top
Faker.
fell as well. Faker has flash.
He has the flash. Pyoshik's trying to get it from him. Nice ulti coming out from Barrel, but Kingan is here in a 1v4. Kingan is about to die.
Nice! Let's go,
Taking out the fifth player. Barrel gets away over the wall, and DRX are collapsing.
T1 are running this game now. The push in mid comes through, but Zeka's here to respond. Dragon is up, so that should be a pretty easy exit objective. 2,000 gold lead for T1 right now in this game 5.
The power of a single ability, a single
No,
steal.
it didn't. It's my
T1
goddamn
picking
internet.
up the kills, they pick up the dragon in the aftermath. That will haunt Pyosik forever.
They need
Just
to stay
him
composed
dying, I don't
now,
know
DRX.
why.
The
Internet
siege is
doo
over.
doo doo.
It's heartbreak again, but they've never failed to bounce back every single time. Level-headed, 2 items on the Caitlyn. Azir will be their late game insurance, but T1 just got a massive injection of gold.
Absolutely incredible from T1. When the pressure is on, leave it to the winningest organization in the history of League of Legends to have the players, to have the composure, and to have the skill to claw their way back. What a series. What a game 5.
The
As
internet's
T1
okay.
continue
What is
their
wrong with my
command over
internet
the
right
Rift.
now?
moving up, clearing the vision. Kingen is in a very precarious situation, perhaps.
Yeah.
They're going to see him there with Owner's Sweeper. It will show the red silhouette. 4 minutes until the Drake, 2.5 minutes until the Baron. Not really any objectives to fight over. Pyosik activated the devastating charge, but meanwhile the T2, here on the top side, will fall to T1.
Zeka will respond with the bot tower, but a lot more gold into T1's back pocket. The cross map's okay. DRX will be in time to wave clear. Next Baron's up in 2 minutes. I think DRX are just stalling till that spawns. 2 dragons apiece. Small gold lead for T1. But I think it's going to be pretty even around these fights. It's going to be very nuanced onto who can find the carries. Can Kingen land multiple Qs? Can Pyosik find the engage?
Internet
onto
dying!
Gumayushi? No Mikhail's up just yet.
I don't know why.
Again, you talked about it
For
before,
some reason, my
K-Drill.
internet's
the
like
barrel
decided to
ultimate
just
from Bard
die.
on one of these low mobility
fuck?
carries. Right now, Faker, no flash. If they can catch him, they can follow it up with a trap. Zeus with the ghost instantly, though, for the moves to the run.
Yep, he can get out from it.
You motherfucker, you motherfucker!
I should say was not used. Zeus still looking to maybe come back and fight this. Has the needlework ready. Pyosik goes on a magical journey. T1 now, Faker's very low. Kingen's fighting 1v2. He gets himself away. It's a defensive ulti from Owner back over the wall.
Okay, I think my internet's okay now.
The flash, but
Hopefully,
he manages to get away. DRX are going to clear out these waves. Inhib's still down, of course. 1 minute away from the Baron, and
Is it
everyone
okay
will
na,
shift their
chat? Is it
attention
okay
towards
na?
the top side of the map.
Okay, never mind. I changed my mind.
Look at that grab.
I don't know why it's getting red.
Look at that drop at 20 minutes
that's the
because
Baron
of the
right there.
foil. That's an arrow right through the gold chart. T1 and DRX leaving it all on the rift here today. T1 about to take out their 7th turret.
DRX have bounced back from worse situations in game, though. Again, refocus on the task at hand. This is the last game of the year.
Imagine if Pyosik got the Baron steal, and that is like one of the Baron steals of
He knows how
life.
dangerous this is. He knows how
And that
deadly
changes
fog of war is.
everything.
With 30 seconds until the Baron
Imagine.
spawns, T1 have control over the top
I
side.
think it's
rift.
fine.
We're gonna
Is
keep
my
our eyes on
stream
Faker.
fine na,
With this
chat?
Lichbane build here, you can pump out a
I'm
lot
really
of damage
sorry,
if you can
chat. I have
stay
no
in a
idea
dangerous
what's
range,
happening to my
auto-attack
internet
range
right now.
of your opponents. Can
This
he stay
game
safe, though? Still
broke
waiting
my
on
internet.
a few more seconds from his flash cooldown. Purchases up the stopwatch for him.
Even though my internet's fine.
Push still coming in. DRX need to crack this mid-tier 1. It's such a pain to get vision. It's really hard to walk in enemy jungle when that tower is up. T1 still have a lot of topside vision. Faker pushes in the waves all the way to tier 3. DRX barely trying to get vision in their own jungle. Baron is up with the poke Varus. It's not as fast as they might want, but with Viego and Victor, they can rush it down. Kingen has the TP.
Exactly. Kingen trying to push out that bottom wave and wait for T1 to start it. Here it comes. They don't have the best turn off of Baron. They don't have the best pick here for T1. It would have to come from Guma with the ultimate from Varus, sniping someone.
That's really the only engage mechanism available to T1. Def's going to utilize the range of the Caitlyn there to try to safely clear out some of these wards, putting the traps inside of the brush just to make sure
I mean, I
anybody
did
steps
get
too far
silver
forward, they're gonna be
skates, that
caught
is
out.
true.
Missed from Viego will allow him to step a little bit further forward. Inhib respawns at a pretty critical timer here for the side of DRX, but Barrel is about to die!
They fucking get Barrel
and that could be big for T1.
DRX need to move in here. They need to look for a steal. Pyosik's only way over is the ultimate. There's no way out. They need some vision. Pink ward in the pit. Will spot the Baron. Pyosik's in the vicinity.
Pyosik's looking for it, but Carry is zoning him away. T1 took some serious damage there from the Baron. They're going to get chased off.
Against all odds again, DRX numbers disadvantage. They hold on, Dragon up in 20. They're shifting their eyes down towards this bot side.
I like that
T1
King
need to take a
Viego
base.
skin.
Level 16 is here right now. The range on DRX is so powerful. T1 are struggling.
Barrel's going to be back up for this Dragon, coming straight from base. Here we go.
Look at Pyosik. He's moving his way
Wrapping around.
Trying to keep the
He
Q
wants to
stack.
flank. He has ult ready.
Yeah, he's going to look for a flank onto the carries. T1 are completely unaware of his positioning. They'll see this push here and maybe spot out Kingen, but they won't know where Pyosik is.
Zeus is going to walk towards the brush, but he won't take a ton of damage there from Kingen's surprise attack. Kingen makes his way into the pit. Pyosik is still behind them. Owner takes a chunk. Drake at about 5,000. Zeus going to move into the pit. He's ready for that angle now. Keria, Owner, both chunked a little bit. Zeka and the rest of DRX are not damaging the Drake any further. They're going to allow it to reset. Kingen's doing Kingen takes Keria right when they need it most. But now he takes some damage back. He has to walk it off. The Drake's at 4K. A little bit of damage over the wall. Barrel's trying to block it.
They know. They know. They know. They know.
Trying to fight back.
Let's go. Let's go.
It is a 2.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Fuck that
in
shit.
the
Fuck
fight.
you.
Excuse me, but what kind of League of
Let's
Legends
go. Let's go. Let's go.
are
Let's
we
go.
watching? Good lord.
Good trade again. 2 for 2.
Gets the dragon this time. DRX secure
But
the
not
objective.
really because they got the
secure
DR,
fight,
but
and
still.
Kingen in the brush immediately deletes Carrier.
They know that they had to get rid of the what's it called? They had to get rid of Gumayusi.
Guma has to flash, so then the Bartle from Beryl lands onto Gumayusi, but I feel like
It is a
DRX
Caitlyn though,
really
so
overcommit onto the Varus and walk into the waiting arms of Zeus and Owner. They managed to get the AD carry down. They invest so much, however, that Owner gets the resets.
They're focusing on
Owner
Guma.
blasting them, picking up the Aatrox body from the Fed Kingen as well, and zapping down the last kill. Gold pretty close still with the extra dragon here leading up to Soul Point now. And Carrier knows.
Do it. You
Walking
can do it,
into that
T1.
trap,
Take my
into that
energy,
rush,
T1.
into that Aatrox.
Let's go.
It's the same story as the entire series. Gold lead over to T1, Dragon lead over to DRX. They're on Soul Point. They're happy waiting the game out. Deft's getting closer and closer to that Infinity Edge breakpoint. When he gets that item, he's going to do out so much damage, and he's so very close. T1 wants to play. The side laners aren't even pushing sides anymore. It looks like they're moving up. Zeus is going towards top now, but Kingen is hovering around the bot side jungle.
Pressing out.
DRX have mid pushed out. It
Stressing
is
out in this
a
game.
lot of focus here in this mid lane. Both teams now taking an opportunity, resetting a little bit. Baron is on the map. No Drake for 3 minutes. Critically, DRX did get the objective in that last fight. Zeus gonna back away as he sees Beryl here. DRX still maintaining a defensive position, seeing if there's anything to find, but Zeus gets away with the blast cone. The game, only 2,000 gold apart, 30 minutes in. Now the Infinity Edge, active for Deft, is going to be a big difference maker.
Zeus close to the Rabadons as well. A moment to take a breath. And San Francisco, are you not entertained?
Wow! I'm not in San Francisco. Wow!
A little bit of extra speed there for Piochik. That devastating charge isn't going to be used for a whole lot just yet. Zeka with the Ludens, with the Shadow Flame, Banshee's Veil now completed. T1 still defending the mid lane tier 1 turret. It is 3 turrets to 7. T1 have taken many, many more objectives this game. Zeus will move into the pit. He'll clear out some of the vision. Beryl gets poked down by some of the fire from Gumayushi's arrows.
2 minutes on Dragon. Soul Point, of course, for DRX. Let's not forget, the Baron dance continues around Vision, around this wave in mid. DRX really need this tower if they want to start controlling the map. T1 have been holding on.
And as they dance, again, Guma has no flash.
Nice one, nice one, nice one. No one got hit there. It's okay for the tower. It's okay.
That
Ow.
powered ultimate, it was just to create space for a couple of seconds. Zeus running away from Kingen. Zeus has level advantage here. Kingen doesn't find
Okay,
Get
get out, Zeus. Get out.
You got
they got him 5v1. Kingen's got teammate advantage. DRX rally around their top laner now with that extra kill. They can easily push down topside and slip into this barren river.
40 seconds on Zeus and he has TP. DRX still have a couple of ultimates to work with. They've had so much heartbreak around this Baron. Are they willing to start it up again? Owner's alive. T1 have the mid push. They're going all for it. All the cards are on the table.
Flank. They're wrapping
someone
around.
flanking.
Yep, keep your eyes on Piochik and on Beryl. DRX, they don't even have their jungler in the pit. They are not going to commit to the Baron. They are looking for some sort of play.
Almost dead. Fucking Baron. Fucking
Piochik has Faker. Carrier barely lives. He's trying to run away, but Zeka and Piochik are still chasing him down. A bullet to the head, and Death pulled the trigger.
They get the flank off. Carrier fights it, and T1 trying to attack it, but it still works. Piochik finds Faker.
And Faker doesn't have TP. DRX don't even go towards the Baron. Dragon Soul's up in 35 seconds. They know they have a few seconds of a time window to force down the Dragon. What's the call here from DRX?
I don't even know who's gonna win.
Fight again. Zeka is the hero.
DRX is winning in clashes, but T1 has a gold lead.
Beryl so low, heals himself,
Fucking
but that just leaves
Beryl.
the opening. Piochik and Zeka. You mentioned the Azir sweep. He hits Faker with it, dies before the body hits the ground.
We need to go back to live. The ult comes out onto Carrier. Looks like DRX have based. They're on this dragon, but T1 are going to threaten a Baron rush, so DRX will get the soul. Pyosic's here.
Barrel will try to keep
They're gonna take the DR! The DR soul! They have the
Drake. 5,000 HP left. Deft wants to get away. A lot of threat coming out from the needlework. Kingan's very low. He goes into the stasis. He's still gonna live, but only for a moment. Kingan down. Soul for DRX, but it'll be Baron for T1.
They're gonna force on it and try and make DRX come to them. 5v4 advantage. They're burning it down. Owner has smite. Pyosik does not.
No Kingan.
There's an ult. There's an ult. Okay. Good Baron.
They will back away now.
You're absolutely right, Flowers. Deft was really low HP as well. Had to use the summoners to escape. T1 managed to get the Baron in trade for the soul. DRX were trying to stall them, so they just ran headfirst into them to force the fight. Pushed back Deft, killed Kingan. And now what can T1 get done with this Baron? The soul will last forever. The Baron's only going to be up for a couple minutes.
Very dangerous pushing on the side lane as well. Now that death cap has come in for Zeus. Total damage done at the top of the charts. Both top laners. Let's take a look at the spread though. 1-3-1 initially. Zeus
doesn't see them. They've gone back to base.
Gets the outline.
Zeka gets the Rabadon, so this is here getting closer and closer to full build.
This is the game 5 we were promised. This is the perfect ending to this series. Both teams are just battling here in game number 5. Deft with the Caitlyn working on that 4th item. It's not been a fantastic game for him, falling behind early on. But now that he's fed, now that it's late game, things are going to be a little scary. Faker at half HP, Ace in the hole, doing a good job chunking him out. And DRX, they've dropped the Sun Disc there in mid. But there's nothing to play for here on the top side.
I am so scared. Oh my god, my face are like heating up. I have no idea what to expect. I am
They're just trying to
my
delay.
stressed out.
Then they come out ahead with the power of this mountain soul.
Oh, nice.
Baron buff wasting away.
Yeah, and Deft's getting closer and closer towards that Bloodthirster. Caitlyn can become so powerful. T1 don't actually have a reliable auto-attack champion other than the Viego and the Gwen. They already carry as a poke champion, whereas Deft will get closer to 6 items. Azir as well. Such powerful late-game scalers that will melt through T1, so they want to push their advantage while they have this Baron buff. Only 1 minute left on it.
And remember, the only real catch or engage on T1 is the ulti from Gumayushi. He was the hero with the arrow back at the Baron, but now T1 are trying to use what's left of this 45 seconds of Baron buff.
Look at these wards behind T1. They need to be really careful if they overstep. Kingan can TP behind them.
Zeus will be ready and waiting for Pyosik. Pyosik's gonna have to hold out.
Nice! Okay, Pyosik's dead.
And T1 are 5v4.
They gotta pick, but there's someone behind though.
And Pyosik falls. 40 more seconds on his death timer now. And look at this, the brush play from Kingan. Can he pull it back?
Baron buff falling off in 15 seconds. Bot lane inhibitor is open. Zeus might be caught here, Kingan.
Zeus does not have an ulti. They used it for the pick. Now he's going to try to run from Kingan, who keeps the chase going. Q2 finds him. Q3's not going to get nothing more than a chicken. DRX still trying to hold on. Deft backing away. Zeka backing away. T1 looking for the inhib. You would think they should be able to find this one, no problem. There it is.
Okay.
T1 takes bot lane inhib for the second time this game.
I can't imagine how much pressure all of these players are under in this game 5. T1 managed to crack that inhibitor like you highlighted, Flowers. But they still have the Mountain Soul. The pick didn't net them an end. Elder's up in 2 minutes 20, Baron's up in 2 minutes 40, roughly the same time on the spawns. So they're going to need to juggle both the objectives to make sure, most importantly, the Elder doesn't go over for free.
So much riding on this next team fight. Instantly picking
So
up as many
intense.
stopwatches
I didn't realize it's
Guardian
38
Angel
minutes.
over here. Zonya has been there for Faker.
Yeah.
It's been that long? Holy
this
shit.
Fight
Also, it's 1 o'clock? Holy shit.
What a series. This one's delivering, man. Everything I hope for. Everything I hope for is what we're getting, and now we're seeing so many champions get so powerful. Just like it's been this whole series, it's gonna come down to execution.
Yep.
It's gonna come down who can really stand tall in these
Yeah, and
biggest
Elder
of
Dragon will be the deciding factor. True,
It's going to be a very fitting ending to what has been such a beautiful
I
story.
need to wake myself
between
up
these two
with
teams.
spicytuna.ug.
The bounce back and the struggles from MSI and DRX, the surprise to the world. Elder up in 1 minute 20 seconds. Trying to contest a little bit of bot side vision here. T1 looking to see if they can find a pick.
DRX don't have to deal with a Baron anymore, but they still have to deal with walking into the fog that is their own bottom side jungle. T1 will clear out any wards they come across. They still have a small gold lead, but at 39 minutes into the game, it's not that big of a deal. Bloodthirster for Deft. A little bit of extra survivability, sustainability here in the fights.
We've mentioned multiple times how little CC T1 have to work with. They gain so much from being at the objective first, forcing DRX to go through these small pathways, let them hit the skill shots. Guma on the front line.
Guma's on the front line. Ace in the hole is only going to hit the shield.
The last time T1 went to a Game 5 in a World Championship was against Damwon, and it came down to an Elder Dragon fight. Here we are, a year later in the finals. Same
Barrel goes to the ulti, but Faker has fast enough feet to barely dodge forward out of it.
Guma no flash, Guma no ultimate. Owner blows up the blast cone though.
Okay, Elder Dragon fight.
In the T1 side. They're going through mid though.
Yeah, they're going through mid here. T1, DRX are pinging this top
Kingin,
wave.
oh my god!
Kingin's on the flank.
Kingin's looking for it. He has been the X factor.
Ina mo, Baron! Ina mo!
Redemption's coming down. It's going to heal him up. T1 moved in. Kingin was not able to respond there with the flank. He'll steal the enemy red buff for the upcoming fight. T1 chunking out the health bars. Decide to go for the Elder. Kingin's still ready. TP coming back in for DRX. Zeus and Owner here in the pit. Zeus goes over the wall, but Kingin's ready to find him. Q1, Q2 finds his place back inside the pit. Drake gonna slightly reset.
Gonna come down to a smite fight. Kingin ult is off. Beryl has the ultimate back up. No carries on the flashes.
Look at the trap line. Look at the Caitlyn. He's trying to zone him away. Owner goes in. Owner is down.
Oh my god! No, go back! Oh my god! Yes! Base race! Go!
Q3, no damage just yet.
Oh my god! Don't go there! Don't go to Guma! Oh my god, Guma!
On the ultimate onto Bioshik, but they still have the Elder Dragon buff on DRX. They're gonna run straight back into the hearts of T1.
Holy shit!
T1 are so vulnerable and wounded. DRX have the Elder Dragon. 4 members down. It's on Guma Yushi to hold the line. DRX are coming for their World Championship title.
The Cinderella story. DRX are pushing in.
DRX, they're on to inhibitor.
Oh my god, it's 10 seconds. Oh my god.
On Owner. DRX will march forward. Keria wants to
Keria?
hit the wave. Kingin goes to the Whirlwinder. Goyushi is dead. They have been doubted. They have been discounted. They have been dismissed. But
Oh my god! Shit! I'm so happy for them! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, it stopped. Oh, god damn! I'm so happy for them. Holy shit, this is Cinderella story. Was crying.
They complete the miracle run.
We've just witnessed the most
That is so
incredible
intense.
story in
Are you
history.
okay, Faker?
DRX have done it. T1 are
Yeah, that is
shell-shocked.
so good for them. Let's go. You retired. You retired in a good now. This is like ambition.
Winning the world championship. Deft in his 10th year.
He won the world title. He's
Well,
won MSI.
well,
He's
there
won
is
LPL,
one
he's won
crying
LCK,
now.
He's won Rift Rivals against Korea, China, but he's never won a world championship, and he's done it. He's done it.
One of the
Oh, that's
greatest
Keria.
finals
Yeah, I don't know why Keria
in
was
League of
just
Legends
there.
history. People are going to be watching that VOD for years to come until the servers go down. What a show from these two teams.
Death beats Keria. They wanted the title together.
Oh no, they all crying. Oh
Death has had to see so
man.
many of his former teammates succeed without.
Oh, she's shaking too. Oh shit, I feel bad now. Okay, Ria.
All of the emotion. The whole year boiled down to this.
You shouldn't have
The
believed
group of friends
Guma
that made the miracle run.
not trying to bait because they're not
Through
going for
all
you.
the
They're going for the
objective
Nexus. Damn, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
The mentality of diamonds. Untiltable.
Well, that's gonna retire happy.
DRX World Champions.
Yay! Kilson C, Kyrian lost against his former. Yeah, true. Fucking insane. For watching. Yeah. Holy shit. Very, very good. Very, very good. Very, very good words. Words? Worlds. Ah. The underdog won. Yes. That is so nice. That is so nice. You should have picked either Camille, but oh no, it's in the point. It's a bit difficult to use friend. Do you think people will he will get Bard? He will choose Bard as his. Do you think Beryl will take that? Always want to be better than Faker. It's okay. It's okay though. It's okay. No, they prove it. They prove it, and he's pretty good. Let's go.
Faker's lost half HP. Faker is nearly down.
That one's sad though.
Wish from Soraka will heal a bit later, but Maokai says no. DRX ready to fight back again.
I think he is taking the blame. Yeah. So sad. I hope Kyria's okay though. He tried to bait the other to go to him, but like it didn't work because they really want the DRX really wanted to win it.
League of Legends
World
Champions DRX. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce you to three people that would like to congratulate DRX on their victory. Nicolas Laurent, CEO of Riot Games, John Needham, President of Esports,
Oh,
and Naz Alata, Global
that
Head of
actually,
League of Legends Esports.
That actually. Whew.
An
Mike?
unforgettable Worlds run. Tonight truly goes down in League of Legends history. And to commemorate your achievement, we are honored to present you with the Summoners Cup and the 2022 World Championship rings.
Let's go!
On behalf of League of Legends Esports, on behalf of Riot Games, congratulations DRX on your historic victory. Congratulations.
This feels like MSI. Oh yeah, the MSI, yeah.
Thank you so much for helping congratulate our champions. I'm so happy I get
Next
to talk
time!
to them.
Next
Thank
time,
you, Jisun,
Faker! Next
for
time!
helping me.
Next
I
year!
don't even know where to begin, but I'm going to give everyone a chance to enjoy this moment. But maybe I want to start with Kinging. Because
Not gonna lie, I might put MVP to Beryl.
what was said before getting getting into that game 5 and how you look
This
back on your own
fucking
performance in
cockroach.
helping DRX getting the world championship.
Brill is like a cockroach, you know, he can't fucking die for some reason.
5세트도 정말 극적인 한 판이었는데요.
die.
5세트에 임하면서 어떤 주문을 되뇌이며 어떤 부분에 준비하면서 마음을 추스렸는지 그리고 킹기 선수의 이번 시리즈 활약을 어떻게 평가하시는지 어떻게 DRX를 우승까지 이끌었다고 생각하시나요?
일단 마인드 같은 경우에는 저희가 항상 되새기는 게 뭔가 재밌게 하면 좀 영광스러운 이런 자리라든지 아니면 저희가 좀 궁극적으로 이제 이기고 지기고가 중요한 게 아니라 재밌게 하자를 마지막 세트까지 그렇게 얘기하면서 했던 것 같고
happy.
사실 제가 정규 시즌 때
Yeah, they did great.
굉장히 좀
They did
제
great.
스스로도 만족하지 못하고 좀 불만족스러운 경기를 많이 했다고 생각을 해요. 근데
I know T1 didn't win, but
결국
I'm
제가 마지막에
not,
있는 거
you know,
보니까
I'm not that, you know.
제가 이때 동안
I'm
걸어왔던
not that
길들이 결국 제가 이
salty
자리에
either
있게
because I want
하기
them
위해서
to win too.
그렇게 힘들고
Very
했던
good.
것 같아요. 되게 영광스러운 자리를 제가 하게 돼서 너무 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
So we always have this mindset in our mind, regardless of the, size
Who
of
does
the
the
stage we're going on,
translators?
it's a glorious
lot of stuff
stage.
he
So
said,
I
and
just
then I
wanted to
don't
make sure
even
that we
know
are
what
having
he
fun,
said.
we are enjoying the moment. It doesn't
And he
have to be
already
winning or
knows
losing.
what
We
she
wanted
said.
to just enjoy playing
Damn.
this game. And
Who does the
looking
translators?
at my regular split, I was underperforming. I was not happy
So
with how I
easy competitive
performed. But
bully.
now I'm the last man standing. I got to realize
Yeah,
that every
to be honest,
step
yes.
that I took
Yeah.
was worth it, and it made
A
who I am
lot
right
of
now.
times, the Baron got stolen. Dragon got stolen. Not even the jungler got outsmited.
Next up,
It's
I'd like
because
to go
of
to you
Gumayusi.
next. 10 years of fighting for this, milestone after milestone after milestone, this tournament so far. But now the highest honor in League of Legends. What does it mean to you
Not
to
even
finally
once,
be
but
able
twice.
to call
Like,
yourself
hello?
a League of Legends world champion?
데프트 선수 정말 축하드립니다. 10년간의 정말 커리어 끝에 이렇게 리그 오브 레전드 최고의 영광스러운 자리에 오르게 되었는데요. 이번 토너먼트를 통해서 계속해서 새로운 기록을 세우고 새로운 기록을 세운 끝에
crying.
이렇게 월드 챔피언이 되셨습니다.
Finally left.
마침내 월드 챔피언이 되신 소감 부탁드립니다.
Oh, Tiff! He can finally retire.
나이도 먹어서 이제 울면 안 되는데 자꾸 울어가지고 죄송하고.
It's good to end on a good. Oh, that was for depth.
저는 사실 이 자리에서 뛰는 거랑 이제 이기고 나서 이 자리에 서는
This
것까지
is like ambition.
저희가 데뷔한 이후로 하루도 빠짐없이 상상만 했던 일인데 그게 현실이 돼서 너무 좋은 것 같고.
Do you think Deft is the anime MC?
사실 이 자리에 서면은 언젠간 말하고 싶었던 말이 있는데
It feels like he is
제가 세상에서 제일
the
잘한다고
MC.
이 자리에 섰을 때 말하고 싶었는데 이 자리에 서고 나니까 그냥 제가 잘하는 게 중요한 게 아니고 그냥 저를 포함한 저희 팀이 제일 잘하는 게 제일 중요한 것 같아요. 그래서 저를 포함한 이제 저희 팀원들이랑 감독 코치님 또 프론트 분들까지 그냥 다들 너무 감사드립니다. 그리고 팬분들도 너무 감사드립니다.
First off,
Thank you for the link,
apologies to
Zoe.
everyone because I am too old to cry like this, but I'm really overwhelmed right now. And ever since my debut, every single night I've been dreaming about myself winning World Championship, going to the finals, winning the very last match, but it was only a dream. But now I made it, so I'm so happy right now. And at the same time, there was one thing that I wanted to say once I get up the stage after winning the World's finals, which was I'm the best player in the world. But today, I got to realize myself being the best player doesn't matter. It's about our team
Hey,
being
he's
the
wearing
best
to
team
stay
in the world.
comfy.
And today we were the best
He's
team.
wearing
And
the
I want to say
lily
thank you to all
hoodie.
the players, all the coaching staff, everyone worked for DRX, and also obviously all the fans out there. Thank you.
Well, everyone played their heart out today, and not in the least Zeka. Zeka, what an unbelievable year and what an unbelievable rise to the top. There were many that doubted you along the way in the past, but you proved them all wrong today. How does it feel to become a world champion?
제카 선수 또 올 한 해 정말 눈부신 성력을 보여줬고 또 정말 엄청난 퍼포먼스를 이번 월드에서 보내주셨는데요. 이렇게 많은 분들이 과거에 제카 선수를 의심했지만 이번 자리에서 우승을 통해서 그들이 모두 틀렸다는 걸 증명하셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 말로 설명할 수 없는 기분이고 사실 저도 울고 싶었는데 옆에서 혜경이 너무 시원하게 울어줘서 저 대신 잘 울어준 것 같고 일단은 같이 해준 팀원들 너무 고맙고 이 자리까지 올 수 있는 것도 말도 안 되는데 너무 다 잘해준 것 같아요.
I'm eating spicy tuna.
This year was crazy. It's impossible to describe how I'm feeling right now. I almost felt like I was crying, but at the same time, Def was crying so much. So thank you, Def, for taking my spare of crying. And I want to say thank you to all my teammates for working so hard, and thank you, everyone.
Okay.
He saw the hair. I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna cry. Fucking brace.
And Pioshik, if I am honest, I think it was quite a difficult series for you in the beginning, but it is unbelievable how you turned it around. Can you tell me about keeping your focus and keeping your confidence in order to bring it home?
이제 표식 선수 사실은 이번 경기를 전부 다 놓고 봤을 때 초반에는 표식 선수에게 굉장히 어려운 흐름도 나왔던 것 같은데요. 어떻게 이렇게 계속 집중력을 유지하면서 마지막까지 좋은 경기력을 보여주고 자신감을 유지해서 이런 대역전이 나올 수 있었다고 생각하시나요?
사실 오늘 경기는 이제 며칠 전 스크림 이런 게 아니고 저희가 시즌 초부터 하나하나씩 닦아놓고 배워나가면서 또 감코진과 선수분들이 다 저한테 많은 정보를 알려주고 너무 잘 가르쳐줘서 되게 이럴 땐 어떻게 하고 어떻게 할지 이제 롤드컵 와서 되게 잘 보였던 것 같습니다.
I want to say the result we have today, it's not about how the scrim went like last week's. It's more about every games we played throughout the year, every lessons that my coaching staff taught me and how I should perform at Worlds, how I have to cope with all the difficulties, and it worked out.
It definitely did. And then Beryl, a Bard in Game 5, which was unbelievable. Can you first tell me why the choice for the Bard in that all-important game?
베리 선수 가장 먼저 5세트에 등장한 바드에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 가장 중요한 순간에 바드 픽한 이유가 무엇인가요?
일단 할 수 있는 픽이 여러 가지 있었는데 그 중에서도 그냥 라인전이 힘들더라도 오늘 경기에서 후반을 좀 많이 최대한 맞춰주려고 선택했던 것 같아요.
Like a fucking cockroach, you can fucking die every time.
And then I was like, as long as my pick can go through lane, because I realized today's series we're going to the late games, so I was like, I would rather round out the comp for my teammates.
Yes, a visionary. And Beryl, you went to the World Championship final 3 times in a row, and you've won it 2 out of those 3 times.
Yeah.
You are the best support in
did
the
have
world.
a bit,
What do you think makes
Leona
you so
skin.
good and has made you so good these last 3 years?
베릴 선수는 지난 3년간 계속해서 월드 결승에 진출하셨고요. 그중 2번은
Beryl
우승을
is the next
달성하셨습니다.
fake.
이렇게 베릴 선수가 지난 3년간 서포터로서 셋째 포수로서 놀라운 활약을 보여줄 수 있는 비결이 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
일단 솔직히 오늘 한정에서는 상대팀 캐리어 선수도 되게 잘했다고 생각하는데 저희 팀이 좀 더 되게 차분하고 잘했다고 생각해서 오늘 경기를 이겼던 것 같아요.
Just looking at today, I want to say Kyria also performed really well, but I think our team was the one being a lot more calm and collected.
Okay. Pioshik.
Can we get much higher?
Maybe you know what's coming. When you won your quarterfinal, you did a little victory ceremony, and I saw you did it again actually in Atlanta. Do you feel comfortable doing it again?
펠릭스 선수 어떤 게 다가올지 이미 좀 예상하신 것 같은데 8강도 승리하고 멋진 세레머니를 보여주셨고요. 아틀란타에서도 멋진 세레머니 보여주셨는데 이 자리에 다시 한번 우승 세레머니 부탁드려도 될까요?
Okay. Okay.
He's such a nerd. What it was, but I'm sure we'll find out. Oh, maybe Hecarim.
어떤 세레머니였나요?
헤카림이 이기고 망자의 갑옷까지 얻고 이동속도 600까지 올라가는 그런 모습이었습니다.
It's myself as a Hecarim with the movement speed boost with the E skill, also the active items and hitting 600 movement speed.
Nice.
Such a nerd. He's such a nerd.
This is one of my favorite parts of Worlds, I gotta say. I have a couple of more questions for you, Deft. When we look back at the 10 years that you've been playing, what has been your motivation through all that time? Because many other players would have given up and would have not kept fighting.
그리고 데프트 선수에게 다시 한번 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 지난 약 10년이 가까운 이런 커리어 중에서 어떻게 계속 스스로 동기부여가 될 수 있었는지 사실은 대부분의 선수였다면 정말 포기하고 주저앉을 수 있었을 텐데 데프트 선수가 이렇게 계속 동기부여를 할 수 있었던 원동력이 무엇이었나요?
우선 제가 제일 잘할 수 있는 게 롤이고 여기서 마저 제가 최고의 성적을 못 거두고 그만두게 되면은 그냥 앞으로 살면서 무슨 일을 하든 실패할 거라고 생각해서 너무 포기하고 싶었는데 포기할 수가 없었던 것 같아요.
So I knew that my best talent is League of
need to
Legends,
find
and
that.
if I cannot be the best player in the world after playing League, I was telling to myself I will not find any success in my life, and I didn't want to give up.
And we are very happy for that. Deft, would you like to take this moment to talk to all the fans, not just here supporting you around the world and especially back home in Korea?
마지막으로 이제 여기 있는 많은 팬분들뿐만 아니라 또 한국에 계신 팬분들께 한마디
No
부탁드립니다.
matter what, LCK still wins.
사실 10년이라는 시간이 이제 저뿐만 아니라 팬분들까지도 다들 엄청나게 긴 시간이었을 거라고 생각하는데 그 시간 동안 정말 제가 힘들 때 쓰러지지 않도록 항상 버텨주셔서 이렇게 이 자리까지 올 수 있었던 것 같고 네, 다들 오랜 친구 같아서 네, 정말 감사합니다.
It's been 10 years for me, and it has been a long time for my fans as well. And they were there always when I was having a hard time. They were there for me. It feels like my fans are my good old friends. I want to say thank you.
I'm so happy.
And well, while the Summoners Cup has a new home for next year, there's still one more honor left to award this evening. Experts from every competitive region around the world have weighed in, and now it is time to meet the 2022 OnePlus Finals MVP.
Who is the MVP?
You're still not done. No, we're not. Way away. Will he survive? Counter strike stone. Counter jump. Now steps forward. Hop, skip, jump. Kingen first blood. DRX chance.
Rogue can be like, yo, 5v2, 2 picks. Trimby should know. Trimby saw them. I think he saw them commit. It's the fabled support. Heimerdinger death brush, though. We finally got it. Stays alive. Ooh. Double stun. Death will not fall. Zeka will not allow it. Going with the quadra kill. It is first ever
Zika will
championship.
definitely get a Silas skin.
Oh my god, barrel play, that's so
Definitely.
And he's going to put the stopwatch now as well. Flandre needs to live, get the bit of healing, but it's not going to be enough. Chicha mostly left alone, knocked up and slain, and Jeff will take another head, and another, and another, and that's going to seal the deal.
It is my pleasure to introduce your 2022 1+ Finals MVP, Kingen!
Deserve! Deserve!
Absolutely fantastic. Congratulations, Kingen. How much did you expect this after, I guess, especially your Game 5 performance?
킹겐 선수 정말 축하드립니다. MVP에 선정되실 것을 어느 정도 예상하셨는지 특히나 5경기 경기력이 대단하셨는데요. 이렇게 파이널스 MVP에 선정될 걸 예상하셨나요?
His flanks are really good too. Yeah. T1 loves
그만큼
Kyria.
제가
Oh yeah.
4, 5경기
Hello
때만
Destroyer.
되면
Yeah,
항상
Kyria.
뭔가 좀
I
머리
wonder
홀린
what's
듯이
going
좀
on in T1
검투사
though.
정신이 발휘한 건지 상대를 못 죽이면 내가 죽는다는 마인드로 약간 야수의 심장으로 임하다 보니까 좀 마지막에 포텐이 좀 많이 터진 것 같아요.
I kind of saw it coming because whenever I had the game 4 and 5, I become a duelist, you know. I go all in or go home, you know. I always look for fights. I become a beast. And then I was able to get this, you know.
What is this,
performance.
Yasuo? 4-5?
What a beast indeed. Kingen, when you look at kind of the whole year and the struggles that DRX has had, but also the fact that you never let up and you always kept achieving your goals even though people counted you out. How do you look back on
Our
the journey you have
spike?
traveled this entire year?
그러면 킹겐 선수 올 한 해 여정 어떻게 돌아보시는지 궁금합니다. 사실은 많은 분들이 또 의심을 하기도 했고 많은 분들이 응원을 보내주지 않은 순간도 있었는데 올 한 해 여정을 놓고 보면 어떤 감상이 드시나요?
제가 정규 시즌 때부터 지금 이 자리에 있기까지 제가 사실 좀 생긴 거랑은 다르게 되게 뭔가를 추진하는 거에 대해서 굉장히 고민도 많이 하고 뭔가 많이 망설이는 성격 때문에 뭔가 보시는 분들도 좀 많이 답답한 장면이라든지 좀 아쉬운 장면이 많이 나왔던 것 같은데 좀 이제 월즈로 오게 되면서 이제
And I wanna see what's happening in T1, not gonna lie.
이 승부의 세계에서는 망설이는
Poor
사람이 지게
Keria.
된다고 그렇다고 이제 막 생각 없이 하는 건 아닌데 이제 망설이는 사람이 진다 이 말을 되게 많이 해주셨단 말이에요. 그게 제 플레이에 많이 영향을 준 것 같고 그래서 오늘 과감한 플레이도 좀 잘 성공을 해서 이런
So many
자리까지
things to
만들어진
say.
거라고
I
생각합니다.
hope the translator's okay.
Throughout the domestic league, I'm pretty sure that I was underperforming because unlike how I look, I actually hesitate a lot, you know. I know a lot of fans were also frustrated because I was not giving a go for the aggressive plays, but heading into this Worlds, our coach Song, he always told me the one who hesitates is the one that loses, and that has become a motto for my play. That has impacted my play the most, and I always kept that in mind, and today I was able to pull off the aggressive moves.
Okay. Awesome to also credit the coaching staff, which are always so important in these victories. So I want to give you the floor to maybe say something about all the people that surround DRX and make sure that you can play your best game.
그렇다면 이제 DRX에 계시면서 이제 킹겐 선수가 최고의 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있게 도와주신 모든 분들께 혹시 하고 싶은 말씀이 있는지 궁금합니다.
어떻게 보면 식상할 수도 있지만 제가 힘들 때부터 좀 보시느라 힘들었던 우리 엄마 아빠랑 그리고 우리 할머니랑 할아버지까지 너무 고맙고 그리고 이제 봐주셨던 팬들도 좀 많이 감사하고 제가 막상 이런 멘트를 좀 준비해오면 뭔가 잘 할 수 있을 것 같았는데 막상
I know. I'm T1.
마지막으로 하고 싶은 말은 그냥
team T1.
제주에 있었던 모든 사람들한테 너무 기다려줘서 고맙다는 말 하고 싶고 이번에 우승했지만 이제 내년도 절대 자만하지 않고 항상 배운다는 마음가짐으로 내년도 화이팅 해보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Oh, that's Shaco.
This might sound a
Fucking
little bit
hate
boring,
Shaco, by the way.
but first off, I want to start off by saying thank you to my mom and
auto
dad,
ban in
and
every
also
games
my
that I
grandma
have.
and grandpa, who has been supporting me throughout all this time, and also
They just
all the
gave
fans who
pity.
have supported me. And I want to say, everyone that was around me, who supported me, and who was just like being next to me, watching me become a professional player and supporting me, I want to say thank you for following my journey. And I thought of preparing a script for this to be better at it, and it's harder than I expected. But yeah, I want to say thank you to all the people that were around me. Thank you.
I think you did great, for sure. Fans in San Francisco and everybody around the world, join me once again in congratulating your 2022 OnePlus Finals MVP, Kingen. And now you can rejoin your team and raise the Summoners Cup, crafted by Tiffany & Co. one more last time as the League of Legends World Champions.
이제 팀원분들과
I'm
함께
actually surprised that I
올리면서
don't
우승의
see
순간을
like
만끽하도록 하겠습니다.
I don't
감사합니다.
see Ornn much. I mean, in one game there is an Ornn. Even Irelia too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you too. Yeah! Trophy looks pretty
And
though.
there you have it. DRX will not be denied. Deft will not be denied. His world championship. It went the distance. They were pushed in every possible way. But every member on this team showed up today. To bring it
Okay,
home.
the one thing that I don't really like is the music like that.
This is
Considering there's a lot of Baron
greatest
steals.
underdog story in the history of League of Legends. There's never been a team in world history that has
Yeah, I'm so happy for
been
them.
underestimated in the way that DRX has. And the thing is, it feels weird to call them underestimated because
What a
they
way, what a
already
way.
did
I'm so happy
actually.
for him.
They were not good coming into this world championship, yet the level of growth has been phenomenal. What an incredible experience it has been to watch
it is
this
like
team
simple,
go from where they started
but
to
actually
where
pretty
they
nice.
are now. World champions DRX, a team
I can
that no
see
one
how
believed possible.
fucking heavy
have
that
made
is.
That's the big thing about their story for me, right? Is that they haven't always been this good. Like, they haven't always been they never
Time
were.
to get
Let's
in the
be
world.
projected to win, even at the beginning
Again,
of today.
Beryl
This
with this
world
another
trophy,
world's
I
money.
think
He's
that's
gonna
what makes their
Genshin
story
Gacha
so
again.
much
Good
better,
luck on
and,
your
like,
Nahida
this is a
and
massive historic
Wanderer
run
Gacha.
coming from play-ins, being the first team to come up from that. The way they look
He's so excited in that gacha
barely
now. He's gonna get that
qualifying
Hatsune
to this
Miku.
event at all as Korea's 4th seed, and then looking shaky throughout until they just kept taking wins and kept taking wins, and it really seemed like they gained momentum even in their losses, right?
Yeah.
Like they took a step back, they readjusted. They didn't always play perfectly, even in this series.
Nope.
And that makes them just really endearing and such a testament to, I think, in my opinion, I don't know about your experiences, League of Legends, the game as a whole.
And I think I've never seen a team bounce back from bad things better than DRX, ever. And maybe part of that
That's
is
so
the
underdog,
fact
yeah.
that they,
They are the
two of
underdogs.
these players came off of a 2-16 summer split just a year ago.
So happy.
Right before it was 2-16 in LCK
So
in
happy.
2021. And because no one ever expected
I
to
was
win,
here.
there was never any pressure or fear of doing badly if I'm trying to figure it out, because you saw how crushed T1 was afterwards, because there was a massive expectation.
Isn't it Zeka's year?
But for DRX,
I think so, yeah.
I feel like they were able to
He
enter
just
this
started, yeah.
amazing mode where it did not matter how many obstacles were thrown in their way, because if they hit it, oh well, right? Life will go on, and because they had that mindset, they were able to
Def has
overcome
just
more
one.
adversity than any other team ever.
Barry
I
has
think
2.
it didn't start that
Faker
way,
has
though,
3.
because they themselves talked about how, like, oh, scrims are going poorly. We weren't.
There's
we
the
didn't
one
think
has
we were
2
gonna do
trophies.
so well. Even in quarterfinals, we had Juhan kind of backstage.
SM never
talking
wished
to
for Game
Pyosik,
5 on team,
telling him,
but
like,
still,
you know, it doesn't always happen
like
all
I
at once,
said,
like telling him the story of the
I
Olympian,
prefer
trying to
entertainment
pump
than
him up
loyalty.
After Pyosik had been subbed out as recently as the group stage by Juhan. So like I think
I'm
the thing that makes
absolutely
this story
okay
so phenomenal
if
for
they're
me, and I hope
X1,
the thing that people don't rewrite when they look back on this is like, oh,
So happy
they're
for them.
always supposed to be this good, because they absolutely were not. Ask anyone who watched them in the LCK this year.
I mean, we had that story at the top of the day. Pyosik going from streamer, one-trick Kindred to pro player. Chat telling him, hey, you want a Kindred skin? You don't think there's enough? Go make one. Go make it happen on your own.
We're getting a
And
Kindred
if we
skin.
don't
What the
get
fuck are you
Kindred
saying?
skin, I will lose my mind, but
Outcasters?
that's just one. That's just one of the many individual storylines. Of course, Def being the person at the forefront of everyone's
Be a
mind
pro.
when it comes to a near
Get skin.
decade-long
Do
career.
you want a
that,
Skarner skin?
culminates
You want a
in
Skarner
taking
skin?
down
Go
the
pro.
only other person probably on the planet that could rival the longevity of your career and be the perfect opponent to take down in ascending to that level.
And that is the craziest thing when we think back to the trailer that we saw as we head getting closer to Champion Select. Deft was saying, I wanted to be the best guy in this school. I wanted to be the best. It took him 10 years, and it took a world championship, but now he finally gets to say, I was better than that guy. And like, and I love the way that he said it as well.
Finally an anime MC.
But it wasn't about that anymore. It wasn't about him being the best in the world. It was about being a part of the best team. And when you hear about the environment that these players have built for themselves, the journey that
The
they've
opening
taken
ceremony is
together,
average,
where
yeah.
they never
It's not
created
as
this
hype as the
expectation where they
KDA
needed
and
to
the
win.
True
It
Damage.
was just put everything
The True
on
Damage
the
one in the
table and
KDA is
put it all
like
on the rift.
one of the hype
And just walk away
worlds
feeling
for
happy
me.
and accomplished, and that was the mindset that resulted in them being world champions.
And to that end, Emily, I think we got to talk about our MVP of the series in
It's
Kingin.
the
So much of this
ceremony
tournament, when it was
is
top
like
laners, it
less
was
hype,
Zeus. It was 369. The conversation was not about this guy at any point until the finals, and then he showed up in the biggest possible way.
Is this where I get to put my KT fan hat
I'm
on?
for sure.
Throw it on.
I do
Pyosik
think, though, that we
will
touched upon
get
the fact that
Hecarim.
it's not just that people were
I think.
not really looking at Kingin because he wasn't necessarily a massive part of their wins when they did win. But the fact that he had
That I
a
have no
similar
idea.
kind of like hype around his debut when he was a trainee, people were looking at him to kind of be the next
They
really
could
good
probably
top laner, or
Silas.
potentially be the next really good top laner.
I gotta love it. All the players hitting the floor
I
in
mean,
this moment.
they must be exhausted.
I can't imagine the exhaustion you're feeling after a 5-game series like
But
that.
like I said, like I was talking to Chronicler, LCK caster during
Yeah, the Dragon KDA
game
Pentakill and
5,
3 damage
and we're
really
just like,
good.
they're playing
Really
through
good.
Kingin, like they're playing
I
top
felt
side,
like
and
I
that's
felt like
this
shiver when
team,
I
in
watched
their
that.
evolution throughout this event.
The True Damage one's so
Put
hype.
him on Aatrox, he can deliver. We talked about how important that pick was
The
going to
tournament,
be.
you know what? And the tournament
Yeah.
came full circle. Aatrox.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Pyosik kind of definitely
Malachi
Kindred.
came back.
Yeah, true.
Malachi came back.
Hecarim or
When
Kindred.
everything was on the line, 100% presence, Aatrox is there to save the
Very good,
day.
pretty good. Yeah,
I'm so
yeah,
happy
yeah.
that we went through the lane by lane, and
No,
something
no,
we
no,
talked
no, no,
about
not
Dash
not
was very
really
much
like
that
have
we
a low
need to see
budget.
Kingin
It's
get to
because
the level of Zeus.
they have a
And
collaboration
if you
with
had
Lil
told me,
Nas, and I
let
think
alone the whole
Lil Nas
Derek's winning
music
Worlds
is
thing,
not
that coming into
that
today,
of a hype
that Kingin
as
would
like
gap
League,
Zeus.
but
Solo kill
but
him.
yeah,
in
it's
game
like
5.
it's like
I
Lil
would have
Nas
said, okay, bro, come on.
handled it.
Like, there's one
Yeah.
thing that.
Behind us, taking a
from what
much-deserved
I-
bow to still
I
many cheers
beg,
of
I
the
guess,
remaining
because
fans.
the song is not.
It's been an
series
incredible
ended
run.
over
It's
half hour
literally
ago
just
at this
for
point,
Lil Nas.
and
Yeah.
people are still here to cheer on their world champions here.
Not
I think it might be
nobody, it's more
wise
like
as we see the team
someone
making
handled
their exit for us to relive some of the moments of this
In my opinion.
series and talk through them
You
because
should
it
check
did go
Twitter's reaction
the
to Team
distance.
Lose.
It went the whole way with blue side. I'll remind everybody as Pioshik goes
that
for the
man on
run.
your screen has impeccable mental, can I just say?
Impeccable mental. Also,
That
we
is
were talking
true,
about
that
everyone
is
else being
true.
exhausted, and then this
I
guy's
am
like,
now a
"Feeling like,
CEO
I'll
of
do
League of
laps,
Legends,
guys.
and all
I'm
I
playing
can say
Hecarim,
is
okay?
that
I'm gonna do some laps.
Zoe is the best girl.
What a force for positivity in that team. You talk about mental, I think you're right. When you see his smile, that's infectious.
Well, and like he was getting absolutely destroyed for missing those smites and like not syncing up with Def's Callista, right? And that was one of the reasons why they lost that game. And then to come back and just be like, yeah, it's fine. Like, I'm good. I couldn't do that. I don't have that mental.
Give me the horse. A horse is a horse, of course, and I'm going to run people over.
It is bittersweet. Because,
so bittersweet.
Yeah.
Because on the
Poor
one
Gary,
hand, like, I was fully bought into the underdog story, right? And seeing the rise from play-ins all the way to finals. But on the other side, it was Faker who was defeated. And this could have been his 4-piece. This could have been his 4th title. And like, you can see how much it meant to the players.
And then
like, it was heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking carry.
It was so painful to watch them, and you know how hard they've tried, and what an incredible year for such young players
how many
as
more
well. But
matches
you know
to
that
go?
the burden and the shoulder, the
there's no matches
responsibility that
anymore.
rests on their shoulders is
No matches
just
anymore.
so
It's just
high,
the final,
considering it is the T1 legacy that. You have to
Let me
give
check-
credit, like
let me
they
check
had
the
a phenomenal series, and
thing
Keria had an incredible best of 5.
Yeah, and it was T1, if we all recall, that struck first blood 5-6 hours ago here at the Chase Center.
Dash, that was their first mistake. They just made DRX stronger by beating them the first time. If they let DRX get up in the series, then maybe it comes down to... In all seriousness, DRX shows the adaptabilities we've talked about so much. But let's not forget how close this really was. Game 1 was fairly one-sided in the favor of T1. Games 2 and 3 were extremely close, as well as Game 5 being extremely close. So probably the most competitive World Finals we've ever had.
I can't think of a more competitive World Finals. Like, there were a few Emeralds. Emily, you mentioned earlier.
That was to keep this series not being 2-0 up T1.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But yeah, Emily, you mentioned earlier, like, even last year's EDG versus Darm 1 final, that went all the 5 games, like, obviously an incredibly competitive series.
That's
that one
okay.
was. We also managed to see
amazing though. It was
T1
amazing. It
versus
was
Samsung
amazing
many years ago.
match.
Like, that was also an incredible
I
final.
don't see
Very
like
few finals
anything
actually
in
go the
T1.
full
Let me see the
distance.
T1 win.
But to have a series like this just goes to like both teams.
I see a lot of Espanol, and I can't.
Run through the Baron Steel highlights. I think the big thing for me as well is, like you said, it's not just that it went to 5 games, but kind of reflecting how close.
Thank you so much for always truly supporting us. We wrap up our World 2022 adventure here as a runner-up.
Down to, and then by contrast,
it's
how,
okay.
Again, here we see the
it's
DRX
okay.
recovery,
They did their
how
best.
they were
They did
able
their
to
best.
recover, take that game 5, and have it still be just such a remarkably close series.
What I loved was that it wasn't clean league. Like, in my opinion, like, I got a bunch of tweets as well being like, these guys are playing like bronze, like this is messy.
By the way,
I'm like,
I hate that phrase to begin with, clean league, because clean league, you can't play clean league if both teams are playing well, because
that's
somebody's
the
got to
thing.
kill the other person.
I think that what league is inherently is, well, some people look at it as like who makes the fewest number of mistakes.
Sure.
And in one argument, like that's where we see some of the crisp, like
weird that they picked
Korean dominance, where like they made no
first
mistake,
before-
right? They constantly punished
if the
their
Caitlyn's
opposition.
like open.
This to me
huge,
felt
but,
like an expression of
yeah.
like people just trying to do stuff.
Yeah, this
right?
this
And I know-
this
I was
this
gonna say
series is
it
so
all through-
entertaining.
oh,
I
yeah, I'm saying,
actually
they were
really
just
like
throwing-
it.
they
I
were
actually
throwing
really like
everything
this
at the wall. Okay,
Yeah,
like
there
it
you
was
go.
crazy to see like
series
so
so
many
far.
individuals stepped up at so many
One
different
one
moments.
of one of
Like,
the
think
world
Faker
one of the
game
world finals
died
of all
into 3
time.
people just to get a kill on the support, managed to get out with his life. Zeka
No, it's more
had
like
to fight in the
I
first
actually
game
really
with
like
their
it because
dive
it's not
in the
3-0,
flanks
it's
that got
3-2.
caught out, like,
Very nice.
the
It's not
steal, like, it was
this
just
one.
so
This
many
one.
insane
Look at
plays
that.
from start to finish.
And yeah, that's so remarkable about this series that there
Sexy.
were so many
Sexy
individual
Baron
moments
steals from
for all
Guma.
team members, right? And both of these teams have evolved so much in terms of their macro understanding.
And owner
their
died
map
before the
movements,
DR the
even
elder.
the setup for this
Before he
Drake
got
from DRX, you could see
The
this
timing's
wasn't
bad.
something they would have been able to pull off in the domestic season, I don't think. But the fact that DRX of all teams, again, trying to go toe-to-toe with T1 mechanically and having both teams just be like, we're gonna out-mechanic each other. Zeka at the forefront of that.
The Cinderella
Because he's
story.
a name we actually haven't mentioned a lot, but his journey has been phenomenal.
Just scrolling through some of the many conversations that were happening on Twitter throughout this series. Jad, I know it's a minor point, but it feels so right that DRX was able to get it done in the 5th game.
I might end my stream now. I am gonna rest.
Again, this idea
it's
of the
6 hours and 30 minutes. Then.
Oh,
interview with Baker. Okay, never mind, chat. I wanna see this.
One game in this series was won by a red-sided team, and it was
never fucking mind. I wanna watch this before I end it.
Playing some mind
Baker
games,
interview,
right, as well, and still being able to secure it for yourselves. It's just so spectacular to see.
The draft game 5 mind games were crazy.
No, what the fuck? What's wrong? Okay, what's wrong?
It was just kind of like.
I just want to see what's going on in T1, bro.
It's like just right there. Just take it. But honestly, the karma was really effective at keeping the Caitlyn out of the game if T1 could have won the game before 38 minutes. I want to jump back to something you said, Vedius.
For people
that would say this wasn't like
I want to see how they handled it.
I'm going to interchange words, clean and good. Like if the 2 best teams in the world isn't good league, I'm sorry, you're probably not the fan that we're going for.
Well, then I don't know what good league is, and I don't want good league. You know,
good league is wrong in that case because
I want to see. I want to see.
Teams in the moment.
I want to see what's going on.
This is American sports reference, but for people like maybe Vedius even knows this.
Baker fan.
You can leave.
Did you ever see the helmet catch? No, he didn't.
No, American sports reference, and it's actually contractually Vedius is he's cleared as soon as somebody mentions American
we're actually going to
sports,
bring in a new person. So, but like that was a Super Bowl winning moment because someone caught the ball on their helmet after they just flip it up and hope. Like Gumayushi shooting that Varus Q at Baron was an equivalent of a Hail Mary. He's just like whipping a ball up with the buzzer and it goes in. But that's still the moments that end up defining these
weird
things.
Guy. Wait, let me refresh. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Skill issue.
Did you know that have you ever heard of the helmet catch?
There you go. Maybe it's just me.
Pedro, how was that? Finals. How do you have a voice?
I don't have much of a voice.
I barely have one too.
I was just kind of, this is spontaneous. Hello, I'm just subbing it all of a sudden. Did you guys enjoy it?
We were just, oh my God. I mean, for me, best World Finals.
Oh yeah,
in history, I think. I think it would be hard to argue against that, but
one of the world's finals of all
you
time.
came in at perfect time. Let's bring it all back to Deft because this was nearly 10 years in the making. It's his first Worlds trophy.
It starts with Deft and it ends with Deft, right? I don't think you can, even if you gave this League of Legends year to a script writer, he couldn't write a better story than what we've just seen this year.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about sports is because actually you can try
Best of luck next year, T1. Hello, Simon Girl. Yeah.
Like, it never happened. The 2 guys from the same high school coming back 10 years later and winning. Nah, you wouldn't do that.
I said this to Emily. I was like, Piosik's a world champion. You know, if you told me that last year that he's going to be a world champion next year.
After 2 and 16?
I'd send you to the loony house if you said that last year. Are you kidding me? But this, right now, Keria, I was heartbroken for Keria. He was.
I know.
This was tough to watch.
So
but that's
emotional.
But that's also. But that is again. It speaks to this moment, and it speaks to the passion of every single one of the players on that stage. There's going to be 500 people at the end of every series, and unfortunately, this time it fell the way of T1 to take the loss.
Yeah, and Def's had to see so many of his former teammates win without him, right? Chovy. EDG won a world championship without him.
His turn.
And now Keria has to be the one to watch Deft win without him. They said together, they promised each other they'd win.
Do it. Tugs at my heartstrings,
Somebody had to win.
The back-to-back EDG winning
Wait a minute.
and then Deft winning it the next year. I think to return to that idea of like perfect league though, and what makes sports in general so
amazing
for me.
Baker cried in 2017.
If you're playing
because he lost
perfectly,
using karma.
Like if
Keria cried.
You cannot play it out
because he used karma.
There's always going to be moments where you're looking at it, you're like, this
maybe karma is cursed.
Here's why it did. And if people play perfectly, if they were able to, you don't get a stage like this. You don't get a DRX story. Like, how can you not love this story of Deft finally winning after so many years? I've
look
been
at that hug.
watching him since 2013.
Human error is what makes this game beautiful. If everything was perfect, everything would be boring.
Exactly.
No one would enjoy it.
So much mutual respect with these guys too, right? Like the fact that I feel like Piosik teared up seeing Kiria's pain.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
It's so many conflicting emotions, and I feel like that's what Zeka and Deft are all talking about. Like they're crying, but they're so happy. So it's just.
I mean, they came up together.
Yeah.
Like they played together previously.
Def nurtured him and grew it.
By the way, brand new trophy, first team to lift it. Yeah. That's got to feel good too, right? A little bit of a change in style.
Do you think of the iterations teams like Longzhou and Kingzone had with like BDD and Khan on the rise, you know, first seeded Worlds, I think it was 2016, 2017, they're going to win. And the one team you doubt the most is the one that does it for them. It's unbelievable.
Exactly. Barrel is one Worlds away from tying Faker.
In terms of all, in terms of all time,
Barrel is such a legend.
He's
such a legend.
So first of all, he's also
Three in a row.
the second player to ever win Worlds on 2 different teams. The first one being Duke.
But you don't use karma.
And IG. Then also, aren't we super glad that he was able to connect to Genshin Impact, because apparently.
Yeah, apparently he was he was having some trouble getting connected over here.
The LCK casters apparently helped him out, so good on you.
Glad we got that solved. All right, an enormous thank you to the fans everywhere for celebrating Worlds with us today, no matter where you are. Wow,
I saw a tweet that someone that no one got a perfect picks, and then one got perfectly imperfect picks.
Around the world, here are just some.
Just one that doesn't have. That got all everything wrong. Holy shit!
That is also part of the globe, chat.
True,
But then many a movie theater packed with fans.
It's like a living room.
Living rooms right there as well. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Got the snacks ready. Ooh, they got a cinema.
Yeah, they have a
Look at
theater.
those seats. That looks comfy, doesn't it?
I know. Just about it. It's just like you're here.
Yeah. Oh, it's been amazing. I hope everyone at home in the cinemas, together at parties, at your friend's house, you know.
Yep.
I hope you all enjoyed it, because that was unbelievable.
I just like
It's
seeing.
hard not to.
For me, I just like seeing smiles on
Rip
faces and like
Bozo.
moments
That's
like that.
a
Oh,
battlefield.
that is such an incredible photo.
Yeah.
But like,
That's
'cause
so
that is it.
cool.
That's
We
what
don't
this is
have
about,
that
is having
shot.
that shared moment with
They
everybody.
faked that photo.
They probably did. They
I was
probably
looking at the
did.
guy.
We don't have
There's
that.
no way.
No, yeah.
We do
wasn't
have
losing
fan
it either. I feel
viewing.
like when you all
I hope they have
lose,
fan
you're
viewing
going
like in
crazy, but
evening
the
again.
Dolphins
They
just-
going
You
to
thought
East
you
again.
fooled us.
Yeah,
No,
it was
yeah.
close. It was
We're
close.
up to you.
But I guess the guy in the front ruined it.
No. Too good, though. Too good. As long as it's bringing people together and we're having a good time, that's all that matters. Now, though, it's time to get a final word from Faker.
Oh, Baker.
Thank you very much. I have Faker here with me and also Helen
Hey, they're
standing
so
by to
gloomy.
help with the translation. First off, Faker, thank you so much for taking this interview, and I'd love to know just generally your thoughts about today and what maybe did not go exactly as planned.
오늘 전반적인 생각이랑 어떤 부분에서 미스가 있었는지에 대해서 여쭤볼게요.
저희가 아무래도 일주일 동안 이전처럼 연습 경기를 하면서 시간을 보내기가 어려웠기 때문에 좀 컨디션 관리나 기본기 쪽에서 많이 좋은 결과를 보여주려고 노력했고, 오늘은 좀 여러모로 잘된 부분도 있었지만 좀 부족한 부분이 있어서 패배했다고 생각합니다.
So since a week ago, I feel like our practice didn't really go as planned, and there are a lot of challenges that we faced. And I feel like today's match, honestly, there are parts that went well, but a lot of parts that we lacked in. So I think that's what brought to this result.
Okay. It might not feel like it now, but it is still incredibly impressive for you to make it back to this final. What lies in the future?
이제 결과는 좀 아쉽지만 이 결승전까지 올라왔다는 거에 대해서 정말 대단한 것 같아요. 그래서 이제 앞으로 나아가면서 어떤 미래의 계획이 있으신가요?
또 다시 준승을 했다는 거는 굉장히 아쉬운 일이지만 이번 경기로 인해서 많은 점들을 배웠고 다음에 제가 더 성장할 수 있는 기회가 될 것 같습니다. 그리고 여기 와주신 팬분들도 굉장히 많이 열심히 응원을 해주셔가지고 다음에도 꼭 와보고 싶습니다.
It is a shame that we finished as runner-ups, but there are a lot of things that we learned through this entire tournament. So I hope that we can get back on our feet and do even better in the future. And I would like to also say thank you so much for our fans for cheering for us. They were all so loud and we could hear their energy.
They definitely were. We
He's
are looking
coming
forward to the
back!
future as well. 감사합니다,
Thank
Baker and Helen as well.
He's coming back next year.
Thank you to Shocks. Thank you to Faker as well. As we get final words from him. Unfortunately, today it ended in defeat, but he is still very much the GOAT of our sport. And when we talk about it meaning so much for DRX, again, so much of that is because it was done.
He's
against
going
that
back.
man and that
He's going back.
organization
Look at
in T1.
how
Faker will be back.
empty
I don't
it
think
is
he's
now.
going, Faker. I hope, and I don't want to say he's not going to, but I hope he doesn't retire. But I think he'll be back stronger than ever.
I don't think he will. He's
Really?
going to win another one.
Oh.
I don't think he'll retire.
I think.
Oh, no. I thought you said that he won't be back.
Yeah, I mean, damn, that would be like the
Oh.
meanest thing to say.
Yeah, no.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
I really do think he will, especially with T1. I don't even know if they make roster changes. Like, unless one of the players has a change of heart or something really big happen in the offseason, they showed so much improvement. They were so good the whole year. I want to see them run everything back.
Yeah.
Me too.
I hope for the same. But of course, we'll have to wait till 2023 to see.
Yeah.
As you may have noticed, silence has befell the arena as we begin to tear
tearing it down.
things down. So I'm gonna bring everybody onto the set.
Get in here.
Let's go, guys.
Okay, now we can end our stream now that they're doing things and that. Oh my God, what's happening there? Okay, I will end my stream now. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream. Oh, thank you so much for watching the stream. Awesome, everyone. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Tomorrow will be another Persona 5 Royal stream again. I'll see, because I might not be next Saturday, but I will see. I'll just ask. Yeah. Atsumi, everyone, Atsumi. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let me see.
24 teams have done battle.
Let me see who to raid.
6 weeks to bring us to this day. And of them, just 2
Time to play League? Nah, I don't think I'm gonna play League. Unless my friends will gonna play. I'm gonna play Overwatch though. To wake myself up, because I kinda need to wake myself up.
Give it up one more time.
Okay.
San Francisco, it's DRX.
We can raid. We can raid Beru. It's our anniversary. Yeah, we can raid Beru. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream again. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream again. Everyone, thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow with the Persona 5 Royal stream. Yes. Bye bye everyone. Bye bye.
We'll find the fight.
Where?
Find the winner in game 1.
Bye bye. Oh, thank you guys so much for watching with me with Worlds. This is absolutely the best. No, not really the best, but one of the world's tiles of all time. But anyway, goodbye, bye bye. See you guys tomorrow. Hot dog.